When I was young, I used to collect, I used to have a subscription to this thing called Nintendo Power. It was basically a magazine series. You would get one issue a month, basically. And I believe originally I got it as a Christmas gift, I think, from my aunt. Had just started me on this subscription for like 12 issues. And, I fell in love pretty quickly, so I kept getting issues, and I continued my subscription from here's the earliest issue I found is that I have, and I think this was the first issue that I had. A lot of the other ones I have are kind of beaten up, but it's backwards. I'll have to flip this video. Okay, I'll flip the video. It's Lost Kingdoms. This is from June 2002. Which was when I started, so I would have been 9, I think, in 2002. Super young. But I was like obsessed with this since then, and so I read every issue, and it's part of what got me even more into games than I already was, because I was already super into video games, and this was just icing on the cake. It's basically a magazine that gave you little previews, interviews, guides, reviews, all sorts of things. They had a letter column. Sometimes you would get posters, tips and tricks, all sorts of things. I remember this especially. This like ad for the ocarina. Oh, you can't see it. The ad for this ocarina. I remember this. I used to really, really freaking want this. I actually did end up buying an ocarina. It was pretty dope. But yeah, I mean, I've had this subscription for as long as I can remember. I eventually ended up ending the subscription. So the last issue I could find, the latest issue is this one, Kid Icarus Uprising, issue 275, from February of 2012. And I think this was like a pity issue that they sent me to like try to get me to renew my subscription again, because I had ended my subscription long before I ended up getting this. And that's the only reason I could think that I would have this. Although now I kind of regret ending it, but I mean, Nintendo Power, I think, I'm pretty sure they've like since shut down and are no longer making issues, so I guess these are collector's items at this point. But the actual last issue I would have received is this one right here, which is Guitar Hero Aerosmith, I believe, on the cover. This is issue 229. I don't know if I said it, but the first issue I had was volume 1, issue 157. So 157 to 229. So I received over 50, 60, 70 issues of Nintendo Power, and eventually shut it down. I do remember this issue specifically, this Aerosmith one, because I remember, I think what had happened was it like sat at the top of the stairs because I just did not care about this issue. By the time I received this was 2008. In 2008, I would have been 15, which would have put me, I believe, in high school. So, yeah, I think I just lost interest in Nintendo Power in general, and in high school. It just wasn't as cool or as fun, I think, for me. I just kind of grew out of it, although, kind of regret it a little bit. I don't really know why. I think I just thought I was too cool for it. I really think that was the thing. But in this one, they are reviewing, like, virtual console titles and WiiWare, DSiWare and stuff. It's kind of interesting. And then, of course, they've got actually a 20 years of Nintendo Power sort of celebration on this. That's really interesting. Oh. But yeah, and then they would have reviews at the end. But I just wanted I've had these issues in storage for a while, so I kind of just wanted to like return to them and like talk about them a little bit. And the main thing I wanted to talk about was the biggest thing that I got out of Nintendo Power personally Yeah, it would have been these 6 issues right here, if you can see these. So that's issue. This is issue 196, 197, 198, this is 199, and then issue 200 here. Very cool series of issues, but these are the ones I remember, like, obsessing over and just going over and over again, because in these issues, they did this thing called the Top 200, and it was basically a, leading into the 200th issue of Nintendo Power, which is obviously this one that I just showed you. A very special issue, issue 200. Just looking at this is, like, really nostalgic and weird for me, because I remember just... I remember looking at these issues so much, because I was obsessed with this, like, list that they did. The top 200 games of all time, as, well, on Nintendo consoles. So it wasn't, they didn't include PS2, it was specific, I mean, it's Nintendo Power, so, like, what do you expect? But top 200 games, and I find it to be a really interesting thing to look back on. Because this would have been the top 200 games in October 2005, which is a very small subset of games, and then it's even smaller because it's only Nintendo games. So it's like a really interesting look back at, like, what I guess we considered to be the best games at that time. And I think this list inspired a lot of lists. I think there's a very famous choice on this list specifically, which is probably gonna upset people. I don't know. It's probably not gonna be surprising to anybody. But I just want to kind of go through these real quick. So the first one, obviously, to put you in the time period that we're at. This is issue 196. And this is an ad for Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, specifically. So that's what time period we're talking about. And it's the game Harry Potter, and you know, whatever. So let's just go through this issue and see what we can find. So I just want to say, like, before I really get into it, I really was obsessed with this list. Like, I wrote this list down in notebooks and stuff. And then I would, like, every time they would do a review in the back of the magazine, I would, like, write down the rating, and I'd be like, okay, Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction gets an 8.5. And so I would kind of, like, add that to the list and, like, push things down off the list. It'd be like, oh, this is, like, an 80%, so it should be, like, up here. So anything in the bottom quarter is below... Is it the 75th percentile? I don't know. I was kind of crazy, but I just wanted to play all the best games. You know, I wanted to know which ones were the best, and this made it easy. So I kept doing that, and I even eventually went and I started watching X-Play on G4, and on that they did reviews, and I would write those down, and I'd just keep compiling my list. But the list started here. It started from this fucking bullshit that they did in Nintendo Power, and I started adding all sorts of crazy shit to it. I think at some point I even started to go online and just look up top PlayStation games just so I could fuse the list with like other things that weren't Nintendo. So here it seems Madden NFL 06 for GBA and DS, that got a 7.0 on GBA, 8.0 on DS. That's pretty good. Nintendogs got an 8.5. Nintendogs came out this month. So Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction got an 8.5. The highest rated thing here... Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Nightmare Troubadour. 8.0. The highest rated thing here is Mario Superstar Baseball. Got a 9.0, so that's pretty good. But anything before this issue, I don't think I would bother with, because I was like, oh, they already compiled the top 200 list, so I don't need to bother with it. Geist is in here. Geist got a 5.0. from Nintendo Power. They give it a 5.0. It was always fascinating when they gave a bad review to like a Nintendo game. It almost never happened. But there's one that's published by Nintendo, so it is a Nintendo title. But the next Advance Wars Dual Strike is also here, 9.0. Oh, and they also, I forgot about this, they also compile like the last few issues and just give you the whole list in case you didn't, I guess it's over like the course of the past year, in case you missed some that are like recent. It's probably just so people don't write in and be like, why didn't you review this? And they're like, well, we did, but you obviously missed that issue. Other than that, there's like a letter column. Oh, there's a, I don't want to show this. There's a, I wish I could just tear that out. I'm gonna try to show you this. It's a Trace Memory ad. It's an ad for Trace Memory, dude. Do you guys remember Trace Memory? That's fucking wild. Oh, there's another Ocarina ad. They had these in like all of them. It's freaking sweet. Something about the DS. 2D or not 2D, a matter of perspective. So they're talking about whether or not the DS should be, I guess, 2D. Like, which is better? Just regular 2D games like Castlevania, or something that's kind of like 3D like Super Mario 64? Yeah, they're like comparing things, like, which is better? Pretty interesting article. There's an article about King Kong. There's a big King Kong poster that I could have put on my wall. I didn't, but I could have. It's still in here. It's kind of sad. Maybe I should dig through these issues and just find all the cool posters. There's no way I would have used that. Okay. So let me look through the like letters before I get to the actual list. If there's anything here. Letter of the month. I've been a Nintendo fan for about 15 years now, so you can trust that this is coming from somebody who's seen the company's ups and downs. I'm very excited about the Revolution. So the Revolution, by the way, is the working title for the Nintendo Wii. Before it was called the Nintendo Wii, it was called the Nintendo Revolution, which I thought was a way cooler title, and I feel like they shouldn't have changed it, but they did, and they changed it to Wii, which like everybody made fun of. The first time we heard that, it's a fucking awful title, but we're also used to it now that it's just like, oh, nothing weird about that. I'm worried it's going to be a little too different for developers to produce. Oh, shit. Oh, that scared me. I don't know if you guys heard that, but fuck. Hold on. Sorry, my guitar fell over. I don't know why. There was really no reason for it to just decide to fall over just now. I totally forgot what I was talking about. I'm worried it's going to be a little too different for developers to produce games for. I think it's more important than anything that Nintendo makes sure they have appealing first-party titles at launch while also striking deals with third-party companies to get exclusive games. Interesting perspective, because kind of true. It kind of ended up being what happened. This guy's kind of in the know. It was one of the big problems about the Wii was, like, you have to, like, developers don't know how to develop for that thing. So a lot of them just, like, were like, screw that. We're just going to use, typical Xbox 360, PS3 types of garbage, without motion controls, because nobody really knew how to make games like that. And so Nintendo was at the forefront trying to show people how to do that. But a lot of third parties just didn't really bother with the Wii. Some of them did, and some really great games came out of it, but it ended up that the Wii, even though it sold really well, I think a lot of people remember it as being kind of a shitty console, or not having anything to play on it. But it's typically because I think all of the big games that were coming out at the time, like BioShock, and Assassin's Creed, and the Call of Duty games, and obviously Halo, like all those games were coming out, and they weren't on Nintendo consoles. They couldn't be on the Wii. It's like people were like, let's not bother to make that. Some of them that tried, like World at War, I think came out on the Wii, but like the majority of them just didn't bother. So if you wanted like a very peak modern graphics and nice stuff, you ended up having to buy a 360, and so the Wii was just kind of, I guess, deemed this sort of baby console. And I think a lot of people remember it very fondly today, but it's just kids at the time who grew up with it. But this guy's got an interesting point. We don't think you'll have to worry about first-party titles. This is Nintendo Power's response. Nintendo has already announced new Mario, Zelda, Super Smash Bros., and Metroid Prime titles, as well as an all-new property for the next-gen console. What would that have been? As for the third-party support, it seems a little early to pass judgment. A number of publishers have expressed interest in Revolution development, and in a recent interview, Nintendo President Satoru Iwata stated that the system won't be so different as to exclude the possibility for conventional game styles. That's an interesting thing to say, because it kind of did. In order to combat that, they released, they do allow you the ability to turn the remote sideways and just kind of hold it like that. But it's like a very basic controller. It's almost, it's basically an NES, but like a really long NES controller, and kind of awkward to use in that way. But then they eventually released the classic controller, and but nobody really had one of those, so it didn't really help matters. But you could use it to play virtual console games, so that was definitely a big benefit of it. As for an all-new property, I'm not sure what they're talking about. Was it Red Steel wasn't released by them, right? Are they talking about Red Steel? I can't really think of, like, what property was introduced on the Wii? It's not Pikmin. It's not Animal Crossing. Genuinely can't think of one. It's not Splatoon. Splatoon was on the Wii U. I have no clue what they could be talking about there. But anyways, let's get to the top 200 list. I guess that's probably what I'm advertising the most for this video, but it's kind of a general Nintendo Power kind of video, so it kind of, I'm talking about whatever. But the top 200 list in here, if I can flip and find it, that is. Okay, Nintendo Power Top 200. Leading up to our 200th issue, we're counting down our top games of all time. So first, number 200, Harvest Moon: Another Wonderful Life. I haven't played much Harvest Moon. I played the, my sisters were obsessed with the GBA one. So I heard that one was really good. I never played the GameCube one. I have nothing to say about it. Cubivore, number 199. That's an interesting game. That's another game. I think that game's actually worth a shit ton right now. That's like a really rare, pricey game to get. And it's on the GameCube. The only thing I know about it is in Smash Bros. Melee, you can get a trophy called Alpha, and it's like this dog that's like cubic. He's made up of cubes, and the only thing it says about him is it doesn't say what game he's from. It basically says future project, unreleased project, or something like that. And I remember that being so mysterious. But Alpha ends up being from this game called Cubivore, which did come out. It's on the GameCube, and it's extremely rare to try to get a copy of it right now, because it didn't sell very well. The next one is Russian Attack on NES. I haven't played that game. Pac-Man Versus. I didn't play that game either on the GameCube. Super Baseball. So a lot of these are going to be like really just kind of random games that are like, they're good, they're fun, to play. They're well remembered. Pac-Man Versus, I don't know. Does anybody have anything to say about Pac-Man Versus on the GameCube? I'd never played that. Super Baseball Simulator 1000 on the Super Nintendo. Another game I never played. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, number 195. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, I have played a lot. It's really freaking hard. But that was one of my treasured childhood games. I used to play it with my dad a lot. I used to play it with my sisters a lot. And we could never beat it. I think my dad beat it one time. But like every time after that I tried to beat it, and I've since beat a lot of games from my childhood. That's one of the few that even I still to this day cannot. I can't. I've tried many times. It just gets to be really, really hard. but I absolutely adore that game. It's one of the best co-op games you can play. Definitely deserves to be there. Maniac Mansion on the NES. I played a little bit of this game. It's LucasArts. Is it? No, sorry. Not LucasArts. No, it is Lucasfilm. Lucasfilm Games. It was made by them. But essentially, it's like a 2D adventure game. Maniac Mansion 1 feels pretty dated to play, but it's very funny, quirky, and weird. But I found it to be very difficult. I was never able to finish it, but I think I got rather close the first time I played it, and I was just like, I've played this enough. I don't feel like I need to really get the good ending. I think Maniac Mansion 2 is far better remembered, but Maniac Mansion 1 did happen to be on the NES, which I don't think Maniac Mansion 2 made it to any Nintendo consoles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project. 3 and 4 of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are both pretty well remembered. I've played a little bit of 4, Turtles in Time, but I never played The Manhattan Project. 192, Gyromite. Gyromite is a game that it's one of the 2 games. I think the other one is Stacker. It's one of the 2 games that came with or that you could use the NES like little Rob robot attachment with. It would play Gyromite, and it would it even says here, bundled with the very first NES before the term bundled even existed. The game pushed Rob to its maximum potential. So it basically raise and lower platforms for you, and you would go around. So you basically play with this little robot, which is a really cool idea. But there were only 2 games released for it, and Gyromite was one of them. The Legend of the Mystical Ninja. This is a classic, another classic co-op Super Nintendo title. Very beloved, very quirky, very silly. 190, Secret of Evermore. I do like these selections. Secret of Evermore definitely deserves to be remembered, and I feel like nobody talks about it anymore. People still talk about Secret of Mana, but it was basically it was like Secret of Mana, but it was a more silly parody type version of that. And so you're playing as this kid who gets sucked into this he's this really silly guy that makes movie references and shit all the time, and he gets sucked through time. And so he's got to find his way back. And he's in all these different time periods. And it basically plays a lot like Secret of Mana, but it's got a fantastic sense of humor. And it's a really cool game. Especially the soundtrack's really good. The soundtrack deserves to be remembered. And the boss battles, especially that big bug. I still love that big bug, man. That big bug is one of the most iconic bosses to me. It's on the cover. Pokemon trading card game, GBC, I've heard that's really good. I never have played the GBC Pokemon trading card game. Out of This World, also called Another World. That's an adventure game. Again, not a game I played because I think this was it was a second year of Game Grumps that I watched them play it. It's one of the few when Dan took over, I watched them play that, and since then I have felt no desire to actually play this game. So I have it. Mortal Kombat, Super Nintendo, classic, but I believe that's the one everyone makes fun of because they remove the blood. So that's part of why Nintendo has such a reputation about being kind of for kids, was because of Mortal Kombat specifically. Because they censored the blood, and so if you bought a Genesis, you could still get the blood in Mortal Kombat, and that's why everybody makes fun of Nintendo and says it's like a baby console. Mostly was because of that game, kind of started it. Illusion of Gaia is on here, 186. Now I love that inclusion. Everybody should play Illusion of Gaia. I feel like I would probably, and if I made a list, I would probably put it higher. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Again, it's got an unforgettable soundtrack. It's got I actually used a song from that soundtrack in my last Smash Brothers video. Who's It Gonna Be? Whatever that was called. I used it at the end where it fades out into the space background. I used the sort of dark space song from Illusion of Gaia, which a lot of other YouTubers I've heard use tracks from this game because it's got a great soundtrack. great boss fights, great storyline. It's beautiful. It's an action RPG, and it's kind of historical based. It's based around different mysterious places all over the world. So like the pyramids, the Nazca plains with the drawings on the plains. You just travel all over the world and fight creatures and do all this magic stuff and turn into a Dark Knight and shit. Mortal Kombat 2. I mean, do I need to talk about it? I already talked about Mortal Kombat. It actually has a little blurb for this. Mortal Kombat 2, the first Mortal Kombat on the Super NES. Oh, the first one. Okay, I guess they released the original Mortal Kombat after? No. Oh, it's saying the first Mortal Kombat on the Super NES received a lot of flack for not including arcade finishers. The sequel more than made up for it. Okay, so they're just saying the first one sucks a little bit more compared to Mortal Kombat 2. They included Wario Land on the Virtual Boy. I do not have a Virtual Boy, never have. I was way more curious about it back in the day. I'm a little less curious about it now because I feel like I know most of it. But Wario Land is one of the few like mysteries for me. It's like apparently one of those everybody says is really good. Is the best game they released on the Virtual Boy, and then like you can't really play it unless you somehow find a Virtual Boy. Because I don't think they've re-released it on anything. But it's not like a remake of Wario Land 1 or anything, which was on the Game Boy. It's a completely new game, original game. Gradius 3, that's a arcade shooter. I've probably played a little bit of it because I used to love those things, so I would like emulate a whole bunch of them. I probably at some point have played Gradius 3. I just don't remember it specifically, but a lot of those are I do remember Gradius as like a series being pretty good. I just don't remember maybe 3 specifically. Lufia 2, that's another game I've been really interested in but never played. Rise of the Sinistrals on the Super Nintendo. It's an RPG. Never got to play it. WarioWare, the first WarioWare, Mega Party Games. Oh no, it's Mega Party Games, so it's the GameCube one. The GameCube one is... I never played the GameCube one. I played the GBA original. Well, this is the GameCube one. I don't know. Probably good. They said it's the 181st best game in October 2005. It probably gotta mean something, right? Ogre Battle, The March of the Black Queen. This is another one of the Super Nintendo. I believe this is a strategy game. There were a lot of like really cool looking SNES games that I've heard about through Nintendo Power and just in general. Ogre Battle is another one that like fascinates me, and I feel like I should play it someday, and I just have not. 179 is Mario Bros. The original Mario Bros, which is... No, I guess they do mean like the original. It's not Super Mario Bros. It's the original Mario Bros, which is the original like arcade Mario Bros. How do I describe this? People might get confused. It's like basically there's like a POW block in the middle. You play as Mario or Luigi, and there's just like a platform, and every stage is the same. And then there's like Koopas, and they come from the sides, and they drop down through the thing, and you got to jump on them. And then you get like you kill them and you get a coin or whatever, and then you move to the next level, and that's it. It did predate the original Super Mario Bros. And it was after Donkey Kong, but it's the debut of Luigi. If you find that interesting in some way, X-Men Legends made the cut here on GameCube. X-Men Legends is basically the predecessor to Marvel Ultimate Alliance. And I do like that game a lot. It's not the best game ever made, probably. So I think it deserves to be. It's pretty low on the list. It deserves to probably. Well, I don't know. It did beat out Illusion of Gaia. I don't know if I like that. Rock and Roll Racing. Rock and Roll Racing is like a. I believe it's, if I remember correctly, it's almost like a go-kart racing, or it's like you get these small little cars and they like go around a little track. It's just a pretty fun little arcadey game. Oh, it literally says right here. Before there was Diablo or War... Oh, right, this was made by Blizzard. I totally forgot about that. Before there was Diablo or Warcraft, A company by the name of Blizzard was making a name for itself with finely crafted games such as this. Think RC Pro-Am with a 70s rock soundtrack. I freaking forgot about that. Yeah, they made Rock and Roll Racing. They also made Lost Vikings. And there was another game, but I'm definitely not going to come up with it. Dragon Warrior 3 on the NES. That was I haven't played that one. I've only played the first Dragon Warrior. I do mean to play through all of them. There's so many games. So many games to play, so little time, you know? Spider-Man 2 on the GameCube. Everybody's played this game. I mean, everybody's played Spider-Man 2, right? I think my biggest memories of playing Spider-Man 2 were was at the doctor, or the dentists. Because I would go to the dentist and they had like a little waiting room. And you would go in there and they had Spider-Man 2, and that's like all they had. You could play Spider-Man 2 or Space Invaders. For whatever reason. Those are the two games they had, so... I played the shit out of Spider-Man 2 every time I went to the dentist, and it was like the only good thing about going to the dentist. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes makes the list pretty low, but is probably... I do feel like Metroid Prime 2 kind of gets more flack. It's definitely maybe one of the weakest, I think, in just terms of being kind of an annoying game to play at times. But I still think it's fantastic, so... I can understand its placement. 173 Mario Kart Super Circuit, that's the GBA one. Probably the only one I've never played also. 172 Pro Wrestling. That was a game I found really fascinating as well. And I played a little bit of it before. It's basically like I don't know how to describe it. It's just a pro wrestling game on the NES. 171 Breath of Fire 2, specifically, is a fantastic game. It's one of my favorite RPGs of all time. I fucking love that thing. I played it when I was a kid, but I think I played the GBA version, but I fell in love with that. It's fantastic. I think my favorite thing about it is, like, in the overworld, each, like, character has their own little abilities that they can use to, like, traverse places. So you meet a new character and you'll be like, oh, he can get me across this thing. Like, you get the little monkey guy and he can, like, stretch his arm out across gaps, and you get like, well, I don't want to spoil it. Okay, Star Wars Rogue Squadron on the N64. That was a fun little game that we all played. 169 Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Now, that was a funny game. Kirby Tilt and Tumble is basically had this, like, massive cartridge that you would plug into the Game Boy Color, and it had gyro controls. So you would, like, tilt the Game Boy, and Kirby would, like, roll back and forth. I don't know if anybody fucking remembers this game, but Nintendo Power did. I do. I remember renting that for Blockbuster and being like, what is this? This is the weirdest thing I've ever played. Simpsons Road Rage, that's a classic. Everybody loves that. Simpsons Road Rage is just a fun little Simpsons. I remember playing this at a friend's house. We'd, like, spent a whole afternoon playing Simpsons Road Rage. Really fun game. Mario Tennis GBC, that was made by Camelot, I believe, the same people that made Golden Sun. So I do mean to play those because I really love Golden Sun. And I hear they have some similar RPG elements. Or maybe they don't. Maybe I'm thinking about the GBA one. I don't know. Who knows? 166, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 on the GBA. They have a blurb for this one. This popular 3D isometric view game was important for the GBA. Proved to the masses that the little handheld that could knew how to get sweet air. I believe the handheld ports of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater were actually done by Vicarious Visions, who just did the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remasters of the game. So, like, the thing was, they did such a great job with these that they're very fondly remembered. And they eventually got to actually do the series justice in the modern age. So I hope they make a new Tony Hawk's game soon. TimeSplitters 2, number 165. This and Future Perfect, I think, are the most well-known TimeSplitters games. I believe this series is made by Codemasters, who made a game I played called Second Sight, which is like it's a game about psychic powers and stuff. It's a really fun game. I like it a lot. So TimeSplitters, I've heard, is really, really good. The Lost Vikings. This is the other one I just kind of talked about, which is made by Blizzard. And they make homages to every so often. I believe the Lost Vikings are characters in Heroes of the Storm, I think. You can play as them. They're like a trio. SimCity on the Super Nintendo. Now this version specifically, I actually really, really love. I actually have had it since I was a kid, because my dad had it. So I would play that. I never really could figure out what I was supposed to do, but I remember what I would do is load up like the pre-built cities and just like you could attack them with different monsters and like natural disasters and stuff. So I would do that all the time. And I remember specifically in the Super Nintendo version, you could attack with Bowser. So you would like load Bowser in, and he would just like show up and start attacking the world. And that was the coolest. That's the coolest thing I can say about SimCity on the Super Nintendo, is just that alone. Mario Paint on the Super Nintendo. This is a fun little game where you paint pictures on the Super Nintendo, and I think you could print out some of them with like an attachment. 161 Breath of Fire. They put Breath of Fire 1 above Breath of Fire 2, which is kind of bothering me. I don't really like that. But whatever. We'll move on. We'll ignore that they did that. Additionally, they've included 5 worst games ever. I don't know if I've actually shown the page, but here's the page, in case you care. This is what it looks like. Here's the 5 worst games here. So you can see a screenshot there of Superman 64. That's what they've decided is the worst game ever. Titus, oh my dear Titus, why have you forsaken me? Yeah, that's what they said for that one. Number 5 was Charlie's Angels GameCube, a game based on a movie based on a TV show. We all know how this one ends. Very true. Waterworld on the Virtual Boy. Every bit as painful as the movie, but for completely different reasons. That's beautiful. Home Improvement Super NES. Maybe I didn't watch every episode, but I'm pretty sure I never saw a dinosaur eat Tim. I remember that JonTron did an episode about that. I remember the Home Improvement episode. What a weird game. I've never played it, but what a weird game. International Karate Plus GBA. If this game is in fact based on a real group of ninjas, I hope one day they get their revenge. I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. But and then last Superman 64. So that does it for this issue. I guess we'll move on to issue number 197. So that was 200 to about 175, I think. So that's the first few. So we got a few more to go. So this one has Pokemon XD on the cover. Very cool. I played a little bit of it. It's let's see what the reviews for this are like. Oh, so there's like a guide for Geist here, which is funny. Because that just came out and they gave it a 5.0 last issue. They're like, the game sucks, but here's a guide for it. So they did review Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, gave it an 8.5. I never played Gale of Darkness because I never was able to finish Coliseum. I tried to finish Coliseum and I didn't. I wasn't able to. They reviewed Tak, the Great Juju Challenge, Nintendo DS, gave it a 7.0. That's not so bad. Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects. Don't really know anything about that game, but it's got a 7.0, which is not terrible. I would play a 7.0. Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. 9.0. Fantastic. That game is great. That game does deserve that. I do agree with that. Oh gosh, okay, this is a weird one. They basically have they reviewed like a compilation thing which has a bunch of games, like arcade games, Centipede, Gauntlet, Millipede. And they gave all of them really shitty scores except for Risk is like the highest with a 7.0. WWE Day of Reckoning 2, they give that an 8.0. It's apparently really good. FIFA Soccer 06 got a 9.0. Jesus. That must have been a great FIFA game. Wow. I gotta find that one. Oh, I think I must have cut at... You know what? Somebody cut out of this issue. I don't know if you can see this, but like this is gonna be hard to show. Ugh. You see? There's like a hole. See? Somebody cut out the word entertain. I don't know if I did that or like one of my sisters got into this and needed it for a project or something. Could be either or, really. But one of us cut into this thing and cut out the word entertain. But this was a review for a game called Spartan Total Warrior. I got an 8.5. Really liked that game. Trace Memory. There's Trace Memory right there. Look at that. They reviewed it. I was what it got an 8.5. Pretty good. Oh, and then Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney is in this as well. That's so weird. It doesn't even have like a... This is like the first Phoenix Wright game. And it didn't get like a spotlight or anything. It's just like, oh yes, this game. This game was really good. Got an 8.0. Oh, and Fire Emblem Path of Radiant. God damn, so many games came out this month. Holy shit, dude. So many good games. Fire Emblem Path of Radiant's got a 9.5. That's incredible. That's truly... And Lost in Blue. My god. I'm blown away by this. Lunar Dragon Song got a 7.0. Not great. There's a One Piece game on the Game Boy Advance. Got an 8.0. Battalion Wars got an 8.5. Attack the Great Juju Challenge. GameCube game got an 8.5, but the Game Boy Advance one got a 4. Not very good. Tiger Woods PGA Tour... My god. Tiger Woods PGA Tour 06 got a 9.0. I guess this was the like golden age for sports games, I suppose. Where they were all good. Now they all get shitty reviews because everybody hates them because they keep rehashing the same shit and like just not putting any effort into them whatsoever, knowing that people are going to buy them anyways. DK King of Swing on the GBA. Kind of an overlooked little game, but got an 8.0. And yeah, so that's the review section for issue 197. Other than that, let's look through, see what we can find. Oh wow, okay. I'm like trying to figure out what this is. But this is like like an article for Marvel Imperfect, the game I just talked about they reviewed. And they did like centerfolds for some of the girls from like Marvel's Imperfects Nemesis. So that's Elektra, and they have Storm. They have Storm. This is hilarious. Fault Zone Solara the Wink. I'm just gonna show these because it's probably like the oh gosh. Okay, should I show that one? This one's a little spicy. I don't know if I should show this one. All right, I'll show it. Okay, this is Paragon. So there you go. That's probably that's like in the center of the issue. So I feel like it's kind of a highlight. But I do not remember this game that well. But apparently they were like, it's okay, and they gave it a whole platform. There's some articles about Fire Emblem, Pokemon XD, of course. There's some previews. Oh, I didn't go through the previews of the last issue. I'm not gonna do it now, but True Crime New York City. I think that ended up being shitty. Call of Duty 2 on the GameCube. Beautiful Joe DS. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. I spent a whole lot of time playing that. Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble. They did just like throw out a bunch of Beautiful Joe games, didn't they? I only played the first one, and I really liked it, but didn't play any of the other ones. Super Mario Strikers is a soccer one. Donkey Kong Country 3 on the GBA. Sims 2. That's about it for previews. I guess we'll read the... Oh, I forgot they did Pulse, which is like the most wanted. People vote like on what their most wanted games were. So on the Nintendo GameCube, the most wanted game was Twilight Princess. And they mentioned specifically in this that it got delayed. People were like, "Can't." This is in by the way, this is in like 2005. I think that game didn't come out until years later, which just goes to show like how much people wanted to play Twilight Princess. Like it really was the most hyped game I think ever, and because people were just waiting to get to play it, and they're mentioning in here that it just got delayed, and it didn't come out until the Wii came out, which, if you remember from last issue, at that time the Wii was not out, and they were still calling it the Revolution, because it had just gotten announced. So it'll be a while before it actually came out, and then Twilight Princess comes out. That was apparently the most anticipated GameCube game. And then there's Shadow the Hedgehog, is the second most anticipated Nintendo GameCube game. Unfortunate for those people that really looked forward to that game. I'm sorry. Super Mario Strikers number 3, weird one. To Peter Jackson's King Kong is number 4. I think I remember why that was. It's because they focused so much on it in this issue, and they made it seem so cool. Not specifically this issue, but in Nintendo Power, they just made it seem like the coolest thing. Like it was this beautiful cinematic, like it kind of follows up with the movie. I don't think the movie had actually even come out yet, so it was like everybody's looking forward to the movie. The movie was going to be the coolest thing, and then the game was going to be the cinematic masterpiece that like tied into the movie, and it's going to be this really cool thing. Now you like look back and you're like, why were people so excited for King Kong? But it like made sense. It's kind of like how people were excited for, like the Avatar game. Maybe not. That already came out, didn't it? And it was like, oh, everybody kind of liked that. But and then the 5th is Battalion Wars, which I don't even really remember that well. Top sellers, Fantastic Four on the GameCube was a top seller. That was the one based on the movie, which was kind of like X-Men Legends, actually. Played a little similar to that. And I did actually play Fantastic Four on the Nintendo GameCube with my friend, and we actually had a blast playing it. Number 2 was Melee, Pokemon Coliseum, Super Mario Sunshine, Animal Crossing, Madagascar, Kirby Air Ride. Who cares about the rest? Most anticipated Game Boy Advance, Donkey Kong Country 3, interesting. Mario Tennis Advance, Gunstar Superheroes. I guess there wasn't really much to, like, there wasn't really much that that you could anticipate, I guess, for it. Mega Man 04, Nintendo DS. I guess it's because the DS is out and all their big stuff was going on that. Mario Kart DS is the most anticipated. Animal Crossing 2, New Super Mario Bros. Sonic Rush. Oh man, great! I totally feel these. Game Boy Advance top sellers, Pokemon Emerald, and then Fantastic Four was making a killing here. Like those were the top sellers on both the Game Boy Advance and the GameCube in 2005, November of 2005. Top sellers. All I remember is my friend had it, and it actually was pretty fun. But I don't think it reviewed well, and I don't think people remember it fondly, especially because it was tied to a mediocre movie. It wasn't very good. Then there's, a bunch of these are licensed, which might be surprising. All the Game Boy Advance ones are very, very much just licensed. Except some Mega Man games, Mega Man Battle Network, and Fire Emblem and Sacred Stones. Number 1 seller on Nintendo DS was Kirby Canvas Curse, beating out Super Mario 64 DS. Meteos, WarioWare Touched. That was a cool game. And I'm happy people bought it. People don't seem as interested in Kirby games anymore. But Kirby Canvas Curse, you could basically like draw little lines to guide Kirby along. It was a very fun little thing. Letter of the Month. I don't know about everyone else, but I, for one, am getting sick and tired of all the system bashing out there. You can't talk to another gamer without listening to them rant about why their favorite console is better than yours. Log on to any video game message board, and you'll see that the vast majority of the discussion is along the lines of GameCube rocks Wars Xbox, or Nintendo is to-do. Oh man, this is so 2005. You'd think everyone owns stock in the hardware manufacturers. I know it's been this way ever since the Super NES versus Genesis days, but it seems to be getting to the point where that's all people care about, and it's only getting worse as the next generation approaches. Why can't we all just chill and enjoy talking games? You feel the need to root for someone. Pick a favorite baseball team. Gandalf, via the internet. His name was Gandalf. Spoken like a true wizard, Gandalf. That was the, yeah, that was the letter of the month. Pretty wise words from Gandalf, I agree. You know, he really knows what he's talking about. Why do people have to argue all the time? Why can't we all just get along? Why can't we just all enjoy each other's presence without fighting and stuff? Yeah. I don't get it. Why can't we just get along? Alright, here's the next 200. We're going through it. Consider this our official Revolution wish list, and we're only getting started. That's funny. They're like, please bring the sequels to these games on the Wii. Wizards and Warriors on the NES. I have not played it. 160. 159, Batten Kaitos, Eternal Wings in the Lost Ocean. I fucking love that game, and its soundtrack is fantastic. I literally just bought Tales of Arise, and I booted it up the other day, and I was listening to the like opening, and I was like, this music sounds just like fucking like Batten Kaitos. It sounds exactly like that composer's style, and so I looked it up, and it turns out it's the same guy that did the music for Batten Kaitos, and I was like, I love this guy so much. I love his music. I love any game he's like a part of. He's just the best. He's just the best. And Batten Kaitos is definitely a great game. Sadly, again, it's another one that hasn't. I think part of the problem is it just hasn't gotten any remasters, remakes, or anything, or even a new game since the GameCube. As is the problem with Golden Sun, like didn't get a new game till DS. It's just kind of gets forgotten, you know, because people have no reason to play it in the modern day. Even though I think it's a fantastic game, it's really freaking long. And the system is maybe a little daunting or annoying to people because it's card-based. It's not like a typical RPG. It's very interesting, but it's a fun game. Also, the dialogue is really cheesy, or the voice acting especially, can get really cheesy and bad at times, or most of the time, but it's still a really engaging story, and it's a really cool game. It's a beautiful game, looks beautiful, great soundtrack. It's a good game. Everybody should play it. Beetle Adventure Racing. I don't think I've played that. Final Fight on the Super Nintendo. That's a beat 'em up, pretty classic one. This is on the Super Nintendo. Tactics Ogre: The Knights of Lotus. I believe this is related to Ogre Battle. That I mentioned for the N64 game. This one's on the GBA. I've played none of these, but I think they're strategy games. I'm almost certain that they're strategy games. Duck Hunt. Duck Hunt's freaking classic. I used to play this at my grandma's house. She had the little gun attachment, and so I would play that, and we would play Mario. And they're the only ones I knew that had an NES when I was a kid, and so it was a really fun game to play as a small child. But it's, not super deep or anything. Number 155, best game of all time. I definitely don't think I would put it that high. It's a very memorable game, but it's not a great game. It's just a fun kind of game you could play for an hour or two. Pokemon Snap on the N64. That's a classic. Everybody loves Pokemon Snap. The fun thing about Pokemon Snap is like the exploration of it, just like finding every Pokemon, discovering the little mysteries inside, and finding out how to get everything, and just like exploring and having fun. And Pokemon, they're in 3D, and you can take pictures of them and mess around with them, and that's pretty cool. And moving on, I haven't played the new one yet, actually. I don't know how much. I was kind of enticed by the idea of it, but then I'm like, I never actually played it. So, hopefully it's sold well and people like it. Pilot Wings on the Super Nintendo. It's a pretty classic game. You fly planes around. You try to land really well. It's just a silly little arcadey game. They have a little blurb for it. It might have looked like a Mode 7 tech demo. Kind of was, but it was actually the sleeper hit of the SNES launch. This gem was as 3D as you could get in the 16-bit era. Mode 7 is kind of the ship. It's like it's what they use for like F-Zero to kind of make things look like they're in motion, more like kind of three-dimensional, but like zooming past you. I don't really know how to describe Mode 7 all that well. It's in F-Zero and it's in Pilot Wings. So whatever you imagine that to be, the thing that they have in common, that's what it is. Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2. Those games always fascinated me, because I played Phantasy Star 3, and it was the weirdest game, and it actually scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I was terrified of that game. Phantasy Star Online was like one of the only GameCube games I think that was like you could actually play online. So you could like hook up an Ethernet cable to your GameCube, and like it was an MMO that you could play on your GameCube, which is just a really cool idea, but I never played it. Killer Instinct on the Super Nintendo is a fighting game made by Rare, specifically. Very fun, very cool one. ActRaiser. ActRaiser is another game that's made by Quintet, who made Illusion of Gaia. So ActRaiser, Soul Blazer. I don't know if they made ActRaiser 2, but they made Terranigma, Illusion of Gaia. ActRaiser specifically is a game, I think they actually just, I seem to recall like they were remaking it or something, or remastering it on Switch Online or something. I don't know. It's on something. They're like remastering ActRaiser. And it's basically you go through these like two-dimensional levels and you play as God, basically. That's the whole point of it. Is you play as God, you defeat these bosses, and then you send your little angel down, and your little angel there's like this town simulator. So then you build towns. So it's like a town simulator with like 2D action game. It's a really weird game, but it's really cool game. And yeah, some people theorize that the Quintet series all occur in the same universe. So I think ActRaiser is a little bit referenced in Soul Blazer, but then Soul Blazer is like a little bit referenced in Illusion of Gaia. It's just it gets weird, but I've played it. It's a really good game. Then 149 is a licensed game, Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. That's a game I remember playing at friends' houses. That was just a little fun little game. This is almost like it almost feels like putting Fantastic Four on here. Of like, yeah, I played the shit out of that at that time. I would have, yeah. Was it a really good game? I don't remember. I just remember that it was Lord of the Rings, and we were all obsessed with Lord of the Rings. So it was like cool to play through Lord of the Rings with your friends on the GameCube. Donkey Kong on the NES, I guess, is just a remake of. It's just a port of the arcade version of the game. This isn't the GB version, which would make more sense to me, but it's just the NES version of Donkey Kong. River City Ransom is another beat 'em up. This is 147, River City Ransom. It's good. It's just a beat 'em up. It's a silly little beat 'em up. It's fun. They've done a lot of kind of sequels or spin-offs. I think their most recent was like a game called River City Girls, which stars the female leads from the game that got kidnapped in the first game. Weird. There was a game that came out called Retro City Rampage, if you remember that, which basically the name of that was kind of an homage to River City Ransom. River City Ransom also has some other name in Japan. It's not even the first game, and it's a game in a long-running franchise that came out in Japan, but they titled it something different in the US. There's a lot of things you could say about River City Ransom. I won't say I don't know enough to say all of it, but that's all I have for you. It's a fun game. It's a beat 'em up. It's very simple. Boktai, The Sun Is in Your Hand. This is another game that I was absolutely fascinated with because it sounded so freaking cool. I'd never heard anybody talk about it. It reviewed really well, but nobody talks about it today. It's like a game that's like completely forgotten. Came out on the GBA, and it's like an RPG. I really want to play it. It's one of those games I really want to play. I need to find it and play it someday. Baseball Stars on the NES, just a silly little baseball game. Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the Super Nintendo. I can't remember if this is one of the ones I beat. I know I beat... I don't think it is. It might have been. No, I might have beat that one. Because I beat the NES one, Ghosts and Goblins, and then Ghouls and Ghosts on the Genesis. Or was it the Master System? I think it's on the Genesis. And then Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the Super Nintendo. These are all made by Capcom. And they're very difficult. This was like... I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, but it's kind of like Dark Souls before Dark Souls. Like, these games were so hard that it was like the biggest challenge to try to beat something like this. Nowadays, I mean, you can just blow through it with like save states and shit. But the game required you to beat it twice in order to actually get the correct ending. So it was like a big slap in the face. Like, you would go through this incredibly challenging game, make it to the end, beat the final boss, and then you would just lose anyways, and then they'd send you back to the beginning. And so you'd have to do everything over again in order to actually be allowed to save the princess or whatever. It's just a brutally hard game, but very fun if you are up to the challenge. And now you can play them with save states, so it's, it's up to you. They released like a Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, which I tried to play a little bit of the other day, and it was pretty fun. It was basically the same thing, same idea, but I think you can restart more. in Ghouls and Ghosts, it was very arcade, like, oh, you have to start from the beginning if you run out of lives. It's very hard, very hard. But I have beat the first two. I can't remember if I beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts, but I should play it. Then there's Rygar, number 143. Rygar is an NES classic. I believe it's on the NES Online right now. You can play it. He gets like a little spinny blade. It's a cool little classic NES title. NES Ice Hockey. It's a fun little game. It's a fun little game. It's just an NES ice hockey game. It's like fun. It's like very fun little game. There's a blurb for Ice Hockey. Classic NES title let gamers face off at center ice. Back on the day, my team of 4 fatties was unstoppable. Okay. He's saying it's a fun little game where you can actually fight people, so that's very nice. That's very deep. RC Pro Am. Again, it's kind of like rock and roll racing, I guess. It's like you race little cars around a track. Very fun. NES game. Predated rock and roll racing, I think, by a little bit. Dragon Warrior I've actually played. This is number 140. One of the things about this is, like, I don't know how you, like... If I were making a list like this, I don't know how I would organize anything below, like, even the top 100, maybe. Like, I don't even know. I don't know. I could probably put the, like, top ones at the list. But it's like, when you get this far down, it's just like, how do you even do this? I think what you would have to do is just, like, come up with a list of, like, your 200 favorite games. And then just try to, like, organize them just arbitrarily and be like, this one's, like, I like this one a little more than that one. There's just, like, I don't know, you compare Dragon Warrior to, like, Pokemon Snap. Like, yeah, I get Dragon Warrior was better. But it's better than... I don't know what I don't have a good example here. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is better than Dragon Warrior. I mean, Dragon Warrior is great. It's really good. I recommend trying to play the first Dragon. It's easier than even the first Final Fantasy. Except at times it's not, because you don't level up exactly as you might think so. Your weapons don't do as much damage as you might like. I literally had to max out the levels in order to beat the final boss. And even then, it wasn't easy. But it's a really interesting game, and it's very straightforward, very simple. It's JRPG, so a lot of their RPGs are much more accessible than our Western RPGs. I mean, you try to play something like Wasteland, and it's good fucking luck, man. Or something like Ultima, or something like Might and Magic. It's just like it's very difficult to get into something like that if you're not already like into the genre. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on the N64. This deserves to be pretty high, I think. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is a fucking classic. Pro Skater 2 is better in pretty much every way, but the first game on the N64, I don't know if the N64 version is even the best version. I don't think I would say that. I typically would choose either the PS1. I think I played it on the channel, right? I played the Dreamcast version, I think, on the channel, but it's probably the PS1 version of the Dreamcast. Trying to play it with an N64 controller, I feel like would be annoying, but maybe it works well. I don't know. Super Bomberman on the Super NES. Bomberman is Bomberman. It's fun, straightforward, little things. Nothing special about it. It's silly. Pinball of the Dead. This was a kind of spin-off of House of the Dead. It was a pinball game. It was kind of like, if you've heard of Typing of the Dead. Typing of the Dead is like a spin-off of House of the Dead. It's this silly one where they give everybody, instead of guns, they give them little keyboards and you have to type words to shoot the zombies. Pinball of the Dead is like based in that franchise, so it's kind of like B-movie, like silly zombies, but this is a pinball game, and apparently it's a really good one. 137. Harvest Moon: Friends of Mineral Town. I believe that's the one my sisters played the shit out of. That was my sister's favorite game, I think, on the Game Boy Advance. Both of them. They both played the shit out of this game. They liked this and like Hamtaro, Ham Heartbreak were like the two games they played. And then I got them into Animal Crossing, and then they would always hog my consoles playing Animal Crossing. And it bothered me. NHL Hits 2003, I guess that was a good NHL game. I wouldn't really know. I am thinking about maybe just doing like just covering sports series and just like going through all of the games and just seeing if there's anything I could say about like each individual entry in like Madden or NHL or FIFA. I don't know if there's anything I could say about all of those. 134, Dr. Mario. That's just a classic. I mean, it's Dr. Mario's. But yeah, Dr. Mario 134 is Dr. Mario. Is there anything I have to say about Dr. Mario? It's a puzzle game. You play as Dr. Mario. You shoot little pills. I think Tetris is better as a puzzle game. Tetris is a better puzzle game. It's more fun. Dr. Mario, I get sick of. I much prefer Tetris. I might even prefer Puzzle League. I think, or what is it called? Puzzle League, or is it called something else? It's called something else, isn't it? Whatever. Puzzle League on the I think is better. Double Dragon on the NES, another just arcadey little beat 'em up. A fun one. They crossed over with Battletoads at one point. Double Dragon and Battletoad. This one's funny. Feel the Magic XYXX. Feel the Magic XYXX. Nintendo gave Sega access to a dual-screen handheld device with a touchscreen and a microphone, and what did they make? The weirdest game ever. I remember this game because I kind of wanted to buy it, and then I felt embarrassed about buying it. Because, like, I saw the reviews, they're, like, reviewed really well, and, like, it just looked bizarre and strange, and I was also the problem is the cover art, because it shows, like, the cover art is just, like, a scantily clad woman in, like, a bikini. You can just see, like, the top part, like, the torso section, right? And the game is called Feel the Magic, and it's just I was too terribly embarrassed. I'm like, I can't buy that. Like, they're gonna make fun of me. Like, really, what the hell are you buying? And I feel like that's part of the problem. Like, anybody that might have wanted to play that game would have been far too embarrassed to actually buy it. Any kid, any teenager. I mean, unless you were like a super Chad and you just like didn't give a shit. But I mean, if you were buying DS games in like 2003, 5. The game came out in 2004. You probably weren't a Chad if you were buying DS games in 2004. You were probably a loser or a small child, in which case, like, you're definitely not gonna like try to get your parents to buy you that. Not gonna happen. Sadly, I think that's part of the reason nobody played this game. I don't think anybody played it, but it reviewed really well, and they say it's like super weird. It's a weird game. And it was like almost, I think it was a DS launch title. It like looked really interesting to me, but I couldn't because, like I said, I was like 9 when this, or no, I was 9 when how old was I in 2005, I would have been 12. I would have been 12. Yeah, I couldn't have bought that. 2004, I would have been 11. You know, it's too young and innocent. Couldn't do that. Gradius, I think this is the first Gradius here on the NES, is apparently better than the third one, 131. Skate or Die, I do remember that game as well. You're on a skateboard and you would do little tricks or else you would die, if I remember that correctly. Ghosts and Goblins on the NES, I already talked about that. Astro Boy Omega Factor. God, this is another one that I remember. I feel like every time I have something to say, I gotta like put this down and like, Astro Boy Omega Factor. I don't know if I'm even like, what do I look like when I'm doing this? Just like, I don't. Hopefully my voice is getting picked up. Astro Boy Mega Factor was like an Astro Boy game, and I remember seeing this and it reviewed like incredibly well, and I was like, what is this Astro Boy franchise that I've never heard of? And I looked it up, and there was no franchise. It was just like a game. Well, there is, but it's like an anime. And this was like one of the only games that they did, and it's apparently really, really good. It's a GBA game. I played it a little bit, but I tried to play it on like an emulator. I think I played it on an emulator on my phone, right? So it was terrible. It was an awful experience. But maybe someday I'll play that because it was one of those that I was like deeply fascinated with the idea of. Wave Race 64, classic. Just a Wave Race 64 game. You just drive a little Wave Race machine around. It's really fun. Mario Golf. Again, like I said, a lot of these Mario Golf games were a little bit deeper than... No, I was talking about Mario Tennis before, wasn't I? No, I meant to be talking about Mario Golf. Right, Mario Tennis... I don't know who did Mario Tennis. I think that was a separate thing. But any of the Mario, like, sports games always have, like, some little quirk to them, you know? So they're just fun by proxy of being a Mario game. So like they can throw really cartoony. They don't have to be super realistic. They can be over the top and silly, which is kind of the appeal of it. But they haven't been doing great justice to these series recently. Contra 3: The Alien Wars. I played this on the Wii Virtual Console with a friend. It feels very Super Nintendo. It feels very Super Nintendo. I think my friend hated it, but he liked hanging out with me, so we played it for a bit. I think we both I made him buy a Pro controller, like a Wii Pro controller, just so we could both play this game. I was like, this game's gonna be cool. We have to play it. And so we played it. We didn't get very far. We tried. I don't think he liked it very much, but I liked it. I would have liked to try to finish it, but I think it was a little too hard maybe for... Like you gotta have somebody that's, like, pretty good at games, I suppose, alongside you while you're going through it. And you also have to be pretty good at games. So, but it would be a fun game, I think, to try to tackle at some point. I just haven't gone back to it, I think, since the Wii. So there's a little blurb for Contra 3: The Alien Wars, which says, most games can't hold a flamethrower to this Konami shooter. That's it. NBA Street, I heard that was pretty good. It's basically a NBA game, but it's played outside in like a, I don't know, like a park court. Just sort of made to be a little bit more, I want to say the word urban. I hope that's okay. It's more urban, because it's literally takes place outside. It's like not it's in the suburbs, right? Isn't that what urban means? I think so. Whatever. Burnout on the GameCube. That's classic. I think if I remember Burnout, there was like Burnout Takedown, which was a lot more about like crashing the cars. I think the original Burnout games were more about racing. But Burnout Takedown is the one I remember the best. and they're really fun. They're arcadey racing games, which actually I picked up Forza recently, and I didn't realize it was more like a car enthusiast simulator than like a just an arcadey silly racer, which I kind of was like, I wanted to play a more arcadey racer, so I'm thinking maybe I'll go back and try to play, I don't know, like Burnout or something else like that. Beautiful Joe 2. I never played Beautiful Joe 2. But I really, really loved Beautiful Joe 1. Just such a great game. Yep, it's made by Capcom. It's another Capcom classic. It's about a guy who gets sucked into this like movie world, and he's got these like movie-based abilities, or VHS kind of based abilities. I guess he can like speed up and rewind and slow down and do cool like action things. But he's just a normal guy, and then he gets superpowers kind of. But he's very silly, and it's a very fun, cool game. All right, when I was going over this list originally in the video you're currently watching, I somehow skipped over number 121, Pokemon Coliseum. Pokemon Coliseum is a game that, like I said, I played when I was a kid, and I liked it a lot. It was a lot harder than your typical Pokemon game, and you would generally, instead of catching Pokemon in the wild, you would steal Pokemon from other trainers. It was actually a really cool idea and a really fun game. It's got a good soundtrack, but ends up getting quite difficult in the end. This would have been around Gen 3, so it's only Gen 3 Pokemon, and you can transfer some of them over between the games as long as you uncorrupt them, because they started as Shadow Pokemon, which can only know like one ability and then have this weird like rage toggle throttle that they state that they enter. I really wanted to finish it, but I don't know. I struggled with it for some reason. So that brings us to the end of this list, which is capped off by the 5 best peripherals. DK Bongos, number 5. Number 4 is the Game Boy Player. What? Well, hold on. Let me unpack this. DK Bongos. We've played DK's Bongos. Now we can only hope one day to strum on KK Slider's guitar. Oh, wow. Yeah. That feels like such a weird sentiment, doesn't it? It's like how cool the DK Bongos were back in the day and how, like, not cool they are right now. like anybody who had a pair of DK Bongos... I had a pair of DK... I still have a pair of DK... Let me bring my DK Bongos out. You know, I may as well use the prop if I have it. These are the DK Bongos. It's a controller, so you can press these. That's left and right, and then there's a start button. But it also has a microphone in it at the top. You can see that it's got a microphone, which picks up any sound. Really, it doesn't matter what you say into it. But typically, you would like place it on your lap like this, and you would just like hit the things. It came out alongside Donkey Konga and Donkey Konga 2, which I absolutely loved. It was the reason I bought it. I played it at like a Circuit City. I played Donkey Konga on like a demo thing on at Circuit City once, and I was like, well, I have to buy this. Well, I just have to have that. And it was just so fun. It was like one of the first like rhythm games that I've played. And I just had so... It had the song selection was the worst part about it, because it was all like kind of like 80s radio hits, radio classics. Like it had Rock Lobster, and it had Dancing in the Streets, and just like Love Shack I think was on there. Just a bunch of like weird choices. And then they had some like indie, they had some like folk songs, and I think they had some, I might be thinking of Donkey Konga 2, which I did buy as well. Donkey Konga 2 had mostly a kind of 2000s pop collection. It had like oh god, what's her name? Hilary Duff song. Let the rain come down, make my dream. It had that song on it. It had Headstrong, Headstrong will take you on. It just had such a weird, and you're like sitting here playing like Donkey Bongos, you know, along to like just weird song selections, but I kind of loved it, you know. And you would do a clap where you would hit both at the same time, so it's left, right, clap, or both at the same time. Those are the 4 options. It was a really fun game. And then the only other thing I think you could use it for was Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which was actually a game based around the bongos, where you could go left or right depending on which thing you hit, and you clap. And in order to beat things up, you would drum on the bongos. It really was kind of cool. There wasn't really much like it at the time, is the thing. I can't remember if it really predated like Guitar Hero with the guitar peripherals. But it was cool. I mean, the problem for this is that it's a Nintendo list, so they didn't have Guitar Hero until Guitar Hero 3 on the Wii, which definitely wouldn't have been out yet. So the DK Bongos is like the closest thing they could have gotten. But it was used in like 3 games. It's weird to say it's one of the best peripherals, because by these standards it would have been new, it would have been cool. And they would have been like, well, maybe there's going to be a billion games that use this. And then nothing used it. And then it's just like one of those forgotten little peripherals that only losers have. Number 4 is the Game Boy Player on the G GameCube. That actually is probably one of the best peripherals. That's not even a... I don't even think I can argue with that. That's just, yeah, that is one of the best peripherals that exists. It allows you to play Game Boy Advance games on the GameCube. It's the only other way you can play Game Boy Advance games other than to actually play them in a Game Boy Advance, which is rather inconvenient by today's standards. Or to emulate them, or to also emulate them, but like legally. Game Boy Camera on the Game Boy. It was kind of cool. Very much a fad, very cool for its time. I don't think I would have put it number 3. I think the Game Boy Player is definitely cooler than the Game Boy Camera. Number 2 is Rob. I mean, Rob's a cool thing to like know that it exists, but like, was it really all that cool? Alright, well, let me read the descriptions for these. So with the DK Bongos... Oh, no, I already read that one. So with the Game Boy Player, most people like that they can play GBA games on TV. I like that it gives my GameCube a 1-inch lift. Perhaps the most... Oh, Game Boy Camera. Perhaps the most versatile Game Boy device ever released. Now, how's about a sequel? I don't really have much to say about these. They're just saying... These were kind of cool. The robotic operating buddy wasn't as useful as he was fun to look at, but we still loved him. They're like acknowledging that he really didn't do anything. Like, yeah, he's cool. He is cool to look at. But he played 2 games with you, and then other than that, he didn't do anything. And since I have no metric, I've not actually played anything with a Rob before. I don't know how good he was at doing that. He's cool in terms of like Nintendo lore, I guess, but like, and he's in every Smash game. I think his first appearance was like Mario Kart DS. Like, he was a secret unlockable in Mario Kart DS, and then they put him in Smash Bros. Brawl. And he ended up having a pivotal role in Subspace Emissary. And that's... Otherwise, nobody would know about Rob. If he wasn't in Smash Brothers, nobody would know what the hell Rob was. Then there's number 1, the Wavebird. For the GameCube. In the California roadways, Wavebird means something completely different. The Wavebird's basically the wireless GameCube controller, which... Yeah, at the time would have been a really phenomenal, cool thing. My friend had one. I didn't have one. All my controllers were still cabled. But it definitely was a cool thing to have a wireless cable. But it could be a little annoying, especially, I mean, batteries would run out sometimes and it would just, like, disconnect. And it was annoying if you had, like, multiple of them. But otherwise, a pretty cool thing to have a wireless controller. They were not the first to do it, but, you know, at the time, very cool thing that not many people had. So that does it for that issue. We'll move on. We've got 3 more issues to do. So our next issue shows Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on the front cover. This is issue 198, December 2005. So we're moving very swiftly into the next year. So in this, we have reviewed... let's see. What do we got? Ultimate Spider-Man on the GameCube. Got a 9.0. Great game. Phenomenally well-reviewed. That's pretty cool. You could play as 3 different versions of Spider-Man. I do remember that game. But apparently they thought it was great. And it is one of the more well-respected. I think that is considered to be probably one of the best Spider-Man games, at least until the PS4 Spider-Man came out. That might be considered the best one now. I think I would consider that one the best one now, personally. Metroid Prime Pinball got a 9.5. It's just that good. Best pinball game. Metroid Prime Pinball. Beautiful Joe Double Trouble. That's the DS game. Got a 7.0. I thought I... No, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, the last issue we reviewed, like, 2 Beautiful Joe games, and here's a 3rd. Like, they released these all at, like, the same time. And they were, like, mostly okay. SSX on Tour. You can play as Mario in that one. It's just an SSX game. Snowboarding. And it got an 8.0. Pretty good. Bunch of other shit I'm going to skip. X-Men Legends 2, Rise of Apocalypse, got a 7.5. Again, it's a predecessor to Marvel's Ultimate Alliance. So, it's okay, like I said. That's probably about... They should all probably be rated like a 7.5, because that's about how good they all are. Trauma Center, Under the Knife. This is a game... This is like a surgeon simulator, kind of. But not like the goofy, silly one. And it's also kind of an anime sort of thriller, I guess. So you perform surgeries on people, and it's on the DS, so it's like touch-based. It's really cool. It's got a 9.0. Probably deservedly so. Oh, I remember being excited about this. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland on the Nintendo GameCube. I bought this game, I think probably day one. I bought like every Tony Hawk's game since like Underground. I bought I got every single one. I was obsessed with Tony Hawk. And so American Wasteland I was super excited for. And that one, one of the coolest things, the big advertisements for it always advertised that it had no loading screens. That was kind of the big thing for it. No loading screens. And that was it. But in order to get rid of the loading screens, what they did was they had these lengthy areas that you would have to just skate through, and then they would load the next section while you were skating through this boring kind of lengthy section. So it was almost like, yeah, sure, there's no loading screens, but at the same time, it's like they make you just do something else instead of just waiting. Which is maybe better. I don't know. Is it better to just grind a rail instead? Maybe it is. I don't know. They got a 9.0. In addition, you would build your own park. So you would do these little challenges, and then you get like little bits of things for your park. So the whole thing was like you were trying to make the best skate park ever. It was a really cool idea. And it was the next Tony Hawk game after Underground 2. And I was really excited for it, and I played it, but it was... I think the first one I never finished. I just got sick of it. I think there was just like one thing I couldn't figure out how to do. It was like one trick that I could not for the life of me figure out how to do. So I just like gave up. I'm like, oh, maybe I don't like Tony Hawk anymore. Donkey Kong Country 3 got 8.0. It's just it's the same game, just ported to the GBA. Gunstar Superheroes. I should mention, I haven't said anything about Gunstar Heroes, but I've mentioned it a couple times. Gunstar Heroes was one of the more classic games on the Sega Genesis, one of the most beloved games on the Sega Genesis. Fun little co-op arcade shooter. It's kind of a shooter. It is a shooter. And they released the sequel here on the Game Boy Advance. It's been a long time coming. It got a 9.5. Apparently lived up to the hype, I guess. I've only played the first one. And there's FIFA 06 on the DS, got an 8.0. Not bad. Driver 3 got a 5.5 on Game Boy Advance. You can skip the rest of these. Oh, Mega Man 04. Only got a little blurb at the end. 8.5 on the Game Boy Advance. Mega Man Battle Network 5, 7.0. Whatever. Not as many cool games this month, I guess. Let's see if there's any, like, interesting, sort of articles in here. There's an ad for Shadow the Hedgehog. That's pretty sick. Look at that. Look at that. What does it say? And then there's Shadow. Wow. Really cool. Oh, it's because there's a previous page that said there's our good guys and bad guys. And then there's Shadow. He's both. He's super cool. DS brings it 25 world changers. So this is basically a highlight feature for like the like things that DS does that are gonna like change the game and video games. Wi-Fi is the first one. Map happy. Persistent maps. Oh, I see what he's saying. They're basically saying like when you're playing a game, like they can just put a map on the other screen, so you don't have to like constantly pull up your inventory, pull up a map. Good idea. Beautiful Joe. Number 3 is that there's a Beautiful Joe game on it. Okay. Control Freaky. They're just saying this is a really cool control. Sim Life, there's a Sims game on it. Download Play. Download Play basically allowed you to download from somebody else's DS, so that was usually how you played multiplayer with DS games if you didn't both own the game. Trauma Center, basically the Surgeon Simulator, very cool. Dark Arts, so there, Dawn of Castlevania's on it. Trauma Center's on it. Nintendogs is on it. Number 9, Nintendogs. Nintendogs is on it. Number 9, Fuzzy Logic. Guys, Nintendogs is on it. Manhandled. Okay, so they're saying something about it's kind of like virtual reality in a way, because you can like actually touch things in the game world, so it's kind of like that. Bad Altitude. Sonic Rush is on it. There's pinball games on it. You can paint things on it. You can use your thumbs as a controller. As you can just use your thumbs. You can do that with anything. That's terrible. What the hell? That's what you could do before. What are you talking about? But you can touch the screen with your thumbs. Okay. Menus are on the screen now. Okay, sure. You don't have to open your inventory. It's, again, the same thing. Lost in Blue's on it. Trace Memories on it. Mario and Luigi is on it. A lot of these are just like, look at these games that are on it. And then some of them are actually like cool things. Animal Crossing's on it. Touch Golf is on it. Whatever that is. There's a Chronicles of Narnia game on it, guys. You can do brain training. DS brain training. Shock Tactics. Some tactics games on it. Metroid Prime Hunters. They're saying something about the storytelling is interesting because you can kind of do it in a comic book way, I guess. And then the cool one. I actually remember this image pretty vividly. It's like a bunch of people fighting each other in Metroid Prime Hunters, but in the real world. And that's like a big appeal of Metroid Prime Hunters, is you could like actually fight people. It was pretty sick. I liked that article. It was a good article. There's some previews. Tony Hawk's American Skateland. That was the DS version of American Wasteland. I think it was a complete... I don't know if it was much different. But there was also a GBA game. which it actually mentions. Yeah, they did do both. Both developed by Vicarious Visions. Mega Man X Collection on the GameCube. All the Mega Man X games, very cool. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time's coming out soon. We love that. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire on the DS and GBA is not out yet, apparently. From Russia with Love on the GameCube. Dude, I was so excited for that game, because they brought back Sean Connery, James Bond. They brought him back, and he did the voices and everything, and they just like retell the story of From Russia with Love, and it basically follows exactly like the movie. But it was really weird thing that existed that you could play, and it came out. Mario Party 7. That one was, I think that was one of the last few ones that people actually liked. I think that was the one that came with the microphone attachment. Need for Speed Most Wanted. I haven't played any of those. Dr. Mario and Puzzle League. Do I have this? I think I did have this. It was actually pretty fun. And then the Narnia game. Oh, and then there's a whole thing for Gun. A whole preview for Gun. You guys remember Gun? You guys remember Gun? It was pretty cool. All right, now let's go back to Pulse section here. They do not have... Do they? Oh, there it is. All right, let's read the letter of the month. Also an advertisement for the Zelda show. Look at that. That's pretty dope, right? Letter of the month. The more I think about the Revolutions controller, the more excited I am about it. As an avid gamer, I don't think there's anything wrong with video games as they're currently played. And I definitely don't want to see traditional games disappear from Nintendo consoles. But that's what the classic-style controller is for. It's not like this new innovation has come at the expense of the genres we know and love. Hopefully we'll get the best of both worlds. Traditional games that build on the last 25 years of game design, as well as exciting new experiences that take advantage of the remote controller. And we get to revisit the classics all on the same system. So far, so good, in my opinion. Now we just need to see in the games. So he's basically saying, oh, they can make new types of games, but they could also make old types of games. But that's great, because we can get both. Okay. Not a very... I mean, it's just kind of... Yeah. Very optimistic. Randy O, via the internet. We hear you, Randy. The Big N promises more Revolution announcements in the months to come. Hopefully that includes the unveiling of some software. Stay tuned. I wonder what software got revealed. I wonder if he was happy with all of that. Randy O, if you're out there, let me know if you got what you really wanted. Nintendo GameCube, most wanted. Again, still Twilight Princess, Shadow of the Hedgehog, Super Mario Strikers, and King Kong. Those are the three. But then Gun got added to the list in 5. Everyone's really excited for Gun. I think we can... Well, Game Boy Advance, Mario Tennis, Power Tour, Dr. Mario Puzzle League. People are really excited for Dr. Mario Puzzle League, I'm sure. It's not like you've already played the game a million times. Drill Dozer. Drill Dozer was huge when that came out. I mean, it's actually like physically a big cartridge. Metal Slug. That's an arcade classic. Apparently that came out on the Game Boy Advance. Pirate Battle. Whatever the hell Pirate Battle is. Nintendo DS, Mario Kart DS. I don't think anything changed here. Maybe Sonic Rush. Was that on there before? Mario and Luigi Partners in Time? I don't know. Top sellers. Madden NFL. Number 1. Harvest Moon. Number 2. Smash against Sunshine. Pokemon Coliseum. For some reason, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That was number 10 last issue. Now it's number 6. Like that, people really liked Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That's the one that's based on the Johnny Depp one specifically. I did not play that game. I doubt it was probably very good. I think it was just a big seller because of how hyped the movie was. Sonic Gems Collection, I did play that. It's just a collection of Sonic games. It's actually a pretty cool collection. They did Sonic Gems and Sonic... There was 2 Sonic collections, and they're both pretty good value, honestly. Animal Crossing, big seller. Kirby Air Ride, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, obviously. Pokemon Emerald, still selling well. Dragon Ball game, number 2. A lot of licensed games again. Disney's Kim Possible 3. Disney Princess. That's So Raven 2. Fantastic Four game, number 7. Oh gosh, the Nintendo DS one. The top 3 are Nintendogs. Nintendogs Dachshund, Labrador Retriever, and Chihuahua. Apparently the Dachshund was the most popular dog back in December 2005. At least among video gamers, if you wanted to know that information. Advance Wars Dual Strike, Kirby Canvas Curse, Super Mario 64 DS, and WarioWare Touched, Meteos, Yoshi Touch and Go, and GoldenEye Rogue Agent, but the DS version. Okay. All pretty cool. I don't have much more to say about those. Those are pretty fun games, I guess. But this is very early in the DS lifestyle. MP Top 200. I already showed this page just because it happened to be on the same page as the Shadow ad. So that's what it looks like. It still looks like this. There's 2 more issues after this, so we're getting to the top 81. I think this is where things start to get really interesting. This is where... yeah, I think I personally, when I used to go through this list, I think I ignored a lot, anything below the top 100. Because I seem to recall the top 100 being way more interesting to me than anything below that. Although I do remember looking at some of these. I might have just not bothered with the previous 2 issues because I felt like they just put random shit out there, especially some new shit that was like just not that good, you know? And then here's where things started to get real. I do wonder to myself if they ever actually like reconsidered some of these, like when they were getting later on, because this is like 3 months after they this is like 3 months after they started, right? So like maybe they were like, we should switch these out. I don't know. Unless they just printed. I feel like the only way you could do this is if you just like decided all of them from the start, and you just didn't allow anything new in here. I think that's the way it would have to be. So first, or 120, Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. GameCube, didn't play it. All I have to say. Banjo-Kazooie, 119, N64. Everybody loved Banjo-Kazooie. I mean, how could you not? How could you not? If you haven't played Banjo-Kazooie, you have to. That's a game that you have to play. Like, I don't think people should exist that haven't played Banjo-Kazooie. 118, Kirby Canvas Curse. This was a relatively new game. I already talked about it a little bit, but it was weird for a Kirby game, and probably not like the most well-remembered Kirby game. There's a lot of better Kirby games. It's like barely even a Kirby game, you know. It's like Kirby's a ball, and you just draw the line, and he rolls along the line. It's like not even... you could switch that out with any character. It doesn't have to be Kirby. Just any ball. Pilot Wings 64, N64. It's another Pilot Wings game, this time on the N64. Those are pretty solid, pretty fun. Now they're throwing Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2003 specifically. In the 80s, it was facing Iron Mike in the ring that scared us. This decade, it's not a physical fight with Tiger that we're frightened of. It's the mental beatdown. So they're comparing this to Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. And they're like fighting, you know, battling with Tiger Woods, and Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2003 is like trying to fight Mike Tyson in Punch-Out. And they're both really freaking hard, which actually makes me kind of interested in playing Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2003, because that sounds really interesting if he's just like this kind of boss character that you have to defeat in golf. He's just that good. Crystalis is a little NES title. I believe that game is also on Switch Online right now. Don't know. I haven't played it, but I don't think it's like very RPG-like. Maybe it is a little bit. I'm not actually sure. I probably shouldn't say much about it because I don't really know. Earthworm Jim on the Super Nintendo. Now, I played Earthworm Jim on the Sega Genesis. It's a weird, quirky, goofy game. I think I beat it once on an emulator, and I had save states. But otherwise, that game is really hard. Like, just that section where you have to drive the little thing around is so annoying. Like, underwater, there's a little machine you have to pilot underwater, and everybody who's played that game as a kid will probably remember that section. It sucks, and that's the hardest thing, to just get past that section and then try to beat the game from that point on. But I do love it. It does have a special place in my heart because of how freaking weird it was. It's just a weird game. Bionic Commando. Bionic Commando is a game where you get like a little arm, and you get the little arm and you can kind of like latch it onto things, and then you can swing. That's Bionic Commando. They actually made a sequel to it. I wanted to say recently, but I feel like that was probably a few years back at this point. And I don't know how well that did. But it was a modern, gritty remake of Bionic Commando, which is like it's an NES game. It was on the NES. It's an NES classic. It's pretty good. Skies of Arcadia Legends. It's another game I wanted to play and never got around to. It's a lengthy RPG, which was originally on the Dreamcast and is now on the GameCube. I believe this was a remake of it entirely, if not just a port. And it's number 112. It's pretty well respected, well liked. It's got quite a cult following. I don't think they ever made a sequel to it or anything, but pretty well considered. Ogre Battle 64. It's another entry in the Ogre Battle series that, again, I haven't played. This is probably going to be the highest rated one. Person of Lordly Caliber on the N64. Which I'm really fascinated by it. I do want to play it and see what it's like, but I have not. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, number 110. That's probably the least appreciated Zelda game. It's very divisive, I think, because it's difficult, it's weird, it's different from all the other Zelda games. It doesn't really play very similarly to them. They really wanted to do something different with Zelda 2, and so they did, but some people love it, some people hate it. I find it difficult to play, but I still find it to be a really good game. It's just maybe not... Maybe I wouldn't recommend that to everybody to play, you know? Like Banjo-Kazooie, I'd be like, everybody can play Banjo-Kazooie, but Zelda 2, less so. I don't think anybody can play it. I think it's only if you're like a diehard Zelda fan, maybe try it, but you don't really have to beat it. I think it's more for people that really like a challenging game and also like retro games. I think that's more the type of person I would recommend that to. But in that case, surely they've already played it. Ikaruga. Ikaruga was weird. Ikaruga, at first I think I thought it was like a pinball game. I think that was my first impression of it when I saw it and previewed in Nintendo Power. But what it actually is a arcade shooter type, like Gradius or Raiden. Is that whatever? 1942. We pull out a bunch of whatever. It's like that, but it's apparently a really good one. It's a really well respected one, and so if you are into that sort of thing, I would definitely recommend Ikaruga. It's on the GameCube. It's probably kind of hard to find these days. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. I remember the box being very intimidating looking. Number 108, Castlevania Circle of the Moon. If I'm not mistaken, this might be the first Castlevania game on the list. And it's Circle of the Moon, which I believe is one of the few I have not played. It's on the GBA. I played Dawn of Sorrow. I played Area of Sorrow. Yeah. So I don't have much to say about Circle of the Moon, but I've heard it's decent. It just gets far overshadowed by Aria of Sorrow. Specifically, just the Sorrow series in general. 107, Tales of Symphonia. 2004. I fucking love this game. It's another game that I would love to tell people to play. Like I was just talking about Tales of Arise earlier. and that's in the same series. The series started with Tales of Fantasia on the Super Nintendo. Every game is called Tales of something. Tales of Symphonia is just like kind of smack dab in the middle, and it just really popped off for some reason. I think it had a lot to do with, it has a really endearing storyline and characters, as well as the art style. I do love that sort of like cell shaded art style that it uses. Fully voice acted, and you can play it with your friends. Also, the battle system is really fun. And playing it, that was what got me into Tales of Symphonia. Was like, I played it at a friend's house, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you can play as one of the other characters in my party." I'm like, "What?" I've never played a game like that. There's never been a game like that where I can just jump in and play as one of his party members, and that just fascinated the shit out of me. So I bought it, and I played it by myself, and even though that was what sold me to it, I don't think I ever played with anybody. Or at least maybe tried to get somebody to play with me, but I couldn't figure it out. I don't remember. But it's a dope game. And I think one of the best Tales games, probably, although I can't say that I've played all of them. I played a little of Tales of Vesperia, and I bought Tales of Arise. And I played a lot of Tales of Fantasia. But so far, none of them has really held quite a candle to Tales of Symphonia in terms of, really drawing me in. I played the sequel to Tales of Symphonia, and I actually kind of liked it. It was nice to return to that world again, but it's a good game. I think everybody should play it. I feel like there's probably an HD remaster out there that you can pick up. Pick up that game, play it, see if you like it. If you do like it, I think you maybe try Vesperia, because I think Vesperia was good. It was just not. It was good. It was good. I think I really just didn't finish it because I don't know, maybe got bored of it or something. I don't even really remember. I just, at some point, I was like, I played a lot of this, and I just started playing something else. I think something else caught my interest. Super Punch-Out on the number 106 on the Super Nintendo. That's a sequel to Punch-Out, obviously Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. It's a fun game. All the Punch-Out games are pretty fun. They're very arcadey. It's just look for openings and try to punch. It's not like playing a sports game, like a wrestling game. You don't have to know anything about the sport. It's just it's really just it's kind of like endless boss fights. You look for an opening and figure out when you can strike, and then watch out if they're watch out for their attacks. You can block attacks. It's just it's just a game. It's just a game. And it's a very fun game. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 on the GameCube. Yeah, pretty good. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series, always pretty solid all the way through. Although I feel like Underground 1 is really the one that's the most beloved for me, other than maybe Pro Skater 2, because Pro Skater 2 is great. It's the most iconic, I think. But Underground, I feel, was really captivating for me. I just kind of fell in love with Underground as well. So those two I would probably put top. Although Pro Skater 3 is great. Don't really know what to say. Metal Gear 104. This is the original. Well, let me throw this bit of information out to you, because you might not know this. The original NES Metal Gear was actually remade into Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater actually kind of overwrites the original events of the original Metal Gear, I believe. Actually, now that I'm saying that, I could be wrong. But I think that's true. Either that, or it just ties into the original events of Metal Gear. I don't remember. It's something like that. It's Kojima, so they're all of those games are tied together, and there's, except for Metal Gear 2, which I think was made by a different company. It's just this complex nightmare of things. But the original Metal Gear, I've struggled every few times I've tried to play it. I've struggled with it, and the translation is pretty bad. But it's basically top down. It's like stealth game. I don't know, maybe I'll try to play it again at some point in my life, but I haven't really gotten any desire to do so. But they have a little blurb for it. It says, years ahead of its time, Metal Gear stands as the grandfather of today's stealth games, poor translation aside. So they mention the poor translation. And they even have a screenshot. It says, uh-oh, the truck have started to move. Classic. Years ahead of its time, apparently. Apparently it's better than I thought then, if that's what they're saying. If I should just trust their word. Like, better than I thought it was. Maybe I should give it another shot, I guess. But, yeah, I've tried to play it a couple times. Mega Man X, Super Nintendo. Mega Man X is flippin' iconic, dude. I love Mega Man X. I mean, what else can you really say about Mega Man X? It's just a fun, solid game. I think, you know, one of my favorite YouTube videos, I think, back in the day was Ego Raptor, Aaron Hansen's sequelitis. And his favorite game was Mega Man X, or is Mega Man X. And he talks about how the game, like, teaches you how to play it. And it's just, like, through the lens of what he's saying, you, like, I think it really highlights how solid and great a game it is, especially even as a Mega Man game in particular. And it really is very good. So I would recommend Mega Man X. If you haven't played any Mega Man games, X is definitely a good place to start. 102 Tetris Attack on the Super Nintendo. That's just a Tetris game. It's slightly better of a Tetris game than Tetris. Actually, they probably put Tetris higher. But it's Tetris. It's Tetris. Tetris is Tetris. 101 Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem. This one's... I feel like it's a little bit well known today, but back in the day it was kind of obscure. So they included this here, which, you know, shows that they have really good taste. Like, I think they do a really good job with this list because they include things like this, where almost nobody was talking about that game. Well, some people were talking about it because it was a weird game, and then it got, like, kind of a cult following. But now it's, like, somewhat well known. Like, most people have heard of it, I think. Well, maybe not most people, but a lot of people have heard of it to the point where it's not as, like, what game? What? Eternal Darkness? What is that? Where it used to be. So it's a pretty cool thing, but kind of hard to find these days. You probably have to pay a little bit extra to get it, and I don't think it's ever been remade. I don't think they've ever made a sequel to it. It's exclusively on the GameCube. Number 100, Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark. Classic. Rare classic on the N64. It's made by Rare. It's a shooter. Did it predate GoldenEye? Did it? I don't think so. I think they made GoldenEye first, and that was like their kind of iconic thing. And they're like, let's make another one, like kind of like GoldenEye, I guess. And then they made Perfect Dark, and it was phenomenally good. And definitely an N64 classic. Probably the best FPS game on the N64. Just is the way that it is. Excitebike, number 99. Excitebike's just simple, fun, simple game. Very simple premise. You get to make your own, like, little parks and stuff. It's sad that the concept of it doesn't translate as well to the modern age. Like, they've tried to make a lot of Excitebikes games, but they just kind of end up being a racing game, you know? And it's just like, it's not really Excitebike. Like, it's hard to make what that is and translate it to the modern day. But it's a fun little game. 98, Mario Party, the first Mario Party. And they have a little blurb, says, Nintendo has invented many genres, and the console party game is among them. When this title hit the shelves, gamers partied like it was 1999. Very true. Mario Party is an absolute classic. I mean, everybody played Mario Party as a kid, right? It's like, it was like the ultimate party game, you know? Even before, it was before Smash Brothers. Well, no, was it? Smash Brothers might have been... It may have been like a year after Smash Brothers 1 on the N64, but it was a better party game than Smash Brothers 1. They were both kind of fun. Those were the two that I spent the most time playing probably on the N64. 97, 1080 Snowboarding. This is a snowboarding game on the game... Oh, no, it's on the N64. Probably one of the most classic, well-beloved snowboarding games on the N64. Then there were some GameCube ones that are probably a little bit... Like SSX Tricky, I think, was pretty well known on the GameCube. 1080 snowboarding was like the go-to snowboarding for the N64 owner. 96 WarioWare Touched. This is like the newest WarioWare game at the time. And it was basically a touchscreen game. You touched as many games as WarioWare. Can't go wrong with WarioWare. 95 Donkey Kong Jungle Beat on the GameCube. This is the game I was talking about earlier that controlled with the Donkey Kong bongos. And so it's fun. Is it great? I don't know. It's a fun game. It's interesting, but it's hard to play today. I think some people asked for like a remake on the Wii because you could maybe translate a little bit with the motion controls, but they never did that, and they never made a sequel. But it was a really interesting game at the time and very fun. 94 Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader. So this game is the sequel to Rogue Squadron on the GameCube. I actually have planned for a long time to kind of go through some of those like classic Star Wars games, and Rogue Squadron 2 I have not played, so that's definitely one of those that I'll probably like try to look at, especially if I think it ranked it higher than the first Rogue Squadron, so that's like high praise. 93 Rayman 2 The Great Escape. Rayman 2 was it's the first 3D Rayman game. I remember my friend playing this a lot and just kind of being absorbed in its world. It's very weird and a little creepy, but I do like it a lot. It's a really cool game, and yeah, we played the shit out of the Rayman 2, Rayman 3, Rayman Arena. I played a lot of Rayman Arena actually with my friend. That was one of our favorite things to do. Yeah, it's weird because the first Rayman was on the PS1 and it was like a 2D platformer. So it was quite different from Rayman 2. Rayman 2 was the first like 3D game and very much considered a classic, although Rayman's kind of been shafted a lot lately. I don't know that he gets talked about as much as he used to, especially not the 3D Raymans, because they focus more on the 2D ones. Pokemon Puzzle League is literally just Puzzle League, but with Pokemon. Number 92. Number 91 is Mario Tennis on the N64. So, and that's literally Mario Tennis. Number 90 is Donkey Kong Country. It's Donkey Kong Country. I mean, Donkey Kong Country 2, I think, is the best one. So I would assume that one's higher up on the list. But Donkey Kong Country is still a really solid 2D platformer, and still a lot of fun to play, especially with friends. It's great. 89, Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is a little higher than Donkey Kong Country. I don't know if I would put Ninja Gaiden so high. It's great, but like it's kind of brutally difficult and a little unfair, especially because of how they load enemies. Basically, if an enemy goes, like if you move the screen just a little bit and go back, like if there was an enemy there and you had killed it, it just loads right back. Like enemies just load so obnoxiously in it that it makes it really hard to like move through the levels. It's a very difficult game, and I find it to be a little frustrating, maybe not as fun as I would want it to be, but it's definitely a classic, and there were like 3 on the original NES. 88, Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Personally, at this point in time, I think these would have been the most recent Pokemon games. So, on this list, they're the most recent. So they are ranking these as the best Pokemon games to date, which I would agree with. That sentiment in 2005, I would agree. I would agree these have to be the best. They are the best. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald are the best at that point in time. So this is before Gen 4, before Gen 5, Gen 6, all of that before. And I would put them above Gen 2 just because I feel like they really got the formula and it felt kind of complete. You know, the game still felt really good, really solid. and we're kind of evolving. Like, Gen 3 feels very different from Gen 2, honestly. But Gen 4 was where it started to feel... I still like Gen 4 a lot, but it started to feel maybe a little bit like it was consolidating into something rather than being something new, if that makes sense. 87, Tecmo Bowl. Tecmo Bowl's a freaking classic, dude. I think the reason I know so much about Tecmo Bowl is because it's here in the list. It's like in their top 100 games, Tecmo Bowl. It's literally a football game on the NES. And it's considered like a pretty classic. It's a fun game. Apparently a bunch of people played it when they were kids and they owned an NES back in the 80s. I'm not... Sadly not... Should I say sadly? I'm not old enough to have played the NES nearly as much as a kid. My grandma had one, but I think she must have bought it like just before my dad moved out, like when he turned 18 or something. So I don't know that he did played much of it. But he definitely had a Super Nintendo. Like, we had a Super Nintendo and a Genesis because my dad loved video games. Before I started playing them. So I used to play all my dad's games, and he had a bunch of really cool games, but he kind of dropped out of playing video games. But he just recently got back into them because I don't know why. He just found an interest. He asked me if he could borrow one of my consoles, and so I just gave him a PlayStation 3 because I had an extra one lying around. Like, yeah. And I gave him some games to play, and he's been having a good time. He played Dead Rising. That was the first one he decided to pick. Which he was asking for, like, adventure games, and I was like, okay. And I was like, well, I'll throw Dead Rising 2 in that. You know, it's not really that, but I'll throw it in there because I feel like he'll like it. Of course, that's the one he plays. So, man. Very funny. And I got into this by talking about Tecmo Bowl. It's a classic. Okay. 86, Secret of Mana. Again, classic. Yeah, it's a good RPG. You can play it co-op as well. It's got 3 characters in it. It's an action RPG, which means that it's not turn-based. So some people, they may hate turn-based RPGs. You can play the Secret series, or Seiken Densetsu, as it's called in Japan. Metroid 2, Return of Samus, number 85. I'll read the blurb for this. Unlike other Nintendo franchises, the Metroid series follows a definitive timeline. I won't forget my first trip to SR388. This was Game Boy at its finest. Yeah, I do think the first I do think Metroid 2 in its original form is a little bit like frowned upon these days. People tried to go back to it and were like, I don't like this. This is really too much. Because there's no map, and everything kind of looks the same. Like at least in Metroid 1, there was like different music. There's different music in Metroid 2, but everything had like a black background. It was like a big cave, and it was hard to tell the difference. But I don't know. The thing was, I like got a copy of Metroid 2 from my friend, and I played it probably sometime after this, maybe sometime in high school, I think, and I played through it without any sort of guide, and I thought it was a really fun game, and I thought it was really well organized, because the thing is, it kind of leads you in certain directions. It's like, it's not too difficult to explore, because it's like, oh, it leads you down this path, and then you open this path, and then you go down that way, and basically you just got to hunt every Metroid. It's really fun. Like, it's a really fun game, and it's very kind of open, was how, the cool thing about it was, like, how open it was for a Metroid game. Like, you could just almost go everywhere, but not really. I mean, you had to wait for the lava to go down, but it felt open, if that makes sense. I think it's still playable by today's standards. I think it's still fine. It's just some people don't have the patience for it, and I can understand that. Like, I lack the patience for a lot of things I thought I probably would have had the patience for back when I was in high school. But yeah, if you don't have patience for it, you can just play Samus Returns. 84, Luigi's Mansion, GameCube. I loved Luigi's Mansion quite a lot, and the only problem with it was way too short, and that bothered the hell out of me. Like, I found it to genuinely be a really creepy game. Like, the atmosphere of it is really spooky, and the ghosts are actually kind of creepy, And it's just like goes by so fast, you know, and then it's over and you're like, I wanted to play more of that. Like finding the ghost, searching through the house to find the ghost is like really fun. And I feel like the thing that's lost from Luigi's Mansion 1 in like the later games is definitely how like creepy it felt. Like it felt more like you were actually in a house, and then the later games kind of got a little bit more cartoonish, you know? So I definitely think the first one is worth playing if you want to. Killer 7, 83. I actually just played this recently a few years ago. But Killer 7 was made by Grasshopper. It's made by Suda51. Actually, I don't know if that was before Grasshopper. The company was Grasshopper, but and I went back and played it because obviously I love No More Heroes, which wouldn't have been out yet. It's a really, really weird game. It's really weird, but you have to kind of get used to that. With like Suda51, I don't know if it's a good like introduction to his style. I do think like No More Heroes 1 and 2 are probably a better introduction to his style, and then you want to go into the weirder stuff, go into Killer 7, you know? Because I do think that's a little bit of a difficult like hurdle or starting point to get into his stuff because it's just so bizarre, and like there's so little that's explained to you, and there's weird shit that's going on constantly. Like there's ghosts around that like talk to you, and you're like, why is this dead? Why are there ghosts? Like there's just weird shit happening, and like nothing's explained, and you play as these different characters, and it's silly, it's over the top, it's ridiculous, and it's got this crazy storyline. It's really fun, but it's also not really like a traditional FPS game, even though it kind of looks like it's supposed to be. It's not. So that might be another thing that like kind of puts people off. But I highly recommend it. But I would definitely recommend you try No More Heroes first, just to kind of understand the style that he does, his weird sense of humor and shit. 82, Star Fox, the first Star Fox. Definitely a great game. Is it better than Killer 7? I can't. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, the first Star Fox is really good. It's really fun. I think there was I was able to beat like most of the routes. I was able to beat like 2 out of 3 of the routes, and then the third route. No, I think I did do that like last year. I went and I beat the third route finally, just to do it. Gosh, if I had forgotten that I did that, that would be awful. Now I can say that I did that, and I totally was like just like not remembering that I did. Sometimes I just do shit, and I'm like, it just apparently didn't matter at all that I did it. But I did do that. And then I played Star Fox 2, because that's why I did it, because I wanted to play Star Fox 2 without feeling like I was incapable of it. 81, Resident Evil 0 on the GameCube, 2002. This is the first Resident Evil game on the list. And probably will be the third Resident Evil game. I think the only other two that they could put on... I mean, they wouldn't put Resident Evil Gaiden on. But they would put... probably... so Resident Evil... The only other one is Resident Evil Remake, which is probably higher up, I'm sure. And Resident Evil 4 is definitely going to be up there. I think I know exactly what place that is, actually, because I've, like, memorized at least the top few of this list. So Resident Evil 0 is definitely... I mean, it was a brand new game that they developed specifically for the GameCube, and it didn't come out on anything else. And you play... it's actually a prequel to the first Resident Evil game. And you play as Rebecca Chambers just before she goes into the mansion. It doesn't really make sense if you try to put the stories together. It doesn't really make much sense, especially Rebecca as a character. She should have a lot more development and have a lot more insight, especially, is part of the problem. Like, she doesn't have as much insight as she should. But I really like Billy Cohen. I really like this game. You could control both at the same time. The cool thing about it was like a partner system, so you could switch between both characters and like leave one behind. and take one in one direction and take one in the other direction. So you can control both characters. And the other thing was that you could leave things on the ground, which definitely helped in if you were carrying around too many items, which happened a lot. What I would do is I would take like everything extra and just like consolidate it all in like the central area, so that if I needed an herb, I could just go here and pick up an herb right from the central area. So I actually really liked that mechanic, which they haven't really brought back in the new remakes, sadly. But the new remakes are kind of changing everything, aren't they? So I really liked Resident Evil 0. It definitely deserves to be here. Best import only. Fire Emblem Fuin no Tsurugi, GBA. If this game had jumped the pond, the backstory of Roy would be known. Right. So that's a Fire Emblem game that apparently we didn't get. We hadn't gotten any until until after Smash Bros. Melee with Fire Emblem, and I think it was a sequel to whatever this game was. We didn't get that one. So, yeah, kind of a bummer, but nobody was really a fan of Fire Emblem until Smash Bros. Melee came out. And they were like, what's that game? I want to play that. And then they started bringing them over. That's what happened. Gift Pia, GCN. This game was so trippy that it actually shipped with a pacifier and a glow stick. I've never heard of that game. Maybe it's worth looking up, but I've never heard of that game. Number 3. Sin and Punishment, N64. Treasure's N64 masterpiece was a swan song for the console. Maybe we'll see a sequel. We did get a sequel to Sin and Punishment, actually, on the Wii. Sin and Punishment something. We got a sequel to it on the Wii. I don't remember if... I don't think I played the sequel, but I did play the original because it was on the Virtual Console. So, it's a really cool game. Really fun. It's like an arcadey... Not arcadey, but... I keep calling things arcadey. It's kind of a shooter. I guess it plays a lot like... Kind of like Star Fox, maybe? In a way. It's kind of on rails. Maybe like Panzer Dragoon or something like that. Or even like Rez, where you can like kind of... You aim and target things and then release. I guess that's how Panzer Dragoon works, right? So it's kind of like that, I guess. Star Fox 64 works like that. It's the same. Final Fantasy III SNES. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of this series. It has a small but loyal following. I don't know why they would pick the third one. The third one is definitely not the best one. Import only, I would definitely pick 5. I think 5 would be the one to go for there. Unless this was at a time where... Actually, that's possible. They might not have released the... Or they might have already released the Game Boy Advance Final Fantasy V, but not Final Fantasy III because it came out on the DS. So that's a possibility, which I can maybe check here. Yeah, no, I don't think they do. I don't think they did release it yet. Final Fantasy IV is the next one. Because they had, like, an article about Final Fantasy IV, but not, like... And I think they mentioned Final Fantasy III on the DS, but, like, it wasn't out yet. So Mother 1 and 2 is number 1, GBA. US never received Mother 1 in any form, but that does not diminish our love for Pooh. We did get Mother 2, but I think they're specifically talking about the compilation of Mother 1 and 2. And we didn't get Mother 3, but I guess this must have been before Mother 3 came out, or else they probably would have put that instead. But that kind of ends that issue, so that was issue 198. We can now move on to the last 2 issues, so we're moving on to issue 199. So we've got 2 issues left. This one's very glossy. So this one has a focus on Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. A big spotlight on what that is, which basically is just like, oh, you can play your games on the internet and with real people. I don't think I was ever able to do this. I don't think I was ever able to actually connect to Wi-Fi. I don't remember why. I can't recall if there was like some big setup to it, but I tried to connect my Wii to Nintendo Wi-Fi, and like I had to buy a whole extra attachment for that. I was so fucking confused by all of this. I didn't understand any of it. I wasn't old enough. Like I said, I was like 11 or 12, and I'm like, I don't know how you do that. Okay, so in this, our looks like central story is maybe the Final Fantasy IV Advance spotlight. I'm trying to find where this Wi-Fi connection kind of spotlight is. There's a spotlight for Animal Crossing Wild World. Oh, there it is. Behind the scenes Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. Yeah, it's just a spotlight. It says, oh, look at all these games you can play online. You can play Animal Crossing online. You can play American Skateland online. I actually remember this sounding really, really cool at the time. I'm like, oh, I can connect all these games to the internet and play with random people. That's epic. And then I was never able to do it. Because, not with my DS. The only time I had a cool experience with my DS was like, I went to one of my sister's gymnastics competitions. And I brought my DS, and it turned out that a bunch of kids in that arena had brought their DSs. And so there were all these like DS lobbies just in this Nintendo, just like I could play. I was playing Mario Kart with just random people in the arena. I could play. You could go into PictoChat and like talk with people. You just chat with random people at the stupid competition. I might move that. It was just one of the coolest things that I'd ever experienced, really, in a video game. Never really experienced anything quite like that, and that was the most fun I probably had with my DS as well. But yeah, other than that, there's just a couple highlights of like different games: Animal Crossing, Fantasy 4, American Skateland. Nothing really we need to look too much deeper into. So let's look at reviews for a second. Let's put ourselves in the mindset here. All right. Mario Kart DS came out this month, so that's probably why they were featuring the Nintendo Wi-Fi connections, because Mario Kart DS came out, got a 9.0. Best DS game. Also, Sonic Rush got a 9.0. Karaoke Revolution Party got an 8.0 on the GameCube. Sonic Rush was that good. Rough Ride, Gun. Gun got rated by two different people. One of them gave it an 8.0 and another gave it an 8.5, which is not great, but it's not terrible. Like you can play that. But it seems like they were not in agreement about it. So they were like, we got to do two different ratings. But a lot of people were excited about this game, which I think is what led to this rating. Is like they're there and they're like, I think it was good. I think it's good. And then it didn't really age super well. Like people kind of forgot about it, and they're like, oh, it actually wasn't really that good at all. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, 8.5. I'm sure that's everybody's favorite Harry Potter game. Is the Goblet of Fire one on the GameCube, right? Yep, everybody plays that. The DS and Game Boy Advance ones got 8.0 as well. Mario Tennis Power Tour got a 7.0. Game Boy Advance, not great. True Crime New York City came out, got an 8.0, not bad. Animal Crossing Wild World came out, got a 9.5. I fucking adored this game. I still think to this day it's one of the best Animal Crossings. I'll say it. I think it's one of the best, except maybe New Leaf, but I didn't play New Leaf really that much. So this one I played a lot, and I think I liked it the most because it was mine and I didn't have to share it with my sisters. I could just play it and have my own world and like have my own shop and not have to worry about them buying everything in the shop. So I like would get online and there's nothing left for me to do because they've done everything already for the day. I just fell in love with this game. It's just it was very cute, and I liked the way the world was on a roller, so it like roll, and so you would like, I don't know, I liked that. It's a very cute game. I liked it a lot. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time got a 9.0. There's a lot. Oh my god. Hold on. Super Mario Strikers got a 7.5. I have to say, Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow. Can I show this? I don't know. My thing's not that good. Shadow the Hedgehog got an 8.0. That's not that bad. That's like pretty good. I think I would have bought it then if that's true. But now it's like one of those that everybody talks about how shit it is. I played it at a friend's house for a little bit, but like everybody said it was shit, so I just ignored it. Maybe I should play it. Maybe it's actually really good. Nintendo Power said it was actually okay. Tony Hawk's American Skateland, 8.0. Not bad. I didn't play that one. I think I did play the Game Boy Advance one though, and it was okay. Sims 2, 8.5. Dr. Mario Puzzle League, they give it a 7.0. I think basically because it is just what... It's like what I said earlier. It's like, it's Dr. Mario, it's Puzzle League. There's nothing else to it. It's not that interesting, but if that's what you want, there it is. Need for Speed Most Wanted, get an 8.0. Not bad. From Russia with Love, got a lower rating than Shadow the Hedgehog, guys. 7.0. That's sad. Oh, and the Game Boy Advance American Skateland is here. It got a 6.0. But From Russia with Love, I actually really liked. But I understand that. I think I held that rating. I was like... when I saw that rating, I was like, maybe I shouldn't get it. I think I recall that, like, specifically kind of affecting my desire to get it. I'm like, it's gotta be better than that. And I bought it anyways, and I was like, it was okay. So now we move. Actually, usually I do the pulse, right? All right, letter of the month. I know a lot of people, including myself, were bummed out when Twilight Princess was delayed. Yes. Yes, you were. Or yes, we all were. We all were, trust me. But I just realized something. Many of us have long complained that all of the big releases come out at the same... Are you apologizing for them? Look at this apologist. Coming out at the same time near the holidays, draining our wallets and leaving us with few new games in the first half of the year. Well, I know there are certainly plenty of other games I want to pick up this November or December that should keep me occupied well into next year. By the time I'm looking for something new, boom, here comes Zelda. I just wish more publishers would do a better job of This bastard. This bastard is like just... it's actually a good thing that they delayed Twilight Princess. Because that means I can wait to play it. I don't like that I have to buy everything at the same time. Like, who the hell thinks like this? I hate this guy. Robert N. via the internet. That bastard. Good point, Robert. What's more, maybe the lack of the 800-pound Zelda gorilla will cause more gamers to pick up some of this year's less hyped titles. Games like Battalion Wars, Trauma Center, Under the Knife, and Gunstar Superheroes. That is a good point. It was eclipsing a lot of less hyped titles. Battalion Wars, Trauma Center. That's kind of true. But the problem with Zelda was that it was like super delayed. Like it came out way too late. And the hype, by the time it came out, like the hype was at an all-time maximum. And it couldn't possibly live up to the hype, so it ended up being really disappointing for a lot of people. It just wasn't the greatest thing they'd ever played, you know? That's how I felt about it, especially. Most Wanted, still Twilight Princess, King Kong, Prince of Persia, Two Thrones. Chibi Robo? I feel like this is somewhat made up. Who the hell was hyped for Chibi Robo? Like, really? It was the 4th most wanted Nintendo GameCube game? Nobody had even heard of Chibi Robo. I'm doubting that. That's doubtful. Game Boy Advance, Final Fantasy IV, Drill Dozer, Kong, 8th Wonder of the World, sure. Pirate Battle, whatever the fuck Pirate Battle is. I don't know what that is. Nintendo DS. New Super Mario Brothers. I was really excited for that. Metroid Prime Hunters, I was really excited for that. Final Fantasy III. I was somewhat excited for that. Electroplankton, I wasn't really excited for that. Battles of Prince of Persia? I don't even know. There was a Battles of Prince of Persia on the DS. Top sellers. Mario Superstar Baseball. WWE, Sonic Gems, Madden NFL, Super Mario Sunshine. A lot of the regular stuff. Incredible Hulk somehow pushed on there. As did Pokemon XD, is now number 10. Game Boy Advance is still Pokemon Emerald. and a lot of the same stuff. Danny Phantom game, Simpsons Road Rage. As for Nintendo DS, it's still the top 3. Somehow Chihuahua overtook Labrador Retriever and Dachshund. Now Dachshund is number 3. So back in January of 2006, everyone's favorite dog was actually the Chihuahua. They had changed their minds. They were no longer into the Dachshund. In fact, the Dachshund was their least favorite in that time. Advanced Wars Dual Strike. Good game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Super Mario 64, blah, 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 blah. Ultimate Spider-Man. Pretty cool. That said, I guess we'll just go back to the top 200 list and see what we've got. Because we are coming up on the end of this list soon. So this time the list is 2 full pages, as you can see. I don't have an HD camera, so you can't see it very well, but it's the eve of the final countdown. Are you playing with power? Okay. Number 8, oh gosh. Okay, number 880 is Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal on the Game Boy Color. Now this means they did put it above Gen 3, which I don't know if I can in good conscience agree with. Like, I can see the reasoning behind it is it's a bigger game, and it's definitely the more beloved. Like, people love Gen 2. But this probably means they put Gen 1 higher, which I definitely don't agree with. I still think Gen 3 is definitely better. They were definitely getting better and better until probably like Gen 4 or 5. 79 Jet Force Gemini. This was a very beloved game at the time. It was a rare title, and a lot of people liked it. It kind of had a bit of a cult following. It wasn't super well known, and so it showed up on a lot of top lists. It's one of those people don't talk about anymore, and I don't know if it's as good to play by today's standards as it was back in the day. So it's still a good game, I think. I played it a little bit, and I kind of liked it. Oh, there's a blurb. Of all the N64 Rare games, this one might be the most controversial when it comes to the best games ever debate. We liked it, though. That's basically what I said. Controversial when it comes to the best games ever. It's kind of got a cult following, but I don't know if it, that's exactly what I said. That's so weird. Okay. I feel weird. Sometimes I'm like, that's weird. People agreeing with me, I'm like, I don't expect that to happen. 78 Harvest Moon 64. I played this one for a little bit on the channel, actually, and it was fine, I guess. I didn't play enough of it to be able to say much about it. 77 WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. That's the original WarioWare. It's a fucking blast to play. As was Touched. I don't think I mentioned, Touched is really good. It's really fun. Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls. That's kind of cheating a little bit because it's a compilation of the first 2 Final Fantasies. But I do have that version of the game, and it is a really, really good thing. It adds a bunch of dungeons, extra things to do. It updates the visuals and fixes the bugs. It's a pretty perfect version of Final Fantasy 1 and 2. Save for now, maybe the PSP remakes might be better. 75 SSX Tricky. I was talking about this before. It's the most beloved snowboarding game on the GameCube. Really fun. 74 Yoshi's Island Super Mario World 2. Yoshi's Island kind of annoys me a little bit because I think the controls are a little shitty. But the art style is adorable, the music, the level design, the look of the game, everything about it. It's a fun game, and it's hard to not like it, even though the controls feel a little bit weird to me. I don't know. Definitely doesn't have the nice tight controls as the original, the actual Mario games, right? It's a little slippery, slidey, and kind of floaty. It's a little odd, but it's definitely a fun game. It's got a lot of collectibles. It's very good. Oh, they did have a blurb that I missed here. Yoshi's Island. Until New Super Mario Bros. Hits store shelves, this beauty will reign as the last new 2D Mario adventure, though it was mainly Yoshi's Quest. I guess that's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It was the last 2D Mario adventure. Well, Mario and Luigi, I guess. Well, would you count that? It's not really. I guess I'd see what they're saying. You know, it would be pedantic for me to say, what about Mario and Luigi? It would be a stupid thing to say. Obviously very different. 73, Star Fox 64 is probably the most liked Star Fox game. Better than Star Fox 1. I agree with that. It's fun. It's been remade on the 3DS. They haven't really done that game much justice since, but, you know, that's how it goes. 73, Star Fox 64. With this game and the N64 Rumble Pack, the force feedback era of gaming officially began. Force feedback era. I didn't even think about that. Because it kicked off with the N64 Rumble Pack. So you could, like, feel the game. And then now every game, it's just like a given. Controllers just have rumble features. It's just a thing. 72, Earthbound. They have a blurb for this. It makes us sad that this was North America's first and only game in this series. Hopefully we'll see a sequel someday. Oh, wow. That's a sad thing to say. They're like, gosh, nobody played this game. It's true. It's because of the marketing up for it was a little bit off. They were marketing it as if it was terrible. They're like, this game sucks. Don't play it. And so nobody played it. It's supposed to be this whole silly meme. But Earthbound is an incredibly unique game. But we never got the first game, Mother. And we only ever got Earthbound, which eventually developed a cult following, being a really unique, weird, interesting game with a strange sense of humor. But we never got Mother 3, which came out of the GBA. So, sadly, it's really good. But, you know, they're right. 71, Blast Corps. Blast Corps, if I remember correctly, is like a game on the N64. It's like a tank-based game where I think I played this with people. You go into like an arena and you shoot tanks at each other and try to kill each other as tanks. If I remember correctly, that is Blast Corps, and that game is really fun. But I only ever got to play it. Like this is one of the things I miss most about like that era of gaming is like you just don't get situations like that nearly as much anymore. Like where you're just like there's some random game they're like, oh, let's play this, and it's just the most fun thing. It's just like you shoot tanks at each other. It's just silly fun to play at a friend's house for an afternoon. You just don't get to discover shit like that as much as you used to. It's kind of part of the reason why I wanted to like start collecting games was so that if I had a collection, like people could maybe like I was comparing it to kind of what Game Grumps do, which is like Aaron has like this huge collection, so they're like, let's just pick something off the shelf and play it, right? And it could be fun or it could be really shitty. But it takes a lot to actually grow a collection that big, and I am nowhere close, and I think I would probably need to move out and go somewhere else in order to have enough space to store a bunch of stuff like that. I would love to have a basement. I would love to do that and just have a bunch of random games, but I don't know how to go about doing that except to just maybe browse Goodwill every now and again, hoping that you find something that you were looking for. But like Blast Corps is like such a good example of that, I guess, of like that random game that's like really fun that like I can't find anymore. F-Zero, number 70. F-Zero, I mean, everybody knows F-Zero. They have a blurb. Super Mario Kart delivered Mode 7 Racing. F-Zero melted our faces off with it. I forgot to say, Super Mario Kart also had Mode 7. I mentioned that. F-Zero had it, and Pilot Wings had it, but Super Mario Kart also had it. So it's just the way it looks like you're going through a world kind of three-dimensionally. But yeah, F-Zero is really fast-paced, fun, frenetic racer. Sadly, the F-Zero series didn't really pop off very much. There was an F-Zero X on the N64, then there was the F-Zero GX, and I think another F-Zero on the GBA. But that was like it, and then they didn't make any more. But it's phenomenally... It's a phenomenal game. I mean, it's very unique, very interesting. It's got a great soundtrack. And we would love to see more of that series. 69, Golden Sun: The Last Age. There we go. Golden Sun: The Last Age, guys. Which probably means the original Golden Sun is higher up, let's hope. Because I would not say that Golden Sun: The Last Age is better than Golden Sun 1. Even though it's bigger, it feels bigger. It kicks off. The first two Golden Sun games are almost like one game. Like, it's almost like the second half of the game, right? So the first game kind of starts in this very central continent, and you just kind of walk along this continent to make your way through the world to where you need to go. Your goal is to basically light these lighthouses, and obviously there's a storyline to it, so I'm oversimplifying it. But essentially, the second one, you got a boat, and you got the boat right at, well, okay. So you get the boat, and now you can sail around, and there's even, it opens up the world so that, you know, you had that small kind of continent, and then the world's like this huge thing now, and you get to go everywhere, so it makes you feel really special. Cool. And there's so much more to do, and then it is really cool of a game, and I don't want to spoil anything that happens in it, but like, I really like the way that it ties into the original title, and they're both kind of connected in more ways than just like it being a sequel. So I do heavily recommend if playing Golden Sun 1 and 2, because they're so good. They're like my favorite RPGs. Like, I really want a new Golden Sun game other than Dark Dawn. Dark Dawn was fine. Like, I didn't hate Dark Dawn, but it's just like they didn't make another one after that. And also, they didn't even conclude that storyline. It was just like left on a cliffhanger that never got concluded. So like, they would have to, if they were gonna make another one, they'd have to conclude that storyline. Hopefully, it's a mess. It's a mess. I wouldn't mind a conclusion of that. I would play it. I would flip and play it if they just make another one. 68, Metal Gear Solid: Twin Snakes. Twin Snakes was just a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1, but as far as I heard, a really good one. Really fun, really solid, and probably the like best way to play Metal Gear Solid 1, I would suppose, now, unless there's like an HD collection pack or something. But yeah, it's a lot of people point to this as the reason Snake was like included in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, because this was like the only Metal Gear Solid game that like came out on a Nintendo console other than what was it called? Ghost Babel, the GB Game Boy Color one. So they kind of point to this as being like the reason for that, which is not weird. I mean, his design is basically the design from Twin Snakes, so it does make sense. Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced on the 67, or on the Game Boy Advance, number 67. Tactics Advance is actually a different game from Final Fantasy Tactics, if I'm not mistaken. They are two different games, even though it sounds like that's the original Final Fantasy Tactics, which is on the PS1, ported to the Game Boy Advance. I think they are completely different games and unrelated. Well, they're related, but unrelated. They're not the same game. I heard Tactics Advance is really good. I heard the first Final Fantasy Tactics is really good. I have not played them. A lot of strategy games I just have not gotten the chance to play through. I played a couple of them. But yeah, this incredibly deep strategy game heralded the triumphant return of Square to a Nintendo platform. I guess that's true if it came out before Dawn of Souls. Yeah, sure. I'll give you that. 66, Super Castlevania 4, Super Nintendo. Classic game. It's Castlevania. It's probably one of the best Castlevanias. But at least in that original Castlevania style. Because after that, they kind of did more of the Metroidvania type thing with Symphony of the Night. So it was the first kind of like, or it was the last, was it the last? No, I guess they would have had like Castlevania Bloodlines, maybe. Circle of the Moon, I don't remember if that was, Circle of the Moon, like Harmony of Dissonance. I don't know. I don't know enough about what I'm talking about. But Super Castlevania 4 is a fucking classic. 65, Conker's Bad Fur Day. N64. This one's well known. My first experience with Conker's Bad Fur Day was that I shouldn't be playing it. I played it at a friend's house, and like they were younger than me, and so he had this friend over, and like his friend had brought this game, and like so we started playing this game, and it was like very clearly like we were, like I said, I was like 12. I don't know. I was like really young, and you know, like there was cussing, and it was just really gross. It was violent, and I was like, I don't know if we should be playing this. And I was just like really, really not into it. I don't know. I was a bit of a bitch, I guess. I was just like, this doesn't seem like something we should. It felt like I was doing something wrong. Like I shouldn't be doing this. But it's got a really raunchy sense of humor. Otherwise, it's a platformer, and it goes through a lot of different types of genres of games. It parodies a lot of games, a lot of movies. It's a really weird experience and a really fun one, I would say. But you gotta go into it knowing what you're going into, you know. But it is good. 64, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. So this is where they decided to put Gen 1. In spite of the sheer quirkiness of this title, Nintendo took a chance in bringing this franchise stateside. Our country has never been quite the same since. Very true. It was a pop culture phenomenon. Everybody played Pokemon, man. Like, everybody. Everybody was obsessed with Pokemon. Everyone was collecting Pokemon cards. People were stealing my Pokemon cards. I didn't even know how to play the game, the Pokemon trading card game, but I still had Pokemon cards. Pokemon was everywhere. You watch the Pokemon anime. There's so many Pokemon things. But they are putting Red, Blue, and Yellow. Like, it feels like they might be ranking these by maybe impact a little bit. Like, because I don't think that's fair. Because I feel like Gold, at least Gen 2, you can say, is, like, objectively better than Gen 1, right? Like, it just is objectively better. Like, I can see where you can go, you can make the argument that Gen 2 is better than Gen 3, but objectively Gen 2 is better than Gen 1, so it seems weird to put Gen 1 up higher. And that's all I have to say about that. 63, Paper Mario, N64. Paper Mario is a freaking classic. You may be like me, like I was. I looked at Paper Mario and I was like, I don't know what that is, and I ignored it, for the longest time. But Paper Mario is actually very whimsical. I think the thing for me is like you think of Mario in like an RPG setting, and you just think like that's really boring because Mario doesn't talk. He doesn't talk. He's not interesting. But the thing is, like, it's the world, it's the characters around Mario, it's the companions especially that like make it a really memorable experience, and it's the way the game moves you through these very distinct areas that just makes the whole experience like really, really engaging and fun and memorable. And it really is a good game. Like, I have to say that regardless of what you may think about it, like, Paper Mario and any of the Mario RPGs are really well done, surprisingly well done. You may think that sounds like a terrible idea for a game, a Mario RPG. It does sound like a terrible idea for a game, but they did a good job, especially with Paper Mario. It's got such a fun style to it, and the sense of humor that it has is like really, really funny. Personally, I would say Paper Mario 2 is better, and I would hope that they put that higher up on the list, because Paper Mario 2, I was blown away by Paper Mario 2. It's just like so good. I almost want to play it again because I haven't played it in years, and it's just like such a good game. Like, oh my god. Okay, 62, F-Zero GX. That's the GameCube F-Zero. Better than the original F-Zero. Maybe not better than F-Zero X. I don't know. It's F-Zero. It's racing. It's fast-paced. It's very speedy. That's the most modern version of F-Zero that exists. 61 Mega Man. Early Nintendo gamers who were pining for a great experience certainly received one when Capcom's now legendary blue-helmeted warrior graced the NES. Very true. The original Mega Man is just a fucking blast to play. It's a little bit... Like, I think Mega Man 2 has the slide and everything that makes it a little better. I don't remember if it has the charge ability. There's, like, a charge shot. I don't remember if that was a later one. But, like, Mega Man 2 is kind of the best of the, like, original Mega Man line. Mega Man 1 is fine, but a little, like, difficult to play. But it's still really good. I mean, it's the original, you know? It's the classic. Like, it's not that much different from the other ones. I'm not trying to say it's, like, antiquated compared to those, but definitely the later ones mastered the controls a lot better. Street Fighter II: The World Warrior. This fighting game genre was born the moment this brilliantly designed game hit arcades. The SNES version brought the amazing experience home. Okay. Yeah, it's Street Fighter 2. I mean, it's like the biggest fighting game ever. I mean, it's Street Fighter 2. Who hasn't played Street Fighter 2? It's the best fighting game. It's so much fun. It's something that difficult to get into maybe. Because it's a little more complicated than your like average gamer might be prepared for. Because there's a lot of different combinations of buttons and shit that you have to be able to pull off. It's an arcade classic. It was huge in the arcades, and then this was a home release. 59, Fire Emblem and Sacred Stones in the GBA. This was the sequel to Fire Emblem, the first Fire Emblem that we got on the GBA. And, yeah. So, that's all I have to say about this. This is like the second Fire Emblem game we ever actually got. So clearly they're not including anything that was Japan exclusive, I guess. 58 is Madden NFL 2005, which at this point would have been the most recent Madden NFL game. Really interesting that they would include that, but I guess Madden, sports games weren't that bad at this time period. It's like, that's probably like the 58th best game, I bet. 57 Contra. I talked about Contra 3 earlier because that was early on the list. Contra 1 is on the NES, and it's still co-op, but still also really hard. It's very well known for that. I think Contra 2... I don't know if there's actually a Contra 2. I think it's Super Contra, and I think it's on like the Genesis, maybe. I don't think there was otherwise like an actual like Contra 2 other than that one. That's why it's Contra and Contra 3, and you might be like, where's Contra 2? Then they released Contra 4. That they finally brought the franchise back on like the DS, which was really cool. But yeah, that's Contra. Contra is about aliens, and you shoot them. You shoot the aliens. Number 56, Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. This is our first Zelda game we've seen on the list, which might be pretty telling. And it's Link's Awakening, and it rated the... I think it's the first one, right? Did we have one earlier? No, we had Zelda 2. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, I talked about that Zelda 2 a little earlier. I was like, yeah, that's understandable. Link's Awakening, though, is really fun. It's a GB game, though, and it's a little held back by that fact. They remade it on the Switch, and it's pretty much the same game. You can play that. It's fun. It's Zelda. But, yeah. It's fun. Number 56. It's better than Contra, apparently. Number 55, WarioWare Twisted on the GBA. This was, I think, the last GBA WarioWare. There's going to be it seems like there's a lot of WarioWare titles on here, which are like, to me, they're all kind of very similar. They're just like very jump in and play for a little while and just do these like little mini games. There's really not that much else to them other than that. But they're fun. I mean, that's all the game has to be, It just has to be fun. 54, Kid Icarus on the NES. Now that game, I have tried. That game's really hard. I've tried many times to beat that game, and with no avail. Yeah, I need to probably just like sit down and like try it, but every time I like pick it up and I'm like, I can't really beat this. I just give up eventually. But I really have to like put myself into it someday and like finish it, because It is a cool game. There is a blurb for this. It says, I can't tell you how much I would love to see a sequel to this game. Please, please, please. Which is funny because there was a sequel to the game. And not just the Kid Icarus Uprising on the 3DS, which would have been far later, but Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters on the Game Boy, which would have been out by this time. So this guy probably shouldn't be working for Nintendo Power if he didn't know there's already a sequel to Kid Icarus, you frick. You stupid idiot. Anyways, it's a really hard game, actually. It's surprisingly hard. You might not think it is, but it is. 53, Mario Kart 64, one of my favorite Mario Karts. Very fun. You drive around, you race people. It's got Mario in it. It's got Donkey Kong. It's got Princess Peach and Toad. It's fun. You can race around, and it's Mario Kart. I mean, it's one of the best Mario Karts. It's like that, and then some people say Double Dash is better. I guess Double Dash is good. But I feel like everybody says Double Dash is like the best one now. But I also liked Mario Kart Wii. I thought Mario Kart Wii was really fun. And Mario Kart 8 Deluxe especially is really good. And I feel like that might be the best Mario Kart now. Because Double Dash is such a different game that I feel like if people prefer that you just are going to think that's the better game because they've never redone that sort of thing. Mario Kart 64 is lower on the list, I'm sure, than... Well, I don't know. What would be... I guess it would have to be... Double Dash would definitely be out by this point. I think. I'm pretty sure Double Dash would have been out already. So unless that's higher, this would probably be the highest one at that time period. Oh, I also forgot the blur. Mario Kart 64. The NP crew ruled at this game. Can't wait to race you on the DS. Prepare to be pummeled. They're looking forward to the DS one, which is obviously just came out. I think wasn't the review was in this issue, was it not? Yeah, okay. So sure. 52 Meteos. Meteos is a puzzle game, an especially fun one on the DS, and I would recommend if you're into puzzle games that you play that. 51 Animal Crossing GameCube. Tom Nook and Co. became cult classics on the GameCube when Animal Crossing appeared in the fall of 2002. We hope Animal Crossing DS follows in its footsteps. Those releases were actually somewhat close, weren't they? 2002 to 2005, 2006? That's not that close. But the original Animal Crossing actually came out on the N64 in Japan. It's called Animal Forest. And we didn't get it until the GameCube in 2002, which they adapted it, and it's still really charming and quirky. The original Animal Crossing, there's just something about the original one that just nothing else has really matched. I still find it's heavily nostalgic and like I don't know. There's something about it that's like different. You know, there's something about it that's different, and it's just it's almost preferable because they put a lot more things into it as well. Like this was before the time where like you would like. They want to resell old games, you know, so what they would do, like in Animal Crossing, you could actually get furniture that was literally old classic NES games that you could put in your house and literally play them. So it was just NES games. Now they like charge you for it. So that was like a cool thing, you know, back when game companies were like cool and fun and nice and didn't try to like steal your money constantly. I don't know, but it's a really charming game. I recommend trying it out if you haven't like played the original. If you can find a copy somehow, I think it's phenomenal. I think it's far better than like new Animal Crossing is kind of just like to use a term that may be overused, kind of soulless. The new Animal Crossing was very much made for like the Instagram, Twitter crowd that just want to show off cool designs and shit. Like, look what I did with my town. And it's less of a game to play than a thing to show off. And so the original Animal Crossing was a game to play, especially with other people. And it was just more fun. Really brought people together. I feel like it's just such a sweet experience. Pikmin. Number 50. A new franchise from Miyamoto is always a good thing, and this one's no exception. We hope one day to direct Pikmin with the Revolution controller. Funny they should say that, because they got exactly that on Pikmin. Not only Pikmin 3, but I think they also reported Pikmin 1 and 2 to the Wii, so that you could do just that. But yeah, I don't know how well known a fact this is, but Pikmin is one of Miyamoto's like most recent new IPs, I think, other than like the Wii Sports, sort of Wii Music, Wii Play, all of that stuff. I think was also Miyamoto, but I don't think he's come up with like a new IP since Pikmin, and Pikmin was really, really good, especially the first one. The first one almost is the same way as Animal Crossing. It's like it holds a special place in my heart because of the like atmosphere of it, the feeling of playing it. Like I think it's the music, everything about it. That first level is just like, that song is just stuck in my head. You know, Forest of Hope, where it goes like ba-na-na-na, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's just, I don't know. There's something about playing Pikmin that's just like puts you in a mood. I just remember getting that game on Christmas, and like it just, I like fell in love with it like immediately. It was just like this atmosphere, just like playing it early in the morning. It was like still dark out. I'm just playing this very like cozy little game, you know, with this cute little music, and like it's not a lot to do. You just order the Pikmin around, and like, you get them to do stuff. And it was just like, it was like magical. I don't know. There was something magical about that game. Sadly, a friend, my neighbor, I went to his house, and a friend that he had over that day asked to borrow Pikmin, and I gave it to him, and he never gave it back to me. So I didn't get to play Pikmin again until much later, actually until I moved into this apartment. I bought Pikmin again on eBay and finally finished it, and I was so happy. It was such a great game. Anyways, 49, Final Fantasy. This is kind of cheating because they did Dawn of Souls earlier. Final Fantasy NES 49 is apparently better than the remake of Final Fantasy 1 and 2. Sure. Final Fantasy 1 has actually some big bugs in it, which make certain aspects of it a little unplayable. But otherwise, it's very simplistic RPG type thing. And it's kind of, I think, the beginning of like what JRPGs, it was kind of the beginning of JRPGs, which is a very simplified version of a WRPG, right? Like a tabletop role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons. It's very simplified to make it so that, your stats just kind of go up. You get a level up, your stats go up. You know, whereas in Dungeons & Dragons, like, you're rolling a dice. You have to put specific points into specific things. You know, you have to know every little detail about what you're doing. Like, you're not just leveling up everything. Whereas with JRPGs, that's what you're doing. And you buy a better weapon, you know, and it's just better. In Dungeons & Dragons, it's like, well, you have specialties in certain weapons, so it might not be good to buy this weapon even though it's better. Sometimes weapons just aren't better. Sometimes they just have like a magical aspect to them that maybe makes them better, but you have to pick between various different magical aspects. I don't know why I'm going into detail about it, but Final Fantasy is a very simple RPG if you think of it in those terms. You just have a party, you get to pick their classes, and they're not really characters in this one, but there is a storyline. And it's based around one specific person and a couple specific people, and it sort of wraps around to itself in the end. But it's really fun. There's a lot of exploration to be had. There's a lot of mysteries to be solved. There's a lot of, you know, you go one place, you find a thing, you bring it to this person, and then, that'll unlock some new option. At some point you unlock an airship. There's a lot of Final Fantasy, staples that were just established in the first game. You know, you don't even have to look too far to see where a lot of these things came from. But it is a classic, although a little simple by today's standards, I would say. 48, The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures. They put this above Link's Awakening. I feel like that's fair, especially in this time period. It's hard to play 4 Swords Adventures now because they didn't remake it and it's only on the GameCube. And it's more fun if you're playing with friends, but so you got to find somebody to play with you. And in that case, you got to get the Game Boy Advance controller hookups, and that's a whole hassle and a half. So by today's standards, this game kind of sucks just in trying to actually play it. But it is a really fun game if you can actually get people together to do it. If you play it by yourself, I feel like it's also not as good. It's kind of like, it's all right. It's a really weird Zelda game in the way it's set up. And I do like how it's kind of got the Link to the Past style, but very modernized, which is fun. But it's hard to play. Pikmin 2, 47, is basically Pikmin 1, but a lot bigger, a lot more shit to do. It's just an expansion of the concept to quite a larger level than you might think. It introduces 2 new Pikmin types, and it's also on the GameCube. It is just kind of objectively better. I will give it that. Number 46, Metroid Zero Mission. This game did a beautiful job of retelling the original Samus adventure. In fact, I'd like to see other franchises get this kind of treatment. Cough, Icarus, cough. So they're saying that they would like Kid Icarus to get remade like Metroid Zero Mission, which actually wouldn't be a bad idea. I would kind of dig that. I think that would be really cool. Metroid Zero Mission being here, I suppose, means Metroid Fusion is probably higher up. Some people interchange these, Metroid Fusion and Metroid Zero Mission. Some people say Metroid Zero Mission is like the best, one of the best Metroid games, and I can't disagree with that, because it's like, it's got some of the best challenges in it in order to like try to get every collectible in the game. It's a very, very intense thing. It's got a lot more challenges in terms of like, you get a special card if you beat the game in under an hour with 15% items, stuff like that. It is almost the ultimate Metroid experience if you think of it that way. The only detriments to it, I think, are that it is held back a little bit by just being a remake of Metroid 1, even though the like concept of Metroid 1 is fantastic. It's like it has to kind of just be that game, but also make it a little bit more accessible by today's standards. Which they did. They introduced a lot of the features of Super Metroid. I always kind of personally didn't like the art style of that much, especially in the cutscenes. I thought, especially when they show like Samus's face and like the drawings just look shitty to me for some reason, especially when you compare it to like Metroid Fusion, the way that game looks. It like looks way better. It's like they tried to do this really shitty kind of Western cartoon style, and I don't think it personally worked for me all that well. Additionally, if you don't try to collect everything in the game, it's a super easy game, and it kind of just leads you around. It holds your hand, and it's probably the easiest Metroid game to play through, and the shortest. But if you collect everything, it can take you a fair bit of time, but that's if you decide to do that. If you don't, then it's just an okay game and not a great game. But it also adds an additional section at the end, which I guess is cool. It introduces Zero Suit Samus, which I guess is cool. Moving on. 45, Super Mario Bros. 2. Probably the strangest of all NES Mario titles. Birdo, Mauser, and Wart can help attest to that. Yeah, that's fair. Super Mario Bros. 2. I think this is the first Super Mario Bros. Game we've seen here, other than, well, Yoshi's Island, I guess, if that counts. But, yeah, I mean, Super Mario Bros. 2 is a classic. I mean, it's hard to shit on it. You know, it's just, it's a weird game. It's a weird game to play. It's very different from any of the other Mario games because it wasn't supposed to be a Mario game, but everybody has said that. I don't need to be a person that says, "Guy, did you know it's actually a game called Doki Doki Panic? Have you ever heard that information before?" I don't think anybody knows that. Everybody knows that. I don't need to say it, even though I just did. It's a fun game. Not my favorite Mario by a long shot. in fact, probably one of my least favorite. I don't really like playing that one all that much at all. Which I guess is how most people feel about it, probably. But it's okay. It's just I don't really like playing it that much. 44, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. I actually own this game. I haven't tried super hard to play through it, but it's kind of like the predecessor to both Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi, in terms of its quirky characters and its fun little storyline and its silly RPG world. And it's a lot of fun. It introduces a lot of fan favorite characters like Geno, the Cloud guy, the little I believe there's like a little Yoshi character that people like as well. But yeah, someday I plan on actually playing through that all the way through. Number 43, Resident Evil. Okay, I knew this was going to be on here somewhere. So this is GameCube Resident Evil Remake. This is probably one of my favorite games of all time. It's number 43 here, but like this game is so well put together, and it's gorgeous to look at. It's survival horror game at its best. It is like the last of the great survival horror games before survival horror games kind of just died, and nobody makes them anymore because I don't know, they just all have switched to like action styles. Like you have the Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 3 remake, but even those don't really feel like survival horror like back in the day. You know, it's more like, oh, I have lots of gun bullets, so I shoot all the enemies I see. Whereas in real survival horror, it was all about survivability. So it's like conserving resources so that you don't want to shoot everything you come across. You kind of want to conserve your ammunition and your health items, and if you can just get past an enemy or take a different route to get around the enemy, that's better, because you will need those bullets for probably bosses and other monsters that are going to be a little bit harder to get around. And the first Resident Evil really taught me that, the remake, and I love the way it looks, I love the design, I love the storyline, I love the characters. It's just a creepy game to play. And I love it so much. It's one of my favorite games. So I agree with its placement. 42, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. If you have all the equipment to play this game 4-player, it's one of the best experiences on the GameCube. That's what I've heard. And I have played it by myself, and I kind of felt like it was alright, and I was really excited when they were like announcing the remake, and then it kind of ended up sucking, so that sucks. But yeah, I would like to try to play the original again. I don't know if I have it. I feel like I was trying to buy it at some point, but I guess I don't have it. So I can't do that. But it's on here, 42. 41, Fire Emblem GBA. This is the first Fire Emblem game we got, and according to this, I suppose we would have only had 2 Fire Emblem games. No, 3 Fire Emblem, because we would have had Path of Radiance. Those would be the only 3 Fire Emblem games we have gotten, so they decided that the first Fire Emblem game we got was the best one. Although, I suppose Path of Radiance came out during this list, so they probably didn't include it because of that reason, so there would have only been 2. And they would have said the original is better than Sacred Stones, I guess. So, that's fine. I think by today's standards, they probably would have said Path of Radiance is better. It's probably the best at this point, but just didn't make it on the thing. Okay, so this is the last little blurb for this issue, and we'll just move on to the final issue. 5 most influential games of all time. Number 5 is Tetris. Russian native Alexei Pajitnov created this game from scratch while at work. Falling blocks are now synonymous with puzzle games. Very true. Hard to argue with the success of Tetris. It was huge. He didn't think it was going to be that big, but he realized how much fun the idea was that he had. I think it's this like sad story about how he kind of lost the rights to Tetris. He kind of like gave it away at some point, or had it stolen from him because he didn't copyright it properly or something. Number 4, Pokemon Red and Blue. Pre-1998, there were roughly 5 Americans who had heard of Pokemon. In 2005, there are only 5 Americans who haven't. Very true. Hard to argue with the success of Pokemon, especially, I mean, even even modernly. I mean, maybe you would have been around for the Pokemon Go craze of 2016, whenever that was, 2015, 2016, where people were just obsessed. Like, it's the same thing with the original Pokemon series. Like, people were, it's just such a, I don't know, it's just something that everybody can enjoy. It's just like collecting, trading, battling. It's like this very simple concept to people that people just love it for some reason. Super Mario 64. Mario changed the face of 3D gaming in 1996, not content with having already revolutionized 2D play in 1985. Very true. Again, one of the first games to like successfully beat a 3D game and be a really good one. They kind of trailblazed on that quite a lot, and so Super Mario 64, despite how people say it didn't age well, at the time it was the first thing to like do what it was doing and do it a decent job of it. Number 2, The Legend of Zelda. Zelda delivered an experience unlike anything else in its day. You can see the influences gold cartridge on many a game even today. That's true. I think of the original Zelda as like it's kind of like even lighter of an RPG than Final Fantasy. It's like, there's no stats, there's no nothing. It's just like you collect various different items, and these items help you solve puzzles throughout the world. And it's the basis of many an adventure game these days. There's a lot of games that kind of have built upon what Zelda kind of trailblazed, but Zelda in itself, I think, is very much just a really simplified RPG in a lot of ways. Super Mario Bros. 1. Super Mario Bros. Defined the way the world played games for an entire decade, if not forever. We'll never truly know how important this game was to our industry. Yeah, I think that's probably true as well. I think it was one of the first like big games. It was just like a game in the way that we understand a game to be, because most games were like kind of arcadey, like very simple, like, you know, not even good graphics, you know, just kind of like blocks on a screen. They do stuff, or they're just based around like actual board games or sport games. And Super Mario Bros. Was very much like I don't know. What am I saying? A lot of games were, came from this, like Ninja Gaiden, Mega Man, all based around Contra, all built upon what Super Mario Bros. Started to do. It's like that game needed to be there in order for all these games to be created. Even if you can't see the influence of Super Mario Bros. Now, as well as you could back then, I hope you do now, at least a little bit. But yeah, that does it for that issue. So we're finally moving on to the final issue. So this is a very long video, but I kind of intended to just do it and not care how long it took. So this is issue number 200, a very special issue. This is Resident Evil on the cover. You may wonder why it's Resident Evil on the cover. It's because it's Resident Evil Deadly Silence, which was the DS remake of the first Resident Evil, or the Resident Evil remake. It's called Deadly Silence because the initials are DS, if you can believe it. As for articles in this game, I think the major one is the top 200 games here. But here's an issue about various people's different Animal Crossing characters. There's an article about that. That's kind of fun. It's Prince of Persia, Two Thrones, I think. There's this. It's like an art piece drawn to Nintendo. This is part of the thing, by the way. I don't know if you noticed this blurb, giant poster inside. I remember this poster, and I like when I saw this, I was like, I used to have that poster. That was a really cool poster. It's like a hand-drawn poster of all these like Nintendo characters. And that's the article it came from. I have no clue where that poster is, and I wish I knew, because I would totally use it. I would totally put that up, but I don't know where that is, and I have no clue how I would even begin to find it. But I feel really sad about it. There's another article about Zelda. There's obviously a Deadly Silence article. So I guess we'll go straight to reviews here. Talk a little bit about those. What do we got? So reviews in this issue, we reviewed Peter Jackson's King Kong. It finally came out. The GameCube version got a 9.0. It's really good. I did hear that this game was good. I think I just heard it from this magazine specifically. But I have like a copy of the GBA game, which kind of sucks. But I heard this game's really good. Yeah, it's a cinematic masterpiece, apparently. Mega Man X Collection. I mean, it's just the Mega Man X Collection, so it's an 8.5. Additionally, the Peter Jackson's King Kong on the DS is apparently really shit. No, I got a 3.5. That's rough. Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones. I mean, it's the Prince of Persia trilogy was pretty well respected as a early action adventure type game. So this one got a 9.0. It's that good. It's real good. Electroplankton got an 8.5. Electroplankton is, I don't even think, really a game. It's more of like just a thing that you mess around with. And it's just strange and weird. And you might know it best for having a stage based off it in Super Smash Brothers. But yeah, weird little game. It was published, I believe, by Nintendo. It is a Nintendo property, right? Yeah. It's actually made by Nintendo, developed by Nintendo. 9.0 for Final Fantasy IV Advance. I mean, it's Final Fantasy IV. It's a classic. Everybody loves Final Fantasy. It's like one of the best ones. At least of the 2D ones. It's like 4 and 6 are like the best ones. Call of Duty 2, Big Red one, got a 7.5. Not bad. But it doesn't say that it's great either. So, additionally, we'll go to previews and check those out. Actually, no, we'll go to... I think I usually do previews first. So, at this point in time, we were previewing... Oh, Tales of Phantasia, the GBA game. That's sick. I played a little bit of that on the channel, although I'm a little bit ashamed of those videos. So I got really frustrated in the final video because I was like really expecting. I really wanted that moment to be good, and I kind of made it worse by kind of thinking it was gonna be good, and then it was just a disaster, and I regret that entirely. I was also, maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I was kind of drunk. I had drank a lot that night, and I decided to record a video, so it was not a good idea. Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll on the DS. Pretty cool. Super Monkey Ball. The Rub Rabbits. It's the sequel to Feel the Magic. I remember this. What the hell were these things? They made 2 of these. It's made by Sega. It's made by Sonic Team. I didn't know. I didn't know that. There's a Teen Titans game, Naruto Clash of Ninja. I have that. I played that on the channel. That one's really good. That one's really fun. I love Naruto games. There's a Guilty Gear game. And then look at this. That's cool. That's just cool. I like that. I'm a big fan of that. I like turning the page and seeing that. That like draws me in immediately. I'm like, yeah. I like Resident Evil. So that's great. Oh, the letter of the month is this. You can see that. And then it says, it's a little drawing. Our letter of the month comes from none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, congratulating us on our 200th issue. Thanks, Mr. Miyamoto. So it's just a letter from Miyamoto. He did that. He made that. That's his signature. Pretty cool. So I guess we can just skip that part. Other than that, Odama. Odama's the one I was thinking of that's like the pinball one. When I was talking about Ikaruga, and I thought this used to be a pinball game. I was thinking of Odama, because Odama's like this weird pinball game that was really hyped. But still number 1's Twilight Princess. Chibi Robo still on here for whatever reason. Sonic Riders. Tales of Fantasia is now the number 1 most anticipated Game Boy Advance game. I can understand that, and I would agree with that. If I was a kid in 2006, which I was, I would have voted for it as well. I actually never used that website. I think because I didn't have, we didn't have dial-up, or we did have dial-up, and it sucked, and I hated the internet. So, yeah, there's a lot of cool DS stuff here. New Super Mario Bros., Prime Hunters again, Resident Evil, Children of Mana, Final Fantasy 3. Those are the 3 big ones, or the 5 big ones. Top sellers is Pokemon XD now. Fire Emblem. Battle for Bikini Bottom, number 8. Smash Bros. Melee is almost off the list now. Pokemon Emerald is literally still the top seller in the Game Boy Advance. But it's because everything else is just tie-ins. It's like Bratz, Rock Angels, Lego Star Wars, Super Mario Advance 4, Ultimate Spider-Man, Disney Princess, Power Rangers SPD, Danny Phantom, who knows. Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow is now the number 1 DS game, if you can believe it. And Dachshund has now gone back up to being number 2, number 1 top Nintendog. So that's worth noting. Chihuahua has now been pushed back. I don't know what happened. It was just that 1 month, people decided they liked Chihuahuas better, and then after that they decided they didn't. Lost in Blue sold really well, and then Trauma Center is apparently selling really well here. Pretty cool. Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow definitely deserved it. I bought Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow on release. It was great, fantastic game. Top 200. All right, when we get to this position, it looks more like this. It's counting them down. So there's whole art and stuff, and it's multiple pages to go through. So it's really fun. Countdown begins with the final 40. This is it. A couple of editors had to go to the hospital. We pounded out our list of the 40 greatest games ever to appear on a Nintendo console. Please note that only titles released before July 31st, 2005 were eligible. Disagree with our choices? State your case by writing to Pulse at nintendopower.com. Number 40, Super Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo. Kart racing wasn't a genre until this unique racer approached the 16-bit starting line. Had a persistent split screen with a map which in retrospect was a precursor to the DS. Which means they put Super Mario Kart above Mario Kart 64, which is wrong. But, whatever. We'll allow it. So yeah, it's Super Mario Kart. It's fun. It's Mario Kart, but Mario Kart 64 was better. Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages, GBC, 2001. One Zelda game isn't thrilling enough. But 2 interconnecting Zeldas at once, as Nintendo delivered with Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, could generate enough excitement to cause a coronary. Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Ages is a lot harder than Oracle of Seasons. Oracle of Seasons was the easier game. But it's hard to compare them and say which one's better, but I would probably lean more towards Seasons. I think I enjoyed Seasons a little bit more. So Seasons is higher than Ages, and Ages is down here. 38, Super Monkey Ball, GCN. Who knew that such cute characters with cinnamon roll ears could be the source of so much tension when the clock is taking so much relief when they finally break the ribbon? Super Monkey Ball, based off of an arcade game. And you can play it on the GameCube, and it's just simple fun. You roll a monkey around. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. It's easy to understand. Everybody loves it, and everybody has fun with it. It's just a simple, fun game. 37, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, GBA, 2003. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars, and Paper Mario, tough acts to follow. Though Superstar Saga easily stands on its own, it's an ingenious gameplay and laugh-out-loud story. Like I said, Paper Mario and Luigi are both different. They're all different. They're all different and feature different characters, different world styles. Mario and Luigi also has a really funny sense of humor. You play as both brothers in this, which I think is fun as well. And there's less partners. It's just the two of you and figuring out things, and that's kind of the dynamic of that game. Paper Mario is more about the companions. Mario and Luigi is about Mario and Luigi. And a lot of the villains around it are very, very funny. Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time. Before the prince got all aggro, being hunted relentlessly by an immortal time guardian will do that to you. The Sands of Time reinvigorated this storied franchise with a majesty and elegance worth of royalty. Yeah, Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time is a pretty fun action-adventure game, probably one of the better ones at this time to come out. Especially on a Nintendo console, is like some of the best that they had. So yeah, it's genuinely fun and nice and great. We'll like that. I'm sure the Prince of Persia games kind of get pushed down in the future by a lot of similar titles that just happen to just be better in a lot of ways. These games came out longer ago, but they're still good. They're really good. Obviously, I also want to note, like, looking at this, I remember looking at this so many times. Like, I'm very familiar with this, like, look here. It's weirdly nostalgic. And it's freaking me out a little bit, but that's fine. Okay. I've even written in here a few times. So Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, GameCube, 35. The innovative paper mechanics, and unique paddle system helped. It was Bowser's comedic brilliance that put the Thousand-Year Door over the top as our favorite Mario RPG to date. That and Princess Peach's shower scene. Wow. Okay, well, that's oh, that's a good joke. Okay, well, there is a shower scene in Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, so they did put it above Paper Mario, which is great, because it definitely is way better and it's fantastic, and Bowser's really hilarious in it. There is a shower scene in it, but it's like, it's silly because it's paper. Like, she goes in the shower and then she folds like her paper dress over the edge of the shower. That's it. That's the whole scene. It's just a silly joke, which is pretty funny. 34. The Legend of Zelda: Oracle of Seasons, Game Boy Color, 2001. So they put Oracle of Seasons a little higher than Oracle of Ages, and I think they needed to put them close, or else people would be like, what are you doing? The Oracle of Ages is longer and more difficult. Okay, that's exactly what I said. We found Oracle of Seasons to be a slightly more enjoyable experience. Okay, well, I agree. Both games, however, reside at the top of the all-time best Game Boy Color games list. I would agree with that. That's where they should be. They are great games. They're fantastic games. But not the best Zelda games, but they're better. They are better than Link's Awakening. I will give them that as being better games. 33, Mega Man 2, NES. Mega Man creator Keiji Inafune considers Mega Man 2 his favorite Mega Man game thanks to its creative levels, cool weapons, excellent bosses, fantastic music. It's ours, too. And I'll just show the picture for that, because it's kind of like... It also says he's got guts, and it shows Guts Man. Yeah, Mega Man 2 is by far the best Mega Man game. I would agree with that. I think I said that earlier as well. It's better than Mega Man 1. It adds the slide ability, and a lot of the classic Mega Man mans that you would remember probably come from that, like Cut Man, Wood Man, Guts Man. All the classics. Number 32, Tetris, Game Boy. There's no puzzle game more addictive than Tetris, so they did put Tetris way up here. Deservedly so. It's hard to rate Tetris by now, it's because it's like, it is such a perfect puzzle game. What can you do? It's addicting, it's fun, it's perfect. It's a perfect puzzle game. There's no puzzle game more addictive than Tetris, exactly. Alexei Pejitnov's concept of lining up falling blocks to create a solid road defined a genre and brought glasnost to millions of gamers. Very true. Yeah, it's Tetris. I mean, yeah, what are you going to do? It's Tetris. 31, Golden Sun, GBA, 2001. The glorious summoning attacks and magical spells in this old-school marvel pushed the GBA well beyond its perceived limits. As far as original RPGs in the GBA go, you won't find better than this. Very true. Summoning attacks, magical spells. It was really cool because you could... basically, it was based on these little monsters that you would find throughout the map, and there were... there were like 6 or so for each element, maybe like 8. I don't know, maybe even more than that. But depending on which ones you gave to which character, like you could change the abilities that they had available to them. Or you could just give all the fire ones to the fire guy, and then he would have super fire attacks, which is kind of what I usually did. I did that. I'd switch it up sometimes to try new configurations, but most of the time yeah, I don't know. You can mess around with it. You might have more success with it than me. But I like the style of, it's kind of like Donkey Kong Country, where it's like a render that's been like flattened. But it's really cool. Got great music. It's fantastic. It's one of the best RPGs of all time. 30. I'm just gonna show this page, or this page as well. Let's throw it all out there. You can't see it very well, but that's what this page looks like. Number 30 is Metroid Fusion, GBA 2002. The Fusion storyline was surprisingly deep for the series, without being too out there for the Metroid universe. It's a shame that all video game sequels can't be as well executed as this. Yeah, super true. I mean, Metroid Fusion is one of the best Metroid games. I mean, it was like the fourth 2D Metroid. No, it came out. Did it come out after? I think Zero Mission came out after Fusion. But Metroid Fusion, I mean, it's just tried and true. It's a phenomenally good game, and we all love it. We all love it to death. It's got some scary monsters. It's got some scary atmosphere. It's got a cool looking suit, but it's also one of the more fun games to explore and get all the items in. It's like that and Zero Mission are like the best, other than maybe Super Metroid as well, but it has some like bullshit ones, I think. Beyond Good and Evil, GameCube, 2003. Michael Ansel's tragically overlooked opus was beautiful and moving, with a heroine that put the likes of Lara Croft to shame. If you don't own this game, we can't be your friends anymore. I actually do own this game. Although, have I played through all of it? No, I've tried a couple times, but the problem is, like, every version of the game that I played has bugged out on me at some point, and that saddens me, because I want to play it so bad. I think specifically because of this stupid article. Like, I remember looking at this and being like, that must be one of the best games ever. It's tragically overlooked. It's an opus. Beautiful and moving. And it doesn't really give you much information. I mean, you look at like this picture, and it's just like, it's like a city. Like, that doesn't look like Beyond Good and Evil like much at all to me, but okay. It is a cool game. It's beautiful. It's an adventure game. And yeah, I mean, I would recommend you play it. They announced like a sequel to it, and then that like never came out, and it's looking like it might not ever come out, because I haven't heard anything about it since. Number 28, Final Fantasy II, Super Nintendo, 1990. Okay. You know what I think happened was, when I read Final Fantasy III before, I thought they were talking about Final Fantasy III. I think I read that way. But I think what they were actually talking about was Final Fantasy VI. But this is confusing, because, okay, it's not that confusing. But basically, we got Final Fantasy I in the US, but we didn't get Final Fantasy II or 3. So when we got Final Fantasy IV, they called it Final Fantasy II. I think a lot of people already know this. But most people today will call it Final Fantasy IV because it is Final Fantasy IV. But then we didn't get Final Fantasy V either. We did get Final Fantasy VI. But because they called Final Fantasy IV Final Fantasy II, they called Final Fantasy VI Final Fantasy III. And then after that, we got Final Fantasy VII, and they just like threw all of that bullshit out. But now it's like annoying when they talk about Final Fantasy II. I'm like, oh, they meant Final Fantasy IV here, which they put above Final Fantasy VI, which is interesting, because I would say most people usually consider 6 better. I like 4 a lot. I think the characters are great, and just the way the story unfolds is very, very magical and fun. Here's what it says. Final Fantasy II introduced North American gamers to the world of 16-bit RPGs while bringing back familiar elements such as chocobos, airships, and Sid. Yep. Very cool. 27. Beautiful Joe. GameCube. This is surprisingly high, I think, for Beautiful Joe. Maybe not. I mean, for a Nintendo console, it is one of the best ones, I think. Especially on the GameCube. Probably one of the best GameCube games. Really fun. Comic book style and gameplay substance combined to make one of the most entertaining plays experiences on the GameCube. It's hard to remember what life was like without Henshin a Go-Go. Henshin a Go-Go, baby. Yeah. Beautiful Joe, the first one at least, is really good. I would recommend playing it. I don't think they've done an HD re-release of Beautiful Joe yet. If not, they should be doing that. Because it's just a really solid game. 26, Advanced Wars, GBA, 2001. Like a cheerfully colorful version of chess with a twist-filled storyline, Advanced Wars is turn-based warfare at its best. Once it hooks you, you'll be dreaming of tank formations and CO powers for days. I do agree. Like, this has a very bland name, Advanced Wars, but it's one of the more fun strategy. If you like Fire Emblem, you might like Advanced Wars. And a lot of the character comes from the characters, the COs. Each CO has like their own power that you can use, but you basically have to set up like tanks versus what would you call the little jeeps? Tanks versus those. You have to have anti-aircraft. You want to take out a plane. The planes are good over this rock paper scissors style gameplay, but it's strategy focused, very simple. It's not super simple. It's deep. It's simple but deep and complex. And a very cool game. It's actually doesn't sound as cool as it is, and I promise it is better. I think they were planning on re-releasing it as well, remaking it or something. So that's really good. Number 25. Okay, Mario Kart Double Dash, GameCube. Not everyone will agree with our choice of Double Dash as the top-ranked Mario Kart title. You just can't beat the game's multiplayer mayhem. Adding a second playable character to each kart introduced a fantastic cooperative element. That's fair. Maybe I just didn't play Double Dash as much as everybody else, but everybody else seems to think it's the best one. That's fair. But, I mean, since, like, Mario Kart Wii came out, I think Mario Kart Wii, like, I played way more than Double Dash. I think because I just had more friends at that time. So, maybe that's just me, but I'm not about to argue with people that love Double Dash. But additionally, there's another little thing here. 5 best characters. Number 5 is Wario. Nintendo's surly anti-hero is greedy, gluttonous, and prone to bouts of wanton violence. All traits we hold in high regard. Yeah, Wario. I've never been as big about Wario as everybody else. He's kind of just gross and weird. He's very much like that. He's like those toys that you buy at like the store for like boys, is like gross out toys. I've never been a big fan of Wario personally, but like whatever. He's fine, I guess. 4, Samus Aran. We know it's cliche, but it's true. Bounty hunting femme fatale, Samus Aran is the first lady of video gaming. I agree. I might put Samus Aran higher, though. Although, I understand the top 2. Not sure about the third, though. Solid Snake. Sneaky, deadly, and often armed to the teeth. Solid Snake was badass before badass was cool. Chicks dig his gravelly voice, too. I mean, it's fair. Like, Solid Snake is really cool and was really cool around this time. It's just like, I don't know. I wouldn't put it above Samus Aran. It's because I love Samus Aran so much. I love Metroid. It's just like such a weird random, like, in a Nintendo list about the top 5 best characters, they put Snake. Like, okay. it's just interesting. I guess it's indicative of the time period, because this is around, like, when Twin Snakes came out. So it's just like, yep, Snake's really cool. Snake's really popular. I had a friend who was, like, super into Metal Gear Solid, like, 1 and 2. 2. He was really into Metal Gear Solid just in general. He's, like, always talking about it as if it was, like, the best thing ever. So, number 2, Mario. Mario is the quintessential video game hero. He starred in more great games than we can count. And how can you go wrong with that sweet stash? So true. Hard to argue with, you know? They did put Mario underneath Link, which I'll get to in a second here. In a Nintendo magazine, they put Mario under Link. Link's better than Mario, which is fair. I mean, these are like their characters that they care the most about. Constantly putting out Mario and Zelda games. But at least they put Samus on the list, you know? At least she's on the list here. She is one of the best characters. Yeah. Number 1, Link. Link represents a classic hero of youth becoming a hero of innocence conquering evil. Character is as timeless as the adventures he goes on. Link manages to do what no one else can. Make a floppy green hat look cool. So true. Who doesn't love Link? I mean, especially at this time period, he was just like top of his game, you know? Zelda games were like the best games that existed. You know? It just wasn't anything that was like better than like Zelda. I think now today, I don't know so much how people like think of the Zelda franchise as like the best that gaming had to offer. But like back then, it really was. It really was like every time a new Zelda game came out, it was like an event. It's like, oh, the greatest game of all time coming out next month. It was basically like that. I was obsessed with it, and I had tons of friends that were obsessed with Zelda, played every single one, constantly talked about it. It's just was that big. Number 24, The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. Speaking of Zelda, GBA. The most recent Zelda adventure that was the most recent. Retained all the series' beloved elements: brain-straining dungeons, an assortment of creative tools, and exploration-heavy overworld, sword-swinging action, and added the ability to shrink Link down to microscopic size, letting him go places he'd never been. Furthermore, finding and fusing all the kinstone pieces was as addictive as it was challenging. Yeah. Minish Cap was good. Is it one of the best games? I mean, they put it above... Like, what did they put it above? They put it above Metroid Fusion. I guess I'm fine with that. They put it above Mega Man 2, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, above Golden Sun, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. It's good. It was one of the most fun, I think, Zelda games to play. But I don't think of it as much as I used to. It just is. It is a good game. I guess it does deserve kind of to be here. Yeah, I'll accept it. I like it a lot. I have to say, it's a really fun game. I like the music. It was really silly. I actually, when I was in, I think middle school, I tried to write a newspaper article about Minish Cap. Oh, it came out in 2005. Yeah, when I was in middle school. I tried to write a newspaper article about Minish Cap when it came out. I was like, I submitted it because I worked for my newspaper, my school newspaper, and I was just like, here's my article. I did a review of Zelda, the Minish Cap, and they didn't print it, and I was like, I was so bummed. I was like, I worked so hard. I'm like, this game's really good. And they just didn't care. I'm like, well, screw you. You don't know what people want. I know what people want. They want a review of the new Zelda game. Oh, by the way, this is like the first... I don't know. Have I shown... Yeah, I did. Okay, this is the first time I, like... You can see I, like, wrote here. So, apparently, I use this magazine. I know what this means. I use this magazine to mark off which of these games were available on the Virtual Console during the Wii. And it apparently wasn't many of them when I did this. So, this Castlevania 1... was apparently available on the Virtual Console. I don't think I had it on the Virtual Console, but it was available there. And yeah, Castlevania number 23, NES. This is the game that made Konami a household name for a lot of gamers. Little did they know at the time that the Castlevania series would turn out to be one of the largest franchises in the industry. And who would have guessed that the star of the game, Simon Belmont, would become one of the superstars of the NES era? Who would have guessed? Castlevania is a classic. It's still a fun game to play today. I mean, it's so solidly made, so fun. I mean, you got to commit to your jumps. It might feel a little bit weird, but I still love classic Castlevania. I think like every one of those games is just so much fun. It's one of my favorite franchises, although I don't really talk about it that much. And I wish I played, like, there's a lot of them that I haven't played, I guess is the reason I don't talk about it much. But they are putting, this is not the top Castlevania game. They did put Castlevania 1 above Castlevania 4. And as far as I know, no mention of Castlevania 3, which I think is just objectively better than Castlevania 1. But it is not the top Castlevania game on the list, so we'll just go into that. 22, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, GBA 2003. Just as he did with previous Castlevania games, director Koji Igarashi conjured up an amazingly atmospheric adventure with Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. The dark themes and wealth of weapons were further enhanced by hero Soma Cruz's ability to gain new powers by stealing enemies' souls. The recent sequel, Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, may be even better. I think it was better, actually. But yeah, Aria of Sorrow was, like, really good when that came out. It was, like, you know, kind of the best Castlevania since like Symphony of the Night, or Rondo of Blood. I can't remember which came out first, but Aria of Sorrow had a lot of like RPG elements in that you would like it said, you would kill an enemy, and there's a chance you would be able to absorb its soul. Unless it was a boss, then you would just definitely get its soul, and that would give you some new abilities. So that's the Metroid kind of part of it, is like you would get some new ability which would allow you to like do something else, or you could just have some new cool ability to use. It was just really fun to like mess around with and like level up and fight the bosses, and it's just a continuation of basically Symphony of the Night, but with that cool feature. So Dawn of Sorrow was basically the same thing, but obviously it's a sequel, and it's not the same game. Sorry, it's a continuation. It's a sequel, but you got the same thing. You could still steal enemies' souls, so it was a continuation, different game entirely. So that's why it might be better. I think Dawn of Sorrow was better. It was on the DS. So I really liked Dawn of Sorrow as well. 21 Chrono Trigger, SNES, 1995. With its time-twisting plot, unforgettable characters, detailed visuals, immersive music, polished battle system, and numerous eras to explore, Chrono Trigger proved an almost perfect experience. The pedigree of the development team, which included talent behind Final Fantasy, Dragon Warrior, and Dragon Ball Z, paid off in this RPG masterpiece. Yeah, I mean, what can you say about Chrono Trigger that hasn't already been said? I mean, it's classic, probably one of the best SNES RPGs, and that's saying quite a lot given how many SNES RPGs there were. Yeah, if you haven't played Chrono Trigger, like, you have to. You're like obligated to. I mean, it's about time travel. You go to different eras. You run through the story. There's a bunch of different characters that are just brilliantly written in different eras, and you drag these people back and forth through time, and try to defeat this ultimate threat, which is just lingering, this very terrifying presence. And not to mention its soundtrack is great. And as it says, really detailed visuals. Looks really nice, too. It's also Akira Toriyama. That's why they mentioned Dragon Ball Z, because he did the art for it. It's kind of why the characters look a little bit like Dragon Ball, if you were wondering why that was. 20, GoldenEye 007, N64, 1997. Super Mario 64 might have paved the road for 3D gaming, but it was GoldenEye 007 that drove a big freaking tank down the middle of it. Console FPSs have taken a lot of their cues from this groundbreaking game, and with good reason. Today's shooters are still trying to match the brilliant level design and expansive multiplayer fun of Rare's seminal title. Yeah, I mean, by today's standards, there's a lot of things that have blown GoldenEye 007 out of the park, but I think what they're trying to talk about here is that GoldenEye 007 is figured out how to do it first, and did it well, and then everybody else tried to match that success or improve upon it. So in terms of impact, that's why it's here. It was a very impactful game because it almost created, I mean, I don't know if I would say it almost created the FPS, because it was, many years after like Doom, which would have been 1993, or Wolfenstein 3D or something like that, Duke Nukem, but it was one of the groundbreaking console first-person shooters, although Doom was ported to the Super Nintendo. So, what's to say? I don't know. Is GoldenEye as great as it's being given credit for? I don't know, but it was huge back in the day. I remember everybody was playing GoldenEye. Like, you'd go to somebody's house, you'd play a GoldenEye party, we were all playing GoldenEye, and it was just, like, the most fun thing. It's just, I don't think has aged very well, and didn't probably do as much as people might think that it did. Although, I mean, who knows? It's probably true that a lot of console FPSs have taken a lot from GoldenEye. I think that is true. Randomly generated. Amaze your friends with these bizarre facts about Nintendo Power's Top 200. Okay, you guys need to be amazed by these facts, okay? Guess how many... So, games with Mario in the title, guess how many there are in the Nintendo Power's Top 200? 23. Can you believe it? 23. That's a lot. Games with Luigi in the title, only 2. And I think it's just Mario and Luigi and probably Luigi's Mansion. That's what I would guess. And Mario and Luigi was only mentioned like last... Yeah, it's like number 37. So those are probably the 2. I remember Luigi's Mansion was on here. Games with Super in the title, 19. I'm not going to try to tell you which ones those are. Games with 64 in the title. There's only 7. Games that are sequels / remakes, 90. There's 90. 90 of them. Games based on movies, TV, and comics, only 9. Only 9 games. Games starring talking animals, 10. Yeah, bet you didn't think that there were 10 of those. Games prominently featuring ninjas, 12. There's 12. Games prominently featuring pirates, only 6. Not as impressive. Games that are sequels based on movies / TV / comics that star talking animals and prominently feature ninjas, 1. I feel like that's probably like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But they had one of those, right? Unless there's another one. I'm just checking to see. No, they had Wasn't it only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3? I guess, was Turtles in Time only in Genesis? I think they're talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. I think that's gotta be that one that they're talking about. Games featured as an NP cover, 81. Nice. Alright, we're coming up on the top 20. We are on the top 20. Number 19, Super Smash Brothers. So let me show you the... Actually, I'll keep it a secret until the very end. Super Smash Brothers, N64. Melee perfected the concept, but this is the one that started it all. Smash trumped all other fighting games of its time with addictive gameplay and allowed us to pit our favorite Nintendo characters against one another for the first time. And more importantly, it let us beat up on Pikachu and Jigglypuff. So true. I was obsessed with Mario, like Super Smash Brothers when it came out. I played it at my cousin's house. It was so cool. I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And ever since then, I was so excited for Melee. When that came out, I played it at I think I played it at Circuit City a little bit. And I got I'm like, oh my god, there's so many new characters just from the start. And it just shit blew me away. And I've been obsessed with Smash Brothers since. It's just the coolest thing. And it's just it connected all of these Nintendo franchises all together and introduced me to a couple like F-Zero, I wasn't familiar with. Earthbound, wasn't familiar with. The rest of them I knew pretty well. But yeah, it was a big deal, and it was really fun to play with friends, but it's definitely not the best Smash Brothers game. And yeah, at this point, there would only be 2. There's just this one in Melee. So, which one do you think they put higher up on the list, I wonder? Number 18, Soul Calibur 2, GameCube, 2003. The Nintendo GameCube hasn't seen tons of fighting games, but it hosted one of the best, Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur 2 stunned gamers with its intricate but accessible play control and an artistic imagery. The GameCube version garnered well-deserved praise for the inclusion of Link as a playable character. His mature depiction and sophisticated fighting style meshed perfectly with the rest of Soul Calibur's dynamic cast of fighters. Very true. Soul Calibur 2, was pretty big when it came out, especially when they put Link in it. I remember renting this game from Blockbuster just because my friend had it, and I played it at his house, and it was really cool. I was like, okay, I'm going to rent this game from Blockbuster and try to finish the story mode. I tried. I couldn't. I wasn't good enough. But it was a lot of fun. It's a really fun game, but you can sort of... Soul Calibur, the problem with Soul Calibur is that you can sort of button mash in it to win. It is kind of... it pretty much is a legitimate strategy in Soul Calibur. It's the only thing kind of holding it back from being a good fighting game. But it is really cool. I mean, it was really cool. I don't know that I would say it's as cool now as it was back then, but I definitely would see myself saying that Soul Calibur 2... I definitely would see myself agreeing with this at the time, and I'm pretty sure that I did. I'm like, oh yeah, that game's great. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. Oh, that's number 18. Yeah, that's definitely number 18.
Number 17, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, NES. Everybody's got a tail. When Piston Honda's eyebrows wriggle, you knock him silly with an uppercut. When King Hippo covers his mouth, you go for a body blow. Punch-Out is a perfect distillation of the sweet science into a video game, and was an inspiration for the fighting games and sports titles that followed it.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, like I said, I talked about this a little earlier because I talked about Super Punch-Out, but, yeah, I mean, you go through, you fight these fighters, you try to find their tells, and you try to punch them and beat them up. And it's not a sports game, really, as you might think, as much as it is, like, kind of an arcadey, fun little game. But at the end of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, which is... which is the original, based on the arcade version. There was an arcade version, and then there was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out on the NES. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out on the NES, you obviously fight Mike Tyson at the end. Now, there was, like, a controversy with Mike Tyson. I think it had to do with, was it the ear thing? Like, he bit off somebody's ear, and there was, like, some controversy about that. But they, like, released different versions of Punch-Out. Without Mike Tyson on the cover. They, like, disassociated with him, I guess because of the family-friendly image that they were trying to have. And they replaced him with a character called Mr. Dream. But, yeah, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Mike Tyson was really freaking hard to beat. I mean, it was a bit of a phenomenon. Like, I think a lot of people played this game as kids, and, like, it's very memorable that, like, trying to beat Mike Tyson. I've tried it several times. I don't think I've been able to beat him without save states. I'm pretty sure I've never done it. Actually, maybe I'm selling myself short, because I feel like I might have done that in college. Because I played the shit out of it. And I made it a goal, like, to beat it. And I remember beating it, but I just can't remember if I cheated or not. I feel like it's against my nature to cheat, so I don't think I would have. But the fact is I'm not so sure, so I'm not going to say that I did. But I wish that I remembered that. Number 16, Super Smash Bros. Melee, GameCube. The jump from Super Smash Bros. to Super Smash Bros. Melee was incredible. Thanks to the hardware shift from the N64 to the GCN, characters went from being mildly detailed to, oh my god, I can see the rivets on Mario's paints. Graphics aside, Super Smash Bros. Melee trumped its predecessor by having more of what fans wanted. More characters, more stages, more everything. So true. I mean, Melee is just, yeah, it's better than Smash. It is one of the best games. I actually played it at a friend's house, like, a couple days ago, like, a few weeks ago. And I didn't remember, like, how much I liked Melee. Like, I played it again, and I'm like, oh, this controls so well. I'm like, the controls are so good, and then I try to play Ultimate, and I'm like, no, it doesn't feel as good, does it? Like, and I'm one of those people that, like, advocates for, like, Melee's not the best game, people just, it's all about the glitches and stuff, and, like, I don't know, I'm starting to doubt myself. I'm like, Melee is actually really fun, just because of how fast-paced it is. So, yeah, I've maybe changed my mind on that. It is the best, but at this point, there were only 2 Smash Bros. Games, and it is just objectively better than the first one, so it's fair that they would put it here. Number 16, definitely, I agree. Number 15, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, N64. Majora's Mask was an unusual, somewhat daring departure for the Legend of Zelda series. Ganon wasn't the villain, it wasn't set in Hyrule, and your mission wasn't to save Princess Zelda, but the various... I'm losing my mind here. But the various masks you collected were integrated brilliantly into the classic Zelda gameplay, and giving you only 3 days to complete your objectives before the end of the world added an incredible sense of urgency. Very true. I think, personally, I would put Majora's Mask higher now, because, like, the more I played it in my adult years, the more I liked it better than all the other Zelda games. This game, like, blew me away when it came out, because I'd played Ocarina, and I absolutely adored Ocarina, right? And then when I got this cartridge, when it came out, with, like, the golden cartridge with... Let me bring it out. Like, I don't know. Just look at this thing. You see this? And I don't know if you can... This is going to pick up super well, but it, like the image, it's kind of, like, got a 3D effect. It's super cool. I mean, how can you not look at this thing and just be like, God, want to play that so bad. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know, I was so excited for that thing, and I had it in my console. I remember I put it in, and I played it for like a day before my parents were like, we got to go on vacation. And so I went to vacation to like England for like a month or two, and I hated it so much. I think that's why I hate going on vacation now, because specifically because of that. I was like, I just want to go home and play freaking Majora's Mask. I was just thinking about it like constantly. I'm like, oh, I really want to play. It's so weird. It's so weird and like dark and this overwhelming atmosphere. It's just so cool. And the more I explore it, the more I love that game. I just think it is one of the weirdest things that they put together. And honestly, I would probably put it higher, but that's just me. Final Fantasy III, Super Nintendo. Now, obviously, I need to say that this means Final Fantasy VI, but Final Fantasy III, it's called Final Fantasy III on the Super Nintendo, but it's actually Final Fantasy VI. The second North American Final Fantasy game added new layers of characterization and feeling to the role-playing genre. Then Final Fantasy III took that foundation and built it into an emotional roller. Wait a second. No, I feel like I was talking about Final Fantasy III before. No, it is higher up on the list. Sorry, I confused myself, because I feel like it was lower on the list. And that's why I got into that whole spiel. But now I'm, like, confused. Okay, I must have been focusing on something else. The second North American Final Fantasy game added new layers, blah, blah, blah. Foundation built into an emotional roller coaster. Unique skills for each character made combat a joy, and the apocalyptic plot was mesmerizing. Is this the best Final Fantasy game ever? Quite possibly. Yeah. Final Fantasy VI is great. I mean, it is just so good. You know, they were talking about how Chrono Trigger is, like, the best RPG on, well, I was maybe talking about that. Final Fantasy VI might be better. In fact, they think it's better. Like I said, it's hard to compete because there were so many good RPGs on the Super Nintendo. But yeah, 6 is when their plot started to become almost basically masterpiece level of storytelling. It's just really good. The characters are great. 4 was close. I mean, 4 was pretty up there. Pretty close to being, I would say, comparable. I feel like I said that, and then it undervalued Final Fantasy IV's story, and I'm like, I really like Final Fantasy IV's story though. I don't know. There's like a lot of cinematic moments in Final Fantasy VI though, which kind of push it into this other stratosphere, and so I kind of agree why it's here. They're putting a lot of things above it though, which kind of sus. Let's see. Also, I should go back. 5 best endings. Number 5, Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4's producer swore that the game had nothing to do with Umbrella, the T-Virus, or Wesker. Well, this might be spoilers. So I'm just going to spoil some games that have been out for like 20 years at this point. If you care about that. Resident Evil 4's... Okay, the ending proved him a liar. So they're talking about how the ending, I mean, yeah, it had Wesker in it. Because it had Ada in it, and she works for Wesker. I don't know if Resident Evil 4 was the best ending in terms of, like... No, they don't... I would say they don't have... I don't know. This is a hard thing to, like, judge. Like, Resident Evil 4, the ending was okay, I guess. Whatever. Number 4, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. We never wanted Link's amazing journey to end, so Ocarina of Time's touching finale proved bittersweet. Sure. Yeah, I suppose it did. Again, this is such a hard thing to judge. Best endings? Ocarina of Time. Best ending. Ending was fine. I mean, it's fine. 3, Chrono Trigger. Okay, Chrono Trigger. If Chrono Trigger's emotional, regular endings weren't enough, 10 more crazy endings were available on the second playthrough. Yeah. Number 2, Metroid. Defeating Mother Brain and obliterating the space pirates was fulfilling in itself, but seeing Samus Unmasked helped Blue Remains. I can understand that. At first I was like, wait, what about the ending of Metroid? And I'm like, oh, I see. Yeah. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker.
The brutal finishing blow in the Wind Waker's final battle is one of the most shocking moments in gaming history. He doesn't seem quite so cute after you see what he does to Ganondorf. That is very true, actually. I love Wind Waker's ending. I think Wind Waker was kind of underrated at the time. A lot of people hated it because of its art style, but like it's one of my favorite Zelda games. Like it really is that good. I think I would still like keep the N64 ones above it, but it might be number 3. I think I would put it number 3. I think I would. All right. So system breakdown. Which console has the most games on the list? Here's a hint. It's not the Virtual Boy. For some reason, it looks like I wrote in pencil on this and like crossed these off for some reason. So, there are 40 NES games, only 6 Game Boy games. Super NES, 43 games. No, that's relatable. Game Boy Color, 5 games. Virtual Boy, 1. It's just Wario Land. N64, 27. Game Boy Advance, 24. GameCube, 50. Nintendo DS 4. So the interesting thing about that is that the console with the most games on it is the GameCube, which was the most recent console at the time, but it also had a lot of masterpieces on it, I would say. I mean, a lot of great games came on it, and it's like, looking at this, like, yeah, I mean, some of these, like, it was kind of the golden age for a little while. Like, there was just, like, great game after great game coming out, and people just making the best version of something. I can kind of see that, but at the same time, I feel like earlier down on the list, it's probably just, the problem is, like, they were, like, struggling to find things to put in, and so a lot of them ended up just being, like, random GameCube games that they were like, oh, yeah, I played that recently, that was pretty good. So that's probably, but, I mean, there's only 7 less Super NES games, so, you know, 50 isn't that bad, but it is, you know, it is what it is. 13, Super Mario Sunshine on the GameCube. Fire World, Ice World, Water World. By 2002, what platformer wasn't mimicking Super Mario 64? Super Mario Sunshine wasn't. In it, Mario redefined platformers yet again by riffing artfully on one theme, island vacation across many worlds. Most brilliant moment, catching rays at Serena Beach, only to see the sunrise turn into a manta ray boss. By hovering and hosing with Mario's water cannon backpack, players could dissolve the foe into dozens of angry mini-rays. Super Mario Sunshine was fiendishly beautiful everywhere you looked, and a perfect getaway. So, I believe they put this... Okay, yeah. Super Mario Sunshine was great. At the time it came out, it was weird. People didn't like it that much, because some of it... I mean, people liked it okay, but there were some really frustrating things in it. The platforming, you know, they added the additional, like, water hose thing, and, it was different. It was very different. But I liked Mario Sunshine a lot. Although, yeah, I think it is one of the more difficult Mario platformers, and it's a little frustrating to play by today's standards. But maybe it's not as frustrating probably as Super Mario 64. And it's probably less frustrating than that, at least. But it's still a difficult game, and, you know, it's... very, very tropical vacation. Kind of what they're saying is, I think the takeaway is, like, they're trying to do something really different. And so they themed the game around summer vacation instead of, like, oh, we got a water world, we got a fire world, we got an ice world, right? So, yeah. And in that way, it was unique, and it was fun, and it was cool. And we only finally just got it on a different console. It's now on the Switch, if you can find a copy. I actually kind of got lucky with the 3D All-Stars, as I just bought it on Amazon or something. It was just regular price. It wasn't anything difficult about obtaining it when I got it, but I think it probably is now. Number 12, Super Metroid, Super Nintendo. You were thoroughly satisfied with Samus's first-generation arsenal, but you were flat-out giddy when you used her new tools in Super Metroid. The Super Nintendo game introduced a complete as-you-go interactive map, the exquisitely accurate grapple beam, and the explosion-encouraging X-ray scope, all of which have influenced countless subsequent games. Super Metroid did such a good job combining linear with non-linear gameplay and platform action with adventure that it took 8 years to create a worthy follow-up. That's true. Yeah. It took forever for Fusion to come out, and Super Metroid kind of stood by itself as being just this, like, beautiful masterpiece of a game. In my opinion, Super Metroid is, like, my favorite game of all time. I think it's like number one. It's just such a perfect game that I feel like you can't really improve upon it, whereas a lot of these other games, I feel like could be improved upon in some way, maybe. In fact, have been improved upon, I think. But Super Metroid, to me, is still a perfect game, and, like, if anybody tried to redo Super Metroid, it's just a waste of time. It would be pointless. There's no way you could make it better. You can make it better. It just, I don't know, maybe upgrade the visuals and change nothing else. Maybe that would work, but I don't know, because I feel like the visuals also add to the atmosphere of it. You know, so like, I feel like that's part of the charm. The music is great. I like the isolated atmosphere of it. Just, you really feel like alone on this alien world, and it just is so good. It's just so good. Yeah, let's just move on, because the next two games are actually Metroid games that they dared to put above Super Metroid. And the first one, 11, Metroid, NES. Metroid made a huge splash in 1987, and it continues to send ripples through the gaming world. It was the first game to use a password to save progress. It had an ingenious control scheme that let you do so much with so few buttons, and it shocked us with an alternate ending that revealed helmeted hero Samus Aran's true identity. That's big. Again, I feel like they're being a little bit influenced more by impact than by, like, the game actually being better. Metroid 1 is not better than Super Metroid. It simply isn't. I find it weird that they would deem it so. Like, they could have just put Super Metroid above this, and I would have been like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I would have accepted the next thing, but, like, I don't know. Why would they do this? Metroid should be a little bit below. I think they're just doing it because, oh, it's the original, you know, it's the big one. The original, you know, that you can't undervalue because of the impact, like, it created, you know? It's why they have Tetris so high. So, you know, fine. This is also one of the few that I wrote VC on. I guess because this one was on Virtual Console somewhere. Oh, Super Metroid I did as well. They're both available on Virtual Console. At least at the time that I decided to write that. Number 10, Metroid Prime. GameCube. Let's face it, the chances of rookie developer Retro Studios making a quality Metroid FPS were slim to none, but they pulled it off. By paying extreme attention to every detail, every enemy, and every weapon, they hand-squeezed all the Metroidness they could out of the source material and created something absolutely brilliant. I agree. Metroid Prime is beautiful. It's atmospheric. It's every bit as atmospheric as Super Metroid. And I would say very comparable in terms of its quality. It's near perfect. Even in the controls and everything, it's like I go back to play that game and it still plays fine. I remember trying to introduce my friends to it back in college, and they weren't very receptive to it, I think because it wasn't like an FPS game like people typically expect. Like, you can lock onto the enemy and you kind of like fight, like you just lock onto the enemy and shoot. So it's the point of it is not really to be a very quality FPS game experience, but be more of an adventure game. There is still some skill involved in like figuring out how to play it, but I realized towards the end I was playing it and you like switch between visors constantly and you're like aiming at something and it's hard to tell what the hell's going on. I realized that when people were like watching me play it, they like couldn't understand what the fuck was going on because it was constantly changing between like X-ray visor and thermal visor, and like it just becomes such a weird, such a ridiculous game that you feel kind of skilled at it just because of your mastery over Samus's arsenal and her kit and the things that she can do. But the fun part about it is exploring, is finding out everything, and the art and design. It's beautiful. I mean, it looks so good. Even in the quality that it was, I mean, it still looks good by today's standards. You can go back and play that, and it looks good. Like, I have nothing to complain about with that art style. But they do need, like, an HD remake on the Switch, probably, at this point. Or remaster. Not a remake. Fuck that. Okay. Top 10. Number 9, Super Mario Bros. NES, 1985. If you've played video games since the beginning, you'll know that there is one exact moment in which games stopped being classified as parlor tricks and started becoming epic adventures. The debut of Super Mario Bros. Was that moment. We wonder if Miyamoto had any idea how close he was to perfection during the creation of this amazing game. This is also one I've wrote VC on, because it's on the Virtual Console. Actually, I've wrote VC on a lot of these. Yeah, we're starting to get to the, like... I mean, we're pretty much already there, like the eternal classics of, like, the things that will never not be important and great. Super Mario Bros. 1 is, I mean, still, it's a very simple, straightforward game, but it's what it spawned, I think, that is what is so great about it. It's, like, the things that were built upon it. Yeah, it's good. It's still fun to play. You know, I have one friend who doesn't really play video games much, but he will play Mario with me, and that's, like, the only thing I can get him to play. So we, like, play Mario Maker, we play Mario Bros. We've played through all of the Mario games. We played through, like, Lost Levels. It's just like so relatable. Anybody can get into Mario. It's so simple. You move and you jump. That's it. You run and you move and you jump. And you jump over things. You jump on things. It's simple. It's elegant. But yeah, I mean, I played the original Mario a billion times, so it's almost like hard to judge in my mind of like how good a game it is because it's so like superfluous with just video games. It's always there. It's always been there, you know. But according to them, it's not the best Mario game. Number 8, Super Mario World, Super Nintendo. The Super NES needed an awesome game for the system's launch, and that game was Super Mario World. The insatiable Yoshi brought an extra element of fun in the Mario formula, and a vast world provided a delicious playground of plains, caves, ghost houses, castles, and more, complete with multiple routes and exit for Mario to show off his moves. Super Mario World is like one of my favorites, I think. I think it's one of my favorite Mario games. I think it might be my favorite because that one I played so much. I love discovering all the secrets, and like I would hear about things from like other people to be like, oh, you can do this, and then I would learn things about discovering new routes, and you know, it's just a fun game to play with people. You know, my sisters, my friends, anybody, my cousins. I would play that game with everybody. And there were so many mysteries, and you know, it took me a while to even get to the end because I would get to like the Choco Land, and it would like loop around. And I'd be like, how do I get out of this loop? It was mysterious. It was cool. I liked Yoshi. I liked the cape. I liked everything about it. I think it's my favorite Mario game personally. And I don't think they've really made anything that has topped it since. So that's about all I'll say about Super Mario World. Number 7, The Legend of Zelda NES. The Legend of Zelda forever changed our perception of what video games could be. Set in a huge, or so it seemed at the time, imaginative world, it melded action, exploration, and puzzle solving to produce an adventure unlike anything we had experienced before. Though it may look primitive by today's standards, few games have engrossed us or captured our imaginations like this NES legend. Yeah, I mean, Zelda 1 is it's a classic. I've played Zelda 1 on the channel. I had played it, so you know, I like it a lot. I think its formula has been vastly improved upon by every other Zelda game since, save for maybe Zelda 2. But you know, Link to the Past is kind of the pinnacle of that style, and it's just generally a better game. But I think nothing has really tried to be exactly like that until maybe Breath of the Wild, in a way. Like, people say that, and I guess it's true. Breath of the Wild obviously wouldn't have been out at this time, obviously. But yeah, it tried to kind of match that, like, open world. You can go anywhere you want
which wasn't anything that you could really do until that game. But other than that, it's really simple. It's a really simple game. Some of the things are kind of annoying to find, really difficult to find. It's like, how are you supposed to know how to do that? You know, some of the things you just need to buy. You need to find some store that's like out in the middle of nowhere. You gotta buy a fucking meat stick from it. I don't know. And a lot of especially some of the later dungeons are a little bit difficult to navigate through. And don't even get me started about the second quest, because the second quest is like even worse. It's like I've never been able to complete the second quest. It's too difficult. It's just too obscure. And they remix everything. But that is a cool thing about it, is like they had a whole second quest, you know, in the game. It's like you finish the game, you can play it again, but we've switched everything around. There's entirely new dungeons. All the items are in different places. Everything's been rearranged. It's like an entirely different game. It's weird, and they just did that in the first Zelda game. So, like, that's cool. Why, you know? That's cool. Why don't they do that in video games anymore? I don't know. At number 6, Super Mario Bros. 3, NES. Oh, mamma mia! The mode platform came of age with what is arguably still the best of its genre. Because it started with Oh Mamma Mia, I had to like do that. Super Mario Bros. 3 levels are short, perfect blasts of Koopa crushing satisfaction. Always challenging, but never frustrating. That turned the use of power-ups into an art form. Early inventions like the mushroom and the fire flower made Mario powerful, but the Tanuki suit allowed him to fly. Wait, did I ever show? I don't know if I ever actually showed this page. Let me show. I'm showing the previous page because I don't think I showed it. So there's that. Very cool. Metroid Prime, really big on that. Super Mario, yeah. So the Tanuki suit, you could turn into like a statue with the Tanuki suit. The frog suit was a family favorite. We loved the frog suit. The fireball, there was like a hammer suit, which was pretty cool. Yeah, they added a shit ton of power-ups in that one, and it's really fun. Like, that was another one that we played the shit out of, but we were actually able to beat that one. Mario World was a little more obscure, but I think I liked Mario World a little bit more just because of the secrets and the fun level paths and stuff. But it's hard to say. Like, I wouldn't say Super Mario Bros. 3 is bad by any means. It's really fun. It's definitely, I put like second in terms of my favorite, because that's where it belongs in my eyes. But it's a fun game. It's a really good game. It's Mario 3. I mean, some of these, it's like, yeah, this is like a classic, and it's like, what can I say about these things that hasn't already been said like a million times? You know, it's like, it's Mario 3. I mean, if you haven't played Mario 3, you're gonna play Mario 3. It's like one of the best Mario games, like top 2. You know, you're gonna play that. Anyways. Number 5, Super Mario 64, N64. The first 3D incarnation of Mario was an immediate hit for the N64, and rightly so. It took the brightly colored, full of imagination Mario worlds we had grown to love and recreated them in a fully polygonal world. Thankfully, Miyamoto knew exactly what he was doing. Super Mario 64 established a tremendous benchmark for future 3D games. Yeah, I mean, we already kind of went over Super Mario 64, that it did, like, trailblaze 3D games just in general, and a lot of games were built upon it. Is it a good game by today's standards? Maybe not. Maybe not so much. But it was a classic when it came out. I remember going to, like, again, this was another one. I went to my friend's house, and, like, we played the shit out of Mario 64 for, like, an entire afternoon, right? And I remember trying to buy it, but there was a whole issue with that, because my cousin bought it for me for my birthday, but he lives in England, so he bought me the English version. It didn't work in my N64, so I couldn't play it, and I was devastated. But the concept of it was cool, like jumping into paintings. And I don't know if I should admit this, but I made a like kind of game. I made this little game that I used to play with people sometimes, where I would like I drew like little cartoon portraits of stuff, and it would be like a world, right? And you would jump into the picture. What's the idea? It's like you would jump into the picture and go to this world and like explore around and do whatever. And you would go on little adventures, and it was just this like kind of role-playing game, I guess, that I invented when I was a very young child. And it's kind of, in a way, inspired by Mario 64. It's also inspired a little bit by Mary Poppins, because they kind of jump into the chalk world in Mary Poppins, and it's also inspired by Kingdom Hearts a little bit later on, I think. But yeah, Mario 64, I just love the idea of that, just like going to various different worlds and then you like jump into the painting. It's like a different world. It's really cool. Really cool concept. I don't know why I had to tell that story. It was a little embarrassing, but I had those for the longest time. Those little cartoon or those little like crayon drawings that I like couldn't get rid of. My sister still makes fun of me for that, like to this day. She's like, remember when you used to do that thing? And I'm like, please don't remind me of that. It was embarrassing. Number 4, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, GameCube. Nintendo braved uncharted territory by exploring the far reaches of cel-shaded design, causing a rift between gamers who muttered about cartoony effects and those who heralded it. Oh man, they're being called out. Those who heralded it as one of the biggest achievements in years. But The Wind Waker wasn't merely a game with an anime paint job. It merged gameplay with anime. Sure. When the Link's every move was drenched with expression, that's true. Each enchanting moment, whether it was an intense standoff against Goma, or a touching scene between Link and his talking boat, was as magical as it could be. Characters were ultra-expressive, the storytelling and dialogue were more epic than in any other Zelda game, and the climactic fight between Link and arch-nemesis Ganon was an absolute shocker. It's very true. I mean, Wind Waker, like, I just loved spending time in. I don't know. I like before it came out, like the art style I thought was really cool because it was like very new to me. I was like, I've never seen anything that looks like this before, and it looks really cool and new. And so just because it was a new thing, I was very impressed by it, you know? But it also looked very, what's the word? Foreign to me, I think, because a lot of the screenshots that they would show in Nintendo Power were like showed with the Japanese text. So it looked very much like some weird otherworldly Zelda that was coming out, you know, that was like, this doesn't seem real, you know? But I wanted to play it. Like, I thought it was really cool. And then I got to play it, and I played the shit out of it, and I loved it. And it's absolutely true. I mean, this adventure like takes you all over this world. And although it looks kind of silly and cartoony, it definitely goes to some dark places at times. And it's every bit as it's just super expressive. I mean, it's the thing. It's not just grim and dark all the time. It's like there's happy notes, there's sad notes, there's all this emotion that's spread throughout the game. It's just one of the best Zelda games, one of the best Zelda stories, and one of the best, most expressive games. To this day, I think it's still one of the best Zelda games. Although, like I said, I put Majora's Mask probably higher still. I might move up Wind Waker number 2. I might do that. Because I really did play it so much, and I really did love it, and I still love it, and I think it's still great. One of my favorite games by far. Number 3, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, Super Nintendo. After Zelda dabbled in the realm of side-scrollers, A Link to the Past returned the franchise to its roots in glorious 16-bit goodness. From the storytelling to the dungeons and boss battles, every aspect of A Link to the Past shone like no other SNES game. The only frustrating moment was when the game ended, and there was nothing more to savor until you played through it all over again, of course. A Link to the Past marked the beginning and the end of SNES Zelda games, but the Minish Cap and Four Swords have thankfully followed in its footsteps. So you're probably noticing by now that all of these are Mario and Zelda games at the top. This is where they put them all because they are the best games on Nintendo consoles, which is generally true. Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past is like... Actually, now that I totally forgot about it when I was thinking of the top Zelda games, and now I'm like regretting all of my decisions. Yeah, I mean, I love this game. I don't think I can rank the Zelda games like this because I feel bad because I feel like I would rank Ocarina too low. That's the problem. Is like I shouldn't do that, and then I like get the urge to do it. Link to the Past was probably the first Zelda game I played. It was my dad's. I played it, and I remember I was never able to get very far, and then I would play like his file, which was at the end of the game. You jump into the hole and fight Ganon. I remember just doing that and just fighting Ganon. And I'm like, how do I get to this point? How did he do this? And yeah, I just got absorbed in this game. It's just so well put together and well organized and a lot of fun to explore. And there's so many items in it. There's like so many things to find, so many upgrades to do. Like, I think this game has probably the most items out of any Zelda game. Like, it has to, right? Like, surely. And some of them just do the stupidest things, but it's still cool to have them, And I do love it. I do love it so much. But, there's really no but. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't have much else to say about it. Like, it's Link to the Past, deserves to be here for sure. But yeah, okay, so here's a weird one for you. Number 2, Resident Evil 4, GameCube. Never in the history of mankind has there been a creation as truly wondrous as Resident Evil 4. Well, that might be overstating its greatness, but not by much. Without question, there have been few games as consistently captivating, creepy, and fun to play from beginning to end as Resident Evil 4. It's also easily the best-looking game to date. When people see it, they weep with a mixture of joy and melancholy. The more games aren't as hauntingly beautiful. Resident Evil 4 will serve as a benchmark for quality game design for many years to come. Now, at the time, I definitely would have agreed with this, because Resident Evil 4 was one of the best games I've ever played in my life, and I played it multiple times. One of the few games that I replayed, like, several times and didn't even care. It was like, yeah, I need to play this again and again. I loved this game. There wasn't really much like it that I could play at the time. There are some things I would complain about it. Like, the puzzles are terrible in this game. They're jokes, if you want to even call them puzzles. Like, they're just embarrassingly bad. Like, it's literally like, oh, you pick something up, and then it opens the only door that it could possibly open in this one room that you're in, and the game's like really linear, so there's like no puzzles. It's just like purely action, but the action part of it is so much fun that I don't think I cared. The atmosphere is really good. I like how it's very mysterious and that you're in this town and they almost just seem like regular people that are just crazed. There's a chainsaw guy that chases you around, which is really scary. At the time, there wasn't really anything, like, a lot of games copied off that idea of just, like, this very terrifying enemy. Like, there's one guy that was, like, hard to kill and would just kind of chase you around, like, Evil Within. Well, I guess Evil Within was made by the same guy who did Resident Evil, so that doesn't really count, does it? But yeah, a lot of games were inspired by Resident Evil 4, like Dead Space. Even Gears of War had the same kind of, like, over-the-shoulder third-person style. Like, they got the controls so right. They got the atmosphere so right. And the story's fun. I think they've ruined Leon since. Like, he was really quippy and fun in this game. And ever since, like, they've written him so drab. He's, like, so boring. Like, they wrote him in Resident Evil 6. They wrote him terribly. He was not fun at all. Resident Evil 6. And then what has he been in? Resident Evil Damnation. It's just not as fun. They're just like, oh, he's a secret agent and he's all serious all the time. It's like, not fun. It's like he needs to be fun, and he was fun in this one. So here's this page, which might be very nostalgic for people if you've seen this before. That's that page. A lot of Mario, a lot of Zelda, and there's Resident Evil 4 right there. So that brings us to the finale page, number 1. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, N64. Surprised? Probably not. Ocarina of Time sits atop many a gamer's list of all-time favorites, and for good reason.
It successfully transitioned the series to 3D, blazing the trail for adventure games that followed with its ingenious controls and intuitive gameplay. More importantly, it managed to improve upon the already legendary franchise. Brilliantly crafted dungeons took advantage of the third dimension to immerse us like never before. New and innovative play mechanics were introduced around every corner, instilling the game with the same sense of discovery as the NES original. Time travel theme gave Link's journey an epic feel, bolstered by a story with greater weight than any of its predecessors. Along the way, we saw a different side to some familiar characters, giving us a richer understanding of the Zelda universe. Everything came together to create a game as close to perfection as any before it or since. A true masterpiece of the art form. On a list filled with memorable experiences, this is the one we're most likely to remember always. Yeah, I mean, this, like, Ocarina of Time being the best game is almost like a meme at this point. But yeah, I mean, at the time, like, yeah, most people considered it to be pretty much, like, their favorite game. And so they were just like, it basically is the best game, isn't it? Basically was. And at the time, I definitely would have agreed. But I think, like a lot of people, kind of get, I don't know. I think for me, my issue with Ocarina of Time, not that I have an issue, but it's just like I played it so much is the problem. Like, I can't rate it anymore because I just played it like a million times. Like, I literally picked up the Ocarina of Time 3D, and I tried to play that, and I was just like, I can't. It's the same game. I've played this a million times, and I'm getting nothing out of this. I'm just replaying this game for the millionth time, and it's like, I liked this game, but I can't play it anymore. Like, because it's just so ingrained in my bones, like every little detail about it, you know. But I think for that reason, maybe it should be at the top of my list. But I feel weird placing it there because now there's other games that I prefer to play over it, even still replay. You know, like Majora's Mask I can still replay. Ocarina I can't, sadly. But I do agree, like, when I think back on the, like, elements of Ocarina of Time and, like, the various different things, like, it was the most, like, there's a reason I played it that many times, because it was the most meaningful game to me that had ever come out. Like, it was this beautiful experience of, like, you know, adulthood. It was part of the thing. Like, there's this very clear shift in themes of it being kind of silly and whimsical when you're a child, and then you're thrust into this, like, mature and dark environment that's, like, quite unfair. And so there's themes of that, character growth and just becoming a man. There's a lot to deal with, you know. There's a lot of different various environments which are all really interesting. Like, all of the different dungeons are really cool. Like, there's not a one that I would say that one kind of sucks. Like, maybe, like, people say the water temple kind of sucks, but I think it's fine. It's not that bad. There's only one part of it that I think sucks, because there was one key. When I think back on the water temple, it's like that was the issue for me. It was like that one key I could never fucking find, because it was like, it's in the middle section, but it's like when you raise the water level, it reveals like a hole, and I just never put that together as a kid. Like, I didn't see that. I just didn't notice it. So I struggled trying to find that last key and could never find it. I think I ended up having to start the game over. But every other dungeon I loved. The growth of the character, the development, how you feel as you progress through this world, all the unlockables, all the little songs you can find, and how you, like, bond with each character in the world to, like have this, like, growth, this, like, storyline that happens over the course of time, you know, because you're traveling from being a kid to being an adult, and there's people that remember you when you were a kid, and so you have, like, this storyline with them that develops over the course of, you know, years, which is really interesting. And all the different items, like, this is the first 3D Zelda game, so, like, they had developed a bunch of fun items. The bow and arrow was really fun to use. The hook shot, obviously, was a great addition. You know, what else? Like, I'm trying to remember all the items. I mean, there's various different swords
that you can pick up. There's various different shields. There's a lot of stuff to find, and a lot of things to explore. I can understand why it keeps, but it's kind of a meme at this point that like Ocarina of Time is the best game ever. It's like, is it really? Is it though? Is it still? Like, I don't know. Hard to say. Because there's definitely a lot of games that I would prefer to play now, but, and this is I should show you there's the number one, like, art from the game of the final battle. Final battle is epic as well. That's another thing. But yeah, I guess that'll do it. That's my ridiculously long video about the top 200 Nintendo Power. Okay, so I just wanted to cut in here because there were a lot of, after editing like pretty much this entire video, there was a lot of stuff that I noticed that I kind of wanted to just touch on, because I was able to kind of see the list as a whole, and like while I was going through it line by line, it was a little harder to like take it all in as one thing, you know, and so I didn't notice certain things that I feel like maybe I should have noticed. The first thing I want to point out is Madden 2005 and how kind of high ranked it was. It was number 58, which isn't super high ranked, and I guess that's why I kind of just played it. I didn't really think about it all that much, but in comparison to what it was outranking, I feel like I should have said more about, because it was following a list that was like Castlevania 4, and then it was like Conker's Bad Fur Day, Pokemon Red, Gen 1 Pokemon, okay, Paper Mario, F-Zero GX, Street Fighter 2, the original F-Zero GX, the original Mega Man, Street Fighter 2, and then it was Fire Emblem The Sacred Stones, and then it was Madden NFL 2005. Like, beating out all of those games. Beating out Gen 1 of Pokemon and Mega Man 1. It's just like, I didn't say anything about that. And it's only 2 games behind, like, Link's Awakening, 1 game behind Contra, 4 games behind Kid Icarus, Mario Kart 64. Like, that's, like, too high, honestly. I don't know about that. I feel like I should have said more about that. But like I said, it was harder to notice these things in the moment, so I was just kind of going one by one, and I just didn't really pick up on what exactly was happening there. I feel like I should have said something, so that's why I'm kind of saying it now. I wasn't going to say anything, I was just kind of going to leave it as is, but now that I'm talking about some other stuff, so the other thing I wanted to mention was a lot of things got snubbed on this list that I was really surprised about looking back on it, because I kind of expected earlier on when I was talking about certain games, I was like, oh, well, the better games are going to be further up on the list, and then it didn't happen. So let's start with Pokemon, because this is a small one, and I don't even necessarily think this, but we had Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Coliseum on the list, but they didn't put Stadium 1 or 2, I noticed. And I don't necessarily know that Stadium 1 or 2, like, deserve to be there over those two, but I just kind of was like, I just kind of noticed that neither of the Stadium games ended up on the list, and I thought that was a little odd. I mean, looking at, like, everything that did make the list, I mean, you had towards the further end, you had like X-Men Legends making it on this list, and it's like, what? And like, we're gonna forget about Pokemon Stadium. It just seemed odd to me, but you know, it's okay. I don't mind that one specifically, so I just wanted to kind of touch on that one a little bit. That's not there. One of the other ones that I was like even when I was like writing the things down that I thought, I'm like, these aren't on the list. These should have been on the list. This one I was like, wait, wasn't this on the list? And I looked and I looked and I looked. I mean, honestly, I could be making a mistake right now. But this is a really long recording, and I've looked through as like thoroughly as I can to like make sure this isn't there. But Star Tropics isn't here. I don't think it is. And I think because like Secret of Mana's there. like Crystalis, Out of This World. I don't know. There were a few things that I'm like, maybe I mistook. Maybe I'm thinking of the reason I'm thinking Star Tropics is on the list because I was thinking of one of those things being on the list, and I'm like, how is that not there? That like kind of shocked me. I'm like, wait a minute, they didn't put Star Tropics on, the first Star Tropics specifically, not the second one, because the first Star Tropics is like an NES class. It's so weird. It's like perfect for this list, and it's not there. It's not there, and it should be there somewhere, and that weirds me out. So that was one that I definitely wanted to point out. Moving on, some smaller ones. I noticed that they didn't have either Super Mario Land 1 or 2. Again, this could be one that I'm making some sort of mistake about, that I'm not like, I didn't properly search and find it, but they don't have either Super Mario Land 1 or 2, which are both classic Game Boy games. Especially Super Mario Land 2. I mean, I feel like that should be on there as like one of the better Mario games. One of the best Mario. I mean, maybe not one of the best, but like it's a fantastic Mario game. It's like one of my favorite games from my childhood. And that weirded me out that, there's no Super Mario Land on here. They didn't even acknowledge it in any way, and I felt weird about that. I should mention here that, like, this is a list from 2005 that's made of opinions of a bunch of people working for Nintendo Power. Like, they're not going to do a perfect job. They're probably going to forget things. I feel like these things that I'm going to touch on, especially a little bit in a second here, they shouldn't have forgotten about. But, it's fine. It's not like it's like a big issue. It's just like I really want to talk about some of this stuff that was like was snubbed. Super Mario Land 1 and 2, at least 2, I feel like should be on here somewhere, and it's not. And that's not okay. That's not okay. To continue that sort of thread, Wario Land, they only had the Virtual Boy Wario Land on here, which I felt was odd. I think there had to have been at least like 4 Wario Land games at this time, one of them being Super Mario Land 3, Wario Land, right? And they didn't include any of them, except for the Virtual Boy one, which I can't really imagine the Virtual Boy one being the best one. It just seems like it's the only one that they remembered about, which is really strange to me. So it's weird that would be on the list, but none of the other Wario Land games. So that's just another thing that I noticed. This one's kind of a personal one, because they included a lot of my personal favorites from my childhood. This one, Goof Troop, and this is something that I want to kind of, go on a tangent about, because I did notice there was kind of a lack of just Disney-based games in general. So not only did Goof Troop not make it, but any of the Mickey's Magical Quest series, there were like 2 or 3 on the Super Nintendo. Like nothing on. I don't think there's a single Disney-based game on here, even though there were a lot of really classic ones on the Super Nintendo, like the ones I mentioned. Goof Troop, I feel like especially should be on here, and it's just not. And I don't know if it's like some sort of weird licensing legal thing, or if it's just that they forgot about it, or it forgot about all these things. It's hard to tell, because it's a very personal thing with the Nintendo Power staff and just what they played. So I think it's an odd. I did notice, there's a complete lack of anything even remotely close to it, like the Magical Circus game on the Super Nintendo, right? And a lack of Goof Troop. Like, how can you forget Goof Troop? Especially when you have, like, something like Zombies Ate My Neighbors. You don't have Goof Troop. That's just, it's weird. Although, maybe Goof Troop is more better known now because of, YouTube. Because of Game Grumps, maybe. I think they might have popularized it. I played the shit out of Goof Troops as a kid with my sisters. So I knew of it before then. And so I always kind of thought of it as an amazing game. But maybe people just didn't really think about it at all until the, like, Game Grumps played it. But I don't know. I don't know. Everyone seems to know about it now. I would hope that everybody kind of knows about it now, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That was a noticeable exclusion. So, again, one of the smaller ones, Pro Skater 2. They had Pro Skater 1 on here, and they had Pro Skater 3. But they didn't include Pro Skater 2. Actually, no, they included, I think, Pro Skater 2 on the GBA, if I remember correctly. They had the GBA version. Maybe they just didn't include it because they decided the GBA version was better. But, like, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 was on the N64. And to have 1 and 3 on here, but not Pro Skater 2, which is arguably, like, the most iconic one. Just a weird exclusion. Following that, Donkey Kong. Now, okay. There's 2 franchises I want to cover here that had some weird exclusions. And one of them is Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong Country 1 was on this list. But there was no other Donkey Kong... okay. The major one that's missing here is Donkey Kong Country 2, which, again, I guess it might be arguable that Donkey Kong Country 2 is the best Donkey Kong Country, not only the best Donkey Kong Country, but in a lot of people's eyes, one of the most iconic games of all time, like one of the greatest games ever made. It's definitively better than Donkey Kong Country. And in most people's minds, it's one of the greatest games of all time. I mean, how do you forget Donkey Kong Country 2? Like, I think when I was talking about Donkey Kong Country, when I mentioned it on the list, I even said Donkey Kong Country 2 is definitely better. And then it never actually showed up on the list, which weirded me out a little bit. You know, you never really notice these things because it's 200 games. It's so hard to notice what's missing. But yeah, Donkey Kong Country 2 is not here. Not at all. It's just not there. So that's noticeable. The lesser one that I wanted to talk about was Donkey Kong 64. I know there's Donkey Kong Country 3, obviously. There's Donkey Kong Land on the Game Boy. But, I'll be okay with them leaving those out because maybe they're not as good. Fine, there's better games. It's 200 games, and they've decided what's better, and they're like, these are all better than that. That's fine. Donkey Kong 64, I feel, is a really weird exclusion. And I know that maybe people don't think of super highly of Donkey Kong 64. I can kind of understand that. I can kind of understand its exclusion from this list as being just not good enough, but in comparison to what is on the list, again, it just feels odd. It just feels like an odd exclusion. I don't know. Is it one of the best N64 games? I don't know. It's one of the most ambitious N64 games and one of the most iconic N64 games. I mean, it's a massive game, so it probably should be remembered pretty fondly. I don't know. And on a list like this, I would expect it to be here somewhere, and it's not. So again, that's just something I noticed. The other one is F-Zero X, which I don't know as much about the F-Zero franchise as I maybe should. But F-Zero GX is on here, and the original F-Zero is on here, but F-Zero X on the N64 is noticeably absent, even though I feel like it should probably, I don't know, have they decided, I guess, that the original F-Zero is better than F-Zero X, you know, is better than F-Zero GX, or the original F-Zero is better than F-Zero X, and the original F-Zero and F-Zero GX is better than F-Zero X. They decided that, and I don't know, but I guess that's something more for fans. But the biggest problem that I noticed, and this is why I decided to cut in the first place, is because I noticed this, and then I was like, I should go and see if there's anything else here that I have an issue with. But is the treatment of Kirby on this list is just awful. Just completely awful. What are they doing with Kirby? Okay, so they included 2 Kirby games. Kirby Tilt and Tumble and Kirby Canvas Curse. Those are the 2 Kirby games that they decided were worth putting on the list. Out of every Kirby game that existed, the two Kirby games that people probably remember the least. Like, okay, let me list for you all of the Kirby games that are not on the list. Kirby's Adventure on the NES, the original Kirby. Well, other than, I think Kirby's Dream Land 1 came first. So, I'm sorry, it's hard to camera. 2 games, okay. Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby's Dream Land 3 on the Super Nintendo, Kirby's Superstar. Kirby's Superstar is not on this list. That's the one I can't believe. That's the one I can't even forgive. There's no Kirby Superstar, dude. Like, Kirby's Dream Land 1, 2, and, I mean, all 3 Kirby's Dream Land should be on. Every Kirby game should be on here. The only one that I'm like, okay, maybe you could have excluded this one is Kirby 64. I don't think Kirby 64 is on here. Although maybe it is, and I'm just stupid. I don't think it was on here. But if it is, that just is again just real not good, considering it's not one of the most popular Kirby games. What the fuck? Like, honestly, I can't believe that. I was looking back on this and I'm like, no way. They really just snubbed Kirby on this one. It's like they've never played any of the Kirby games. And it's so weird because, like, I spent so much time looking at this list and compiling this list, and I didn't compile the list, but, like, I took this list and I added things to it over the course of time, and I never would have added any Kirby games because I would have assumed this is the definitive, like, Nintendo best Nintendo games list. And now I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh no. they kind of screwed up here. Like, that's really bad. Well, you know, like I said, it's sorry, I gotta fix my hair. I've noticed my hair looks like fucking garbage throughout this video. But, like, the treatment of Kirby is just, I don't know. Like, what else? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've said what I meant to say, but Kirby Superstar for sure should be on here. And I think at least Kirby's Dream Land, at least based on the, like, way they were doing this list in terms of, like, most impactful game, if it's the first one, it should be on here. Kirby Superstar should fucking be on here. That's the worst. That's the worst thing I think that they left out, that I would say that I've noticed. Just now, I was trying to look through and see if there was anything else, but I think that's about it. That's all I wanted to say. I wasn't really sure how this was going to go, but I feel like it went all right. I feel like that, you know, I kind of was just going to let it be as long as it was going to be. And it's mostly because I was inspired by some YouTube videos I've seen lately, like Quentin Reviews and Pyrocynical. They both kind of did, like, really, really, really long deep dives into, I mean, Quentin did, like, iCarly and Victorious, and Pyrocynical did some show But they were like 5.5 hour long videos, and they're just like kind of giving up. They're just like, I don't give a fuck. Like this is gonna be as long as it is. And Quentin's like throwing like intermissions in it, just to like make it even extra long. And some of the intermissions like are the reason that it's hours and hours and hours long, because he did like a whole intermission that was like an hour or two by itself of just video games, which was just like, I don't know. I kind of liked the concept. The video's over, by the way, if you want to just like leave. I'm just kind of talking at this point. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of liked the concept, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't give a fuck and just like do the video and just have it be as long as it's going to be. And, so that's what I did. That's why I decided to include a lot of the like articles and stuff that was inside the issue to kind of put it in a place, because I could have skipped all that and just done the list, but felt like that might be a little that wouldn't be as interesting, so I decided to include all of that and like just kind of place you in this issue and what was happening around that. I've also watched like Wendigoon. He kind of does deep dives as well. So, and that's another thing, is like I'm terrible at editing. So I feel like Wendigoon's videos are very minimally edited, which is something I can achieve. So hopefully the lack of editing is not a big issue here. But I'm just trying this out, and it is as long as it is. And if anybody actually watched this that long, that's pretty cool. Thank you. But yeah, that's my top 200, or Nintendo Power's top 200. And yeah, like I said, it meant a lot to me as a kid. Like I would look over this list over and over and over again, trying to just find. I would like write it down in notebooks, and I would like add things to it, like I said, on like XPlay, or I'd go on the website and just like add things to it and try to find best games of all time and then try to play them all. And unfortunately, I didn't usually get very far, because it was difficult kind of to obtain games around the time that this was a thing, until Wii Virtual Console, and it's like, oh, now I can actually. That's probably why I went through and wrote VC on a lot of these, to be like, oh, I can actually obtain this somehow. I don't have to somehow get an NES and then find a copy of Castlevania. It's like, oh, I can play it on the Virtual Console, which was huge at the time, and is now nobody really thinks about nearly as much, because it's just so common and understood that most games you can find some way to play it, But it was really difficult for me back then. And I think I completely, like, I didn't care so much about it when I got my Xbox 360, because then suddenly there were so many games I needed to play, because I'd been a Nintendo boy for too long, for the longest time, I had the GameCube, I had the Wii, I had a PlayStation 2, but I only played a few games on it. Yeah, anyways, I guess that's it. So, if you enjoyed the video, please go ahead and like the video. If you didn't like the video, I guess you well, tell me why, I think. But I mean, if you watched it this long, like, and you didn't like it, like, there's something wrong with you, right? Like, why would you do that? But if you did, please subscribe. So I'll do more videos like this. Turn on notifications. I'm going to try to do a lot of different things at this point. There's a new Let's Play series that's probably already out. I think is probably a couple episodes of already out. There's some other stuff we're planning in the future. So, yeah, so look forward to that. But anyways, goodbye.